We request all of you to quickly settle down. As we are ready to get started with the 16th edition of the Mindmine Summit, we request Mr. Jatin from the Taj Palace Hotel to quickly take us through the security protocol.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Taj Palace, New Delhi. My name is Jatin and I'm here to give you a safety brief regarding the venue in which we are in. The name of this ballroom is Darbar, which is at the ground level of the hotel. There are a total of 4 fire exit doors, 2 on the right and 2 on your left. 2 on your right will lead you to the safe assembly point, that is the Moti Bagh. Crossing the venue on the left is the glass door, straight ahead is the Moti Bagh. And on the left side is the receiving area of the hotel. Crossing the service corridor will lead you to the safe assembly point, that is the receiving area of the hotel. I would like to inform you that we don't hold any planned mock drill for the day. All our hotel associates have been trained to handle the emergency situation. In case any such arises, just follow the instructions given by the hotel staff. Thank you and have a nice day ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Jatin, for taking us through the security protocol. Before we move into the official agenda of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to showcase a very special AV about Hero Homes, the flagship brand of Hero Realty Private Limited, a Hero enterprise venture, builds contemporary, sustainable homes that foster thriving communities. Let's take a look.
Home. It's more than just a place to stay. It's where your heart finds its own way. Kindness flows without a cause, and quiet talks deserve applause. It's where new life begins to grow, with gentle roots and feathered glow. A hug of comfort at the end of day, with furry love that leads the way. Even clumsy steps become a trend when joy and love refuse to end. Laughter echoes through the air as colors swirl with love and care. It's where love stays, though time may fly. A place where hearts never say goodbye. Hero Homes, building what matters.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ritika Jhanji Jagtiani, and on behalf of Hero Enterprise, it is an absolute honor to be extending a very warm welcome to all of you to this very special 16th edition of the Mindmine Summit right here in the beautiful, vibrant city of New Delhi. Thank you so much for turning up in great numbers. To all the distinguished guests and dignitaries, a big, big thank you from our side. Let's begin with a big round of applause, please. Now, it is with a lot of pride and an equal amount of humility that we say that the Mindmine Summit today is one of the most widely respected thought leadership platforms in the country, bringing together industry leaders, policy makers, change makers to exchange ideas, to challenge each other's perspectives, and to shape conversations that reflect the future of our country. And every day, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this summit is something very relevant to our times. So this year, uncertain times, confident choices, India recalibrates. It completely highlights the times that we are in and how every decision that India takes today is not only important for us as a nation, but globally. So before we go any further, let's take a look at a very special audiovisual presentation that showcases the vision, the mission, and the story of the Mindmine Summit. Let's take a look. And as you see, ladies and gentlemen, to take the 16th edition of the Mindmine Summit, we have someone extremely special in the room, someone who's been at the helm of India's finance ministry since 2019, steering India's economic growth story through both domestic and global transformation, someone who continues to propel our country towards its dream vision of a Viksit Bharat. Can we have a big round of applause for the Honorable Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman? Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking time out of your very busy schedule for the summit. And now, to set the very context of this summit today, to lay out the vision of the summit and what all should we be expecting in the course for the day, I have the honor of inviting onto this dais one of the most respected business leaders in this country today, a strong advocate of education, entrepreneurship, and economic development, someone who has been and played a very important part in fostering industry dialogue and policy formulation in the country. All hands in this room put together, ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the official welcome address for this edition of the Mindmine Summit. Let's welcome the chairman of Hero Enterprise, Shri Sunil Kant Mujal.
Thank you very much. Big welcome to our chief guest this morning, Finance Minister of India, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman. Thank you so much for being with us. And a special thank you for coming in when you are feeling unwell yourself this morning. So truly appreciate this. This platform was set up 20 years ago as an idea to involve industry in the effort of nation building and for us to think, to apply our minds to what truly matters to India, to Indians, to India's economy, and to India's global relations. And it has seen India go through an amazing shift. There were no iPhones then. There was no UPI. Sachin Tendulkar was still hitting centuries at that point in time. And we have come a long way since then. Especially in the last dozen or so years, we've seen this absolutely highly accelerated, dramatic change take place. We saw infrastructure built out, both physical and digital, unlike anywhere on the planet. And it truly is unlike anywhere on the planet. What we have done in physical and digital infrastructure together has never been done by anybody else. Our pace of building new roads, new airports, new ports, and all the rest of it, alongside bringing over 500 million people into the miracle of this economy, creating new bank accounts, creating digital identities. There are just so many initiatives. It's hard to compress them in a short address. In any case, I'm going to try and keep this very short, just so we get time to hear the finance minister. As I said, she is feeling unwell, and I do appreciate that she's made the effort to come. And both Ramdeo and I were actually hoping to ask her a few interesting questions about what is happening or what is not happening. But we shall try and keep this really short. We constantly, there was this saying that India constantly disappoints both the optimist and the pessimist. The predictions on India always have been, we will do exceedingly well. We keep talking of India in the long distant past. But of late, interestingly, both the reputation of India and Indians has improved dramatically. We have become the largest and the fastest growing large economy in the world. We are amongst the leading economies, and at this pace, we are amongst the fastest growing. We are adding the size of many small economies annually to our GDP. We still have a challenge. We have 800 plus million people who the government supports with free of cost food grain every month because they need it. So the social program being run in parallel while the infrastructure build out is that's taking place is an interesting and a unique experiment. I'm not sure many countries have actually been able to do this. So there are many angles and perspectives to what is going on. I will invite Ramdeo to come and join me on the stage so that we can jump straight into the next session and ask the FM for her comments on a few of the pressing matters which we are thinking about, we are concerned about, we are excited about. Ramdeo ji, please come up. Mr. Ramdeo Agrawal. I'm going to join there myself, and I'll do your job for you because we'll just jump straight into this now. So, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Please.
Go ahead.
We would like to give the summit the auspicious start with the lamp lighting ceremony, ladies and gentlemen. We already have the finance minister with us. We have Mr. Munjal also on stage. Along with that, I would also like to request the presence of Shri Pavankant Munjal, Shri Yogesh Munjal, Shri Sumant Kant Munjal, and Shifali Munjal to please join us on stage to take forward the lamp lighting ceremony.
सर्वांगी सुंदर उदिशेंदुराची कंठी झळके माय मुक्ता फळाची जय देव जय देव जय देव जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती हो श्री मंगल मूर्ती दर्शन मात्रे मन कामना पूर्ती जय देव जय देव लंबोदर तू विनायका तू वल्लोळेश्वर मोरया विघ्नेश्वर तू एकदंत तू.
Thank you all. Thank you for doing the honors. We request you to kindly take your seats. And now it's time to begin with the inaugural and the keynote session focusing on India's economic outlook, growth trajectory, and the opportunities ahead to be steered ahead by the chairman of Hero Enterprise, Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal.
So, Madam Finance Minister, you are truly the most experienced finance minister India has had. You have presented more budgets than anyone else, and you've held the helm of the country's economy and finances for a long period now. And this has been both an exciting and a turbulent time. And we are facing one today with wars, prices of energy going up, the multiple challenges of supply chain, and at the same time, the excitement of the growth that we see in India. Could you, in your words, tell us how you see the immediate future shaping up? And how do you think we as a nation are preparing or can prepare for the medium-term future that we see as well?
Thank you very much. And this is about, as you recalled, this is about my 4th visit to this. And it's always been a learning of sorts, because you come and meet different people, they have different concerns, and it's helped me to collate the inputs that I gather here. So I actually prefer coming here and spending some time. But of course, today is a bit of a challenge because of my health. The question which you've asked is probably the question every business leader has in his mind. I know my business is doing all right, but yet I don't know when a challenge externally will come. I'm doing good exports, but I don't know when a tariff can land on me, and I have no control over it. Similarly, the three large items which we import, paying foreign exchange, are all fluctuating, whether it is your crude, which luckily we have the capacity to refine, but the crude, not just the price of crude which keeps going up, but also the insurance cover and the risk which insurance uh, demands to get your vessel going there and to get your vessel filled up and brought back. So, price is a challenge. Foreign exchange reserve will have to be adequately kept for meeting these demands, growing demands. And growing demand is good because a growing economy requires these critical inputs. So, it's the same thing as a business house, which will have these considerations before them, but for many of them, they don't have a say. They don't have a handle. So, India's challenge is very similar. But of course, the India's comfort is that you have a large domestic market, which is good enough with the consumption going up. But you still have a lot more intermediary and raw material products which you have to import. And that import is now under severe strain. So that's the challenge. And monsoon every year is a challenge for any finance minister. How will it work out? Will it be sufficient? Or is it going to be patchy, that some areas are going to be dry and some others are going to have excessive rain? That's a every year concern. But this year, because of the El Nino, I think we are preparing for not so good a monsoon. Of course, we have enough buffer stocks. Since last year, we've maintained, so there shouldn't be a food shortage. But for farmers, it'll have an impact because this year his income will be stressed out. So I think broadly, I'm not saying anything that you don't know, but these are the challenges. And I'm not sure how much of a provisioning can you make. Just for that one example of fertilizer import. We had, during the budget, very clearly said to ourselves that the Kharif, we are sufficiently endowed with supplies of fertilizer so we can manage the Kharif. And we need money for tendering out for fertilizer that you may require for the Rabi, for which actually the supplies will start in November. Between the day of the budget and today, they've been at least 3 different major fluctuations. Some countries which do not want to get into the market, which are traditional suppliers, are no longer supplying. They want to stock it up for themselves. And there was fear that we are going to have short supply because those who have gone out are depleting the pool. But then came the news of China coming back, who had not been in the market for almost a year. So the supply was that shortage which people thought was offset. So 1 week you have a challenge, the next week that challenge is addressed, but newer challenges come up. So it's being ready for every such exigency.
The FMM, this is the finest moment of capitalism. Last week we have seen listing of SpaceX and creation of a trillionaire. So now the new buzzword in the world cap. I'll restrict myself to the subject I know, that is capital market. So this is the finest moment of capitalism, and farms and factories, they produce incomes for our workers and people at large. But capital markets produce wealth, which can create much bigger factories and much bigger possibilities. I mean, if you see SpaceX, it's based on the possibility of whatever can be done in space. So it's a very powerful wealth creating mechanism. the stock market. And we have been blessed with one of the most wonderful stock market in the world. There are only two countries which are compounded stock markets. One is US, of course, and second is India so far. So I have 2 points to make. One is the only way the way we have gone about in the past is because of relentless growth of 7 to 8%, and that has given to the market 13 to 14% kind of compounded growth in market cap. Now that has created a problem with the FIIs. FIIs today, they hold about 800 to 900 billion dollars of our stock, which is 16% of the market, 33% of the floating stock. In last 10 years, because we have done very well as an economy, our holdings, their holdings have grown at 3 to 4x, whereas my forex reserve has grown just about double, from 400 to 800 billion. Now we have reached a situation where forex reserve is just about 700 billion and their holding is 900 billion. So their holding to my reserve is less than 100%. So how do we, because they're very important, integral part of the entire system. How do we move forward from here in terms of this is there as a situation? We are doing very well. Growth is the only way out, and we are pushing the growth ahead. But when you grow at 7.5%, 8%, my corporate profits grow at 14, 15%. And hence, stock market will also grow at 13, 14%. That will build their value of the current situation as it is to 1.5, 2 trillion in next 8, 10 years. So, do you see, has it been, I'm just flagging the issue the way it comes in my mind. So, any comment on that?
But 70% of the growth is ours, while 30% is theirs. 70% is our growth.
Yeah. It is our growth only which is creating challenge for us.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think you've answered the question yourself in a way. Our own growth, our own participation in the market has really buoyed the stock market considerably. And as is the nature of the market, there are cycles when people make their profit, go out, come back, and so on. But not just leaving it there. Between the RBI and the government, we've done some analysis and come up with an announcement last week where the bond markets can be a very good, magnet to absorb those capital which can come in, making it into, FAR, so that the compliance routines are not going to burden people. And the withholding tax treatment which we've offered, we think will be the first step towards drawing some capital back, although we've at the moment confined it only to the bond market. But certainly that's not the end of the story. We'll be doing more. We recognize we need more foreign capital to come in. But the fact that RBI has the fact that the RBI has now allowed public sector undertaking and banks to go out and pick money from outside, giving them a framework in which they can do it. And in that framework, a very important aspect is the hedging is at the RBI's expense. They don't have to hedge for the risks, particularly the currency-related risk, the volatility, the exchange rate risk. That will be on RBI. And as a result, the banks can now go unfettered to raise capital from outside. So we have taken a very calibrated approach to make sure that the markets do receive the required investments.
Another point. Hello. Yeah. Another point which is more positive is that because of there is an unprecedented capex boom all over the world, thanks to AI build-up, which is one of the largest build-out all over the world. Second is defense preparedness. Third is energy transition. And fourth is GCC boom in India. All these four are combining into massive opportunity, even to Indians. I mean, whether in various forms, and it will become even more. But some of these opportunities are very short-termish in character. Like it may be there 16 months, 18 months, 20 months. So we need to respond to these opportunities very fast. Some of the corporates I met, they said, sir, it is not about the demand. It is about how fast we are responding in terms of supply, whether it is from regulatory side, whether it is from permission side, whatever it takes in India to get them moving, because that can also bring a lot of forex. So they are saying it's a real challenge is supply side. Is it in the minds of the government?
Of course, in fact, we've been engaging with the states, not just the center to have a policy on data centers and GCCs, but also talking to the states to make sure they understand that these are going to be immediate job generating investments. I'm not sure if it is 15 or 16 months, but it is certainly going to be, at least in the coming decade, a predominant way in which data is going to be used. And as long as it is happening in India, I think it's good for the data security, and also in the process of creating the jobs, you will give a certain vibrancy to the economy. So states are coming up with policies. In fact, many states have come, and not just with the policy, they've been on their toes to meet up with people, get the GCC coming in. Earlier, I was in Bangalore yesterday. Earlier, it used to be just Bangalore, probably somewhat Hyderabad, and probably somewhat here in Noida or Ghaziabad. Now you have cities like Tumkur, Mangaluru, meaning tier 2 cities are also becoming hosts to data centers. And it is just spreading so quietly. Not till you get the data, let us say, from the CIA and FICIs of the world, you really see how speedily it is spreading. And people have not treated it as, oh, what is this? What's data center? No, there is a layer of our Indian technicians and also youth who are catching on this very easily. So I think the story about data centers and GCC is a story where, as you said rightly, how speedily are you going to capture that advantage, benefit from that challenge? And I would think the rate at which I'm seeing states respond to it, the story is a good one. It's going positively.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Ms. Sitaraman. I truly appreciate not just your making the time, but coming in this difficult personal situation. You're right, by the way, about GCCs. They have become the new miracle. We often used to say that India is too focused on the back-end, low-end work. These GCCs are replicas of the head offices of these companies. And we have 1,800 of them and a new one coming up every week. Actually, I said this to somebody, to a large multinational last week. And they said, no, it's not one a week. It's now 2 a week coming up in India. And this is a global consulting firm who actually looks at many of these being developed. So I think we have a unique set of opportunities ahead of us. And it is important that while we see many challenges, that we continue to focus on the positive, build those much more. In some sense, this is the path that China took, that don't worry about the problems, about the NPS, etc. Let's just grow the size of the economy, and that will take care of a lot of it. And for us, it is important, especially because of our large population. I think growth is the only true answer that we have to turning India into the India of our dreams. But our competition has to be with the entire world, and more importantly, our competition has to be with ourselves, that we are constantly getting better, we are becoming more efficient, we are becoming more productive, and we are deploying our capital where it will give both immediate returns and also long-term benefit. And I think that balance is being struck by allowing us to leapfrog a few stages through technology. And it's a delight that the Prime Minister yesterday had 400 startups in France from India with President Macron present. So I think this is now getting recognized globally. and our building bridges with the world, signing FTAs, starting more trade agreements, building financial bridges. You've now shared UPI with countries like Singapore. Who would have imagined this 20 years ago, that we will be sharing technologies with countries like Singapore? So that there's a clear shift taking place. And I think it is critical that while, of course, we have to address the challenges, but if we do them in this positive manner, the positive spirit, and focus more on the growth, I think we have a better chance of addressing our challenges as we go along as well. And I want to thank you for the guidance that you have been providing to the economy and to the industry, and the hand-holding that the government has done through difficult times. That's what we want. We want you to make easy regulations, get out of the way, but be available as a fallback option in times of crisis, as we have faced over repeat periods of time over the last decade, including the COVID was a complete black swan event, which nobody could have imagined, nobody could have dreamt or planned for. And you stood steadfast. You came to the support of the economy and the industry and the people, and you didn't get swayed even by our own request to give the amount of support we were giving, and India came out better for it compared to many other countries. So big thank you for what you do every day for India, and a big thank you for being our chief guest today and setting the tone for the rest of the day. We have a very hectic schedule. We've squeezed this two-day event into one day today as a response to the Prime Minister's call for conserving things, which is why you saw instead of the regular lamp, we've used LED as a lamp. So we're trying to signal to ourselves, to our entities, to people around us, that these things matter. Every little bit will make a difference, and each one of us does need to contribute. So thank you very much for coming in. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
What a forward-looking session to begin the Mindmine Summit with. I would like to request Shri Sunil Kant Munjal, along with Ms. Shefali and Ms. Swati Munjal, to present small tokens of appreciation from our side to the Honorable Finance Minister and to Shri Ramdev Agarwal. A big thank you to the Honorable Finance Minister for taking out time from her exceptionally demanding schedule to be with us this morning. I think her insights not only set the tone for the day, but has given us much to reflect on. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of everyone here, let's thank her for her leadership and vision. If you could please rise from your seats and extend a warm round of applause towards her as she exits the venue, and we bid farewell to her. And a big thank you to Shri Ramdev Agarwal as well for sharing his perspectives on the session today. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to kindly settle down as we're just about to resume the proceedings for the summit. And while you do that, I'm sure Over the course of the day, there'll be a lot to reflect and learn from. If you notice, there are these standees that are placed on each of the tables with a QR code on it. We would request you to please scan the QR code, which should take you to our LinkedIn page. Please be generous in sharing your learnings through the day at the Mindmine Summit on LinkedIn. But while you do that, please do not forget to tag us and use our hashtag Mindmine Summit 2026. We have Shri Sunil Kant Munjal back with us here. We had to cut this session out because the finance minister had to leave to attend to some pressing commitments. But we would like to resume this session along with Shri Ramdev Agrawal. Over to you, sir.
So you raised an interesting question, Ramdev, about ownership of India's economy by foreigners. On the one hand, we've actually been wooing this. We've been chasing FIIs, FDI, and you've raised an interesting concern that we are actually building our economy for the global ownership. So would you walk us a little bit through the pros and cons of this? Because obviously, it is also an advantage to get know-how, to get connections, to get knowledge, and to get resources.
Yeah. So, Sunilji, one of the things is that we have done brilliantly well. And since 2000, actually we got political independence in 47, of course. But we actually got financial independence in 2020. Because that's when my retail, thanks to digital infrastructure, they started coming 3 million customers per month. My demat accounts have gone from 40 million to 240 million. That started bringing tons of money month after month, almost 1 lakh crore per month. So that lifted the market big time. And that lifting of the market did a lot of good to all of us, but it also did good to the foreigners. And their $250 billion holding has become now 850, 900 billion. So whatever they sell, their holding actually keeps growing. It's like that, mythological thing. So आप कुछ भी कितना ही बेचो लेकिन वो बढ़ते आता है. So now we are in that kind of thing. If we grow it, my forex is kind of not sufficient to take care of actually that. So as a country, we will be working only to service FI holding by way of dividend and by way of exit. And this kind of time when we have a lot of geopolitical concern, their exits become that pressurizes the rupee. So rupee, we have current account surplus in March quarter, and yet now look at the what has been the implication. I am the fastest growing economy in the world. I am worst performing currency. My allocation in the emerging market MSCI has gone down from 21% to 11%. My all country allocation MSCI has come down from 2.5-3% to 1.35%. So it's something I'm just thinking aloud how it can be. I don't have any answer for this, but okay. It's a subject which.
Let me, since you are the stock market, capital markets expert, let me bring another perspective here. We used to have the second highest savings rate in the world. Now that has gone down. But interestingly, that has gone into 2 or 3 areas, partially into consumption, partially into personal borrowings, and partially into the stock market. The SIP has almost become magical in the way it has brought funds into the mutual fund as a sector. When mutual funds get launched, often they would say, we will have a scheme with 20 stocks. But I've rarely seen one now with less than 30, 50, even 70 stocks with a long tail because of the regulations of the essential requirement to divide between large stocks, mid-size and small stocks. Where do you think this will land up for the average Indian family who's putting monies into the stock market at this moment? Where do you see this going in the next decade or two?
In fact, because my growth compulsion, we will grow. You might be seeing in last 1 year, the response to all this crisis is 16 to 17% credit growth. It's a fuel to the fire. And that's why we are booming. And you might have seen, thanks to cut in GST, all the automotive demand, which is the first line of vertical consumption, is booming. And hence, my economy is growing at about 7.5%, 8%. And every single economist is getting it wrong. The consensus was 7.3, even for fourth quarter. They've been beaten down by 3 times. And yet, even RBI economists couldn't get it, because the wealth effect of the stock market is pushing the economy much faster. So I don't have any doubts in rupee terms, will do exceedingly well. I have seen 45 years of the capital market. Next 45 will be even more exciting, in rupee terms. But I really find it challenging how exactly the currency will move. So you will feel very rich in terms of rupee, local currency, but I only hope there is no more this kind of a geopolitical, convergence of risks from all sides. If that is not going to happen, otherwise, in dollar terms, you may not feel so rich. That's my sense right now.
So geopolitics has many dimensions, and we cannot wish away the way the world is currently operating. It in many ways is tearing itself apart through arguments, through fights, through wars, through commodity holdings. Technology has become another enabler for some and is excluding some. That's the other thing I think we have to factor into all of our calculations now. What would that do to our lives, to our economy, and therefore to our growth in the future? What is your view on this?
Yeah, so, you grow at about 7 to 8%, 8.5% on your current base. We are at about $3,000 per capita. So we can grow at that pace, and we should be very happy with that. Because if it has to double from $3,000 to $6,000 per capita, it is going to take 7 to 8 years, 9 years, maybe a decade. So that journey is on. But it has taken 75 years to come to $3,000 per capita, but it will take anywhere between 8 to 10 years to go from 3,000 to 6,000. It's a massive buildup of wealth. And thanks to this internet technology, digital technology, it's not democratic. It's very, very consolidating. The winner takes it all. So we'll see emergence of multi-billion-dollar corporations and individuals who will win in very, very big. Maybe not in terms of trillions. Maybe it is some more time away for Indians, but getting $100, $200 billion empires by an individual will be very much in offing in next 5-6 years. So I think it's a very and we have been tested for the worst of the geopolitical crisis also just now. So we are becoming more resilient thanks to our domestic flow. And another point I would like to say, in last 20 years or 25 years, the country saved about $15 to $17 trillion and plowed back into the economy. Next 2025 will produce $47 to $50 trillion at par. I'm not counting the mark to market. So there is no dearth of capital per se. Technology might be in short supply, but per se there is no dearth of domestic savings to fuel the factories.
I was actually trying to bring you to that because there's not enough understanding of how India is building India. That how much Indian capital actually is getting deployed in building out the future of India's, all the capex that is being done. The bulk of it is actually still Indian monies that are coming in.
That's right, and actually we'll have ample domestic capital. We need a bit of support from world to not bring capital so much as the technology and managerial competence which is coming through GCC. So my sense is China has taken the manufacturing by miles ahead. They have literally, not that we cannot try, we must try. But I think services side, there is nobody close by. I do $425 billion of services last year, which has almost 100% value added. Whereas I do $470 billion of exports, where the value added is not more than 30-40%. So in effect, we are service powerhouse, and at 95 to 100 rupees to a dollar, I don't think anybody can come close to Indian services.
Again, I also think that what we are doing now in the largest manufacturing industry in the world is electronic hardware. And that's an industry from which we were completely absent. We did do a wonderful job in building the automotive industry, the auto component industry, the pharmaceutical industry. But one of the largest manufacturing industries we had actually left out. So the initiatives that are on at this moment, starting all the way from the entire silicon ecosystem, design, testing, manufacturing, fab facilities, packaging, I think in the next 8 to 12 years, we will actually get a significant step up in the manufacturing, and the downstream of that electronic hardware has a much more knock-on effect on other things we consume, everyday electronic things and things that we consume, whether they're in automotives or in white goods or in brown goods. You cannot do without them. All of them need this electronics. And once you have the base available, because so far we were actually seen as an assembler, only adding 7%, then 9%, then 13%. We have, to be fair, we have increased value add even in our phone industry, where we have become large players, but the large value is still coming from overseas. So with this new step that we are now taking of actually building out the base electronic hardware industry, I think we have a massive upside available in manufacturing itself, whether it's for the defense industry or for the aviation industry, or it is for the automotive industry. Actually, there is a series of sectors that are now getting attention, some still not getting enough attention. If you think of real estate, it's not considered an industry today in India. But the reality is, it has more than 154 sectors directly connected only to home construction, and many more indirectly. So other than being a social good, it also has a multiplier, economic multiplier, which is almost as high as the automotive industry. Healthcare again is another one which has a massive multiplier on job creation. Tourism, the good thing is tourism has started to get built out in India. And when we saw foreigners walking away from India during COVID and other crises, actually the Indian tourists made that up. So it is wonderful to see, whether you go to Shimla or to Mussoorie or to Goa or to Kerala, that these are now filled with tourists from across the country. It's not just religious tourism that is growing. It is tourism of all kinds that is growing now, adventure, leisure. You are seeing people going skiing and people going rafting. So it is a very interesting shift that is taking place. And you spoke about the income levels going up. As the income levels go up, the aspirations go up. The desire to do better for your children, for the family goes up. And that drives a lot of this behavior. You want better home, better education, better healthcare, and you're willing to borrow for that. And that's the other magic thing. The only concern I do have is I wish and hope the borrowing on individual and family balance sheets does not go beyond the number where it becomes unmanageable, because that's a crisis many countries have faced. And we did have this problem some years ago, as you know. At this moment, of course, both the bank balance sheets and the corporate balance sheets are better than they've been in a long... The bank balance sheets are the best they've ever been in history, actually. We've never had these kind of bank balance sheets as we see in India today. Corporate balance sheets, too, have become phenomenal. It's like the US has seen such massive monies, cash sitting on the books of companies, and their ability to spend is enormous. So the question being asked again and again is, why is the private sector not investing the way it ought to if it has this kind of ability, both on its balance sheet and access to capital?
Yeah. I think it is all to do with the demand. I mean, private balance sheet is always conscious of the profit. They don't have they have social responsibility, but they cannot be doing it on the basis of unviable kind of possibilities. So, like if you see after GST cut, as the demand for automotive started building up at rapid pace, every single company has announced their next plant. I mean, Maruti itself, it took maybe 40 years for them to set up 3 plants. And now they're talking about 3 plants in next 3-4 years because they can see the jump in demand for that. So I think private sector is very simple. If you have demand, they will come and produce and they will supply. So I would not be too much concerned about private sector not coming in because we should, and that's where the credit growth of 16-17% is extremely important. And I was thinking of asking you a question. Sure. What 95 rupees to 100 rupees to a dollar does to the exports of services and now manufactured products? I met few guys, export-oriented industry. They said, sir, now the problem is not about competitiveness. It's all about supply. I mean, he's not able to meet the demand. So have you, I mean, you are moving in the circles. So what's your sense?
So you're absolutely right. So as the rupee dollar parity changed, there was some concern because of a large import bills on energy, on defense, on electronic hardware. But at the same time, we have a large section of our economy and industry now who are exporters. They're actually delighted. You must realize, however, all of the benefit does not come to the companies because the importers are also smart. They're well informed. They will turn around and say, okay, I want you to reduce your dollar price because you are getting a higher exchange rate in your own country. But there is definitely an easier flow. The conversation becomes easier, the orders become easier. And that was a challenge only a few years ago for India, especially the crisis we faced when we had this conversation around tariffs with the US. So that has eased off. So it certainly added some incentive and growth momentum. The only 2 other points I'd like to bring up, because I see we have a minute and a half left, is as India and Indians are getting wealthier, I think philanthropy, large organized giving is the other thing that we have to get better at. Individually, Indians have always been giving, but large organized giving is a new phenomena only of the last 10 to 20 years in India, as Indians have become very wealthy, both corporate and personal. I think it is a need for us to incentivize it, as many other countries have done. There needs to be a tax break to encourage people because this is supplementing the efforts that the government makes. These go into areas like education and healthcare and clean drinking water and crafts and arts. And the second is, in the last word I used, there is a large section of the population in rural India, which is, while it's working alongside the farms, but they have artisanal skills coming down from centuries. We need to figure out a way to turn that into a full economy, to revive them, to contemporize them, to skill them, to connect them to markets, to give them safe manufacturing practices, teach them how packaging is done, how business is done. And the potential there is to create over 100 million new sustainable economic opportunities. And that's an area we've not looked at all. It is as powerful, if not more, than almost any industry sector that's available to us today. So we have an India that is growing. We also have latent potential in India, which can grow. So I'm a great optimist on this country. I think we have an amazing future ahead of us. We have not taken care of all of our challenges yet. Poverty still continues to be the biggest challenge in this country. The extreme differences that are taking place between the top and the bottom of the economic ladder, and the availability and visibility of information which gets people upset and angry. And I think that is what we need to address very quickly as we go out and build India's economy to be one of the leading economies and to build India to the nation of our dreams. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming in for the morning session. I do want to offer a special thanks to the FM. As she said, this is the 4th time she is actually coming for the Mindmine Summit. And Ramdev Agarwal, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
You are truly a respected voice from the capital markets of India. People look at you for ideas. People look at you for stability because you have demonstrated stable ideas for a very, very long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A big thank you, Shri Ramdev Agarwal, the chairman and co-founder of Motilal Oswal Financial Services, and Shri Sunil Kant Manjal for sharing such powerful perspectives on India's economic direction, leadership, and the choices that will shape our future ahead. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to get set and get into another important conversation. In today's global landscape, questions of sovereignty, security, diplomacy, and economic resilience have become more important than ever. Our next session is titled The New Geopolitics, Reimagining the Sovereign Nation. And to take this forward, ladies and gentlemen, please, with a very warm round of applause, let's welcome onto the stage someone who brings valuable international perspective on diplomacy, global partnerships, and the evolving geopolitical landscape. Let's welcome the Ambassador of Italy to India, His Excellency Antonio Enrico Bartoli. Joining him on the panel is an economist whose work has significantly influenced public policy conversations in India. Let's welcome member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, Dr. Shamika Ravi. And to get the best out of this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, please keep the applause going as we welcome onto the stage the award-winning journalist, author, talk show host, founder and editor-in-chief of The Print, Mr. Shekhar Gupta. Over to you, Mr. Gupta.
Am I audible? Should I put this one up? This one up? Sorry, not yours. I'll steal the mic. I won't steal the mic. You can drop it if you wish. You know, but drop the mic. Drop the mic moment. That will make the day for Sunil. So thank you both for being here. The theme is Uncertain Times, Confident Choices, India Recalibrates. And then it says moderator brief for me, which says the new geopolitics, reimagining the sovereign nation. Now, there was a time about 25 years ago, that one of the professors I worked with and who taught me a fair bit, he said that I'm putting a ban on any paper on strategic affairs that begins with the line, since the end of the Cold War and decline of nationalism. Because he said wars will come back and nationalism will come back. It was, in fact, more than 30 years ago. So it was quite prescient. Now all of this is back. Now, how do I explain this? Shamika will understand this. I will do with best effort translation, although translation from Hindi to English is bad enough, difficult enough, but Urdu to English is even tougher because it has nuances. So in 1950, there was a Hindi film. I look at life through Hindi film music and cricket, right? Both of which are alien to our friend here. But 1950 film called Babul, which had a duet between Suraya and Talat Mahmood that said, Dunya badal gayi, meri dunya badal gayi, टुकड़े हुए जिगर के छुरी दिल पे चल गई. That my entire world is transformed. It's as if somebody took out a dagger and cut my heart into pieces, right? So that's what's happened to the world right now. Because we are in a situation where we had 80 years of progress towards rule-based order. Rule-based order, multilateralism, there were groups, there was the UN, such as it was, but Security Council was reasonably coherent. Then there was the G7, G20, NATO, World WTO, and all of these global organizations. All of these have been appended. All of these have been appended. Donald Trump has decided that America is at a disadvantage when it deals with a group. It may be EU, it may be NATO, it may be G7, anybody. But when America deals with other countries one-on-one, it's that much stronger. So it will only deal with other countries bilaterally. And in that process, all of Africa, most of Africa, barring South Africa, where Elon Musk is involved, and most of Asia then gets completely ignored. Now, in this world, let me start with you, Ambassador Antonio. Italy, this is the middle of Europe. You have concerns and insecurities. Do you feel friendless? And if so, what is the new search now? How do you, no country lets things drift, least of all Italy. So how do you look at this world, and where does the sovereign state rediscover itself? This sovereign state being Italy in your case.
Thank you. There is no doubt that we are living uncertain times, but I think you cannot build without being an optimist. And I think that challenges are also opportunities. The Western world is not a monolith. And the last moves of the American administration have demonstrated that. But there is a positive side in it, because it's if you want, I'm blunt, is a wake-up call for Europe towards what is called strategic autonomy, which means that the capacity, having the capabilities, the awareness, the tools and the resources to identify and pursue your interests without depending on anybody. And I think it's also a fair thing, because we cannot ask 330 million people, the Americans, taking care of the security of 450, and even more if you consider UK, Turkey, and so on. So I think it's not a question of dismantling, for example, NATO. It's a question of cultivating in action more concrete and actual strategic autonomy. Of course, this entails some ambitious steps, both from the institutional point of view. We have, as Europe, I'm talking from the European perspective, we have to make it more efficient in decision making. We have to be innovative. We have to simplify, so simplification for the administrative point of view, but also if you talk about security in terms of common standards, ensuring interoperability. When I say innovative, for example, the escape clause is very important, not to consider investments in security as an expenditure, rather as an investment, and so not factoring these in the deficit GDP calculation. And this is meaningful from the economic but also the conceptual point of view. And of course, it's not only a question of security, it's a question of political role. Europe has to engage more with other countries and acquiring a more profiled political role. And this entails a stronger relationship with India. We are not just, which is very significant, having concluded the FTA, but we signed, for example, a security partnership. We are talking with India about critical minerals. We are talking about artificial intelligence. We are talking about collaboration in third countries like Africa, that you mentioned. So I think this entails, on a way, not dismantling, but building a stronger European pillar without NATO, for example. And on the other side, interacting more and more with non-EU actors that are significant to us and are friendly countries.
Shamika, geoeconomics is the new geopolitics, at least for now. And just that little passage, Strait of Hormuz, has demonstrated that to us. Because without that, Iran would have lost the war completely. It's just that leverage that's got Iran going, because it's not just leverage with the economics of the rest of the world, particularly Asia, but it's also leverage with the economics of the Arab world, which in any case has fancy armies that never want to fight, that have never fought except sometimes their own. So in this situation, you have tariffs being used as leverage. Supply chains are now strategies. Chinese used it with the Americans, when Trump put tariffs on them. Energy is a weapon. So India is both a target and beneficiary. If you would explain how it's a target and how it's a beneficiary.
Thank you, Shekhar, and thank you to the Hero Group. It's a great privilege to be here with Antonio and Shekhar. We have to realize that there are lots of big structural changes happening at the same time, Shekhar. But India's growth, since we are talking about sovereignty and where it fits in, we have to recognize that comparisons with a China or a Japan or a South Korea is quite limited. Because unlike these export-oriented growth models, India's growth has fundamentally been on the back of its domestic demand. And that is the strategic strength, or that one factor which gives you tremendous leverage, which is the reason why whenever there's been large global shock, either in the form of COVID or in the case of the trade wars, now subsequent to wars, our economy isn't as badly hit as these export markets. I think it's very important to recognize that. That's number one. Number two, if you look at, again, loss of sovereignty and, how growth impacts sovereignty, Japan is under $40,000 per capita. But at its peak, it was around 9-10. By then, it had already attained 15,000 PPP terms. So there was considerable growth. Korea was the same story, though Korea prevailed longer. Even today, they have growth which is in excess of 2%. So Korea is now easily 10,000 more than Japan in PPP terms. If you look against these two export-oriented markets, if you look at China, then China's peak was around 11-12%, but they were only $5,500 per capita PPP. And since that, they have steadily been falling. So if you look at the decadal 5-year moving average, which we tend to look, not every year, but if you look at the smooth long-term growth, China today, its growth rate is half of what it was 12 years back. Now, the thing to note is, of course, we keep looking at the US and, the US policies because we're living in the midst of that. But unlike South Korea and Japan, Shekhar, China has an army. And it has articulated its ambitions in many ways, right? Now, against that, when we think of our own growth model, we are not going to grow like South Korea and Japan, because both these countries had considerable erosion of sovereignty. But of course, in the process, they gained a lot of technology and growth, right? For us, therefore, every deal, every trade deal, every agreement we enter is keeping at heart the fact that we are a domestic demand-driven economy. And the second is our objectives are, because we are an electoral democracy, loud, there are some objectives which take precedence. Number one, reducing poverty. And I think it's important to recognize, Sunil is not here, But he mentioned poverty is our topmost priority today. It is, but please recognize we had 30% poverty rate 12 years back. If you look at the Rangarajan poverty line, which is moderate poverty, it's higher than $2.15 World Bank. So we had 29.5 to be precise poverty rate 12 years back. Today it is 3.9. So it's still 3.9 of 1.48 billion is still a large number, but please appreciate the relative decline on the back of this growth that we have had. So for us, I think the way the institutions are structured and our domestic demand, by the way, reduction of poverty has also led to a rapid increase in consumption at the bottom of the pyramid. If you look at the bottom 40% and the kind of consumption, so our consumption story is not just the top 20%, which is what a lot of the media unfortunately focuses on. So please appreciate that this changing nature of domestic demand in India, I think we have to understand it really well to then appreciate why our response to these global shocks, whether it is the current energy crisis or, for instance, even earlier the trade war between China and the US, have been very distinct from other economies.
Well, those are good points to think through. Ambassador, if I may come to you, Europe is rearming, recalibrating, and also looking at its American dependence again. Now, short question. Is this temporary? Are you also counting backwards? There is something on internet called the Trump clock. And when I get really hassled, I go to it and I see the seconds running out. And I know that his time is finite. It will ultimately run out. 2.5 years. So are you looking at this recalibration in Europe as a 2.5-year thing? That after Trump, life will be back to normal? Or you think it will never be back to normal?
No, I think we were talking about security. I think that we enjoyed three main factors that are no more there. There was the cheap energy from Russia, the export outlet to China, and the security umbrella from the United States, which was not a Boy Scout action. It was a win-win strategy, because this has to be debunked, that there was only in one direction. But in any case, I don't believe in a Trump clock, in the sense that as also the passage between Trump 1 and Biden administration has demonstrated, there are some factors that are doomed to remain, because it's difficult to go backwards. And my point is that it's not necessarily a bad news. I think it's if it's a stimulus towards more autonomy and independence for Europe, I think is very good. To pick up on Shamika arguments, yes, as is in all things, there is also a flip side. So I think that is good to be more domestically driven rather than export-led, but can be also a weakness, in the sense that if these, as happened till now, then translates into basically a protectionist attitude, this prevents, in a way, from the country from developing much more. For example, the manufacturing sector, and to be tempted to rely too much on big guys, both internally and externally. So big guys, big corporations. While I think that India needs more and more an inclusive growth, and so the development of a network of small and medium enterprises. Because the point is that not if India grows, of course it grows, but if it grows enough to absorb the offer of labor. And I think that this move towards free trade agreements is being the WTO dead, it's in any case a very positive move also in this direction, because I think that trade is also a big driver for investments. Otherwise, the investments will simply go elsewhere, and these regards also a system like ours, that the Italian economic system is made 90% of small and medium enterprises. And so by being encouraged to trade, they can think of investing more. While on the opposite side, if they are prevented from knowing this market, knowing the partners, testing the waters, they will be induced to go, I don't know, the ASEAN countries that are less complicated.
So I'll ask you if, a follow-up before I go to Shamika. These strategic partnerships, India, Italy, India, Europe, besides symmetry and besides the what I might call as tamasha, what do they lead to? Because so far it doesn't look like that when chips are down, anybody speaks for anybody. Definitely, we haven't seen anybody speak for India very much over the last couple of years, because everybody seems so scared of Trump right now that nobody wants to take any chances.
No, I'm less pessimistic in the sense I truly believe that I mean, the term strategic is very much abused, but I do think that
that's what
India
I wanted you to come to.
Yeah, in India, Europe, and India, Italy, as like other European countries, is a truly strategic partnership, because it's in the, you know, I appreciate and I'm glad of toffee diplomacy. I mean, Melody hashtag is very successful. Of course, it's good insofar there is something behind the toffees, and I think there is. It's good to have a personal chemistry between the prime ministers, because it's very important in contemporary politics. But it's important that this is matched by actual convergences. And I think, for example, to take the example of my country, that there are. I mean, we are two democracies. We are heirs to ancient civilization. This is not rhetoric. We are peninsulas, so we are naturally interested in connectivity. In IMEC, for example, that is actually the re-edition of what existed 2,000 years ago at the time of Emperor Augustus, because there was, thanks to the monsoon, there was a thriving trade between Rome and India. We share a common vision of the global order. Talking about manufacturing, you want to develop manufacturing. We are the second largest industrial powerhouse in Europe. So you see that the convergences are objective. And so I think that it's not a temporary or episodical enthusiasm.
Or personal. Shamika, you talked about the strength of India's internal market, which is true, because we have all these unbuilt hospitals, unbuilt schools and colleges, unbuilt highways, unbuilt railways, unbuilt airports, frankly, also unbuilt tanks and fighter aircraft and submarines, right? So India has a lot to build. But underneath all this is also balance of trade, capital account. For that, you need a lot of foreign exchange to come in. We carry a big deficit, that goods, enormous deficit. It's partly made up for by services, which somehow in the popular discourse right now being demonized as if it doesn't matter, which I'm sure you will agree is not right, because it's not one or the other, but also our ability to attract capital. That has suffered in the past 10 years, and I know some corrections are being carried out now. How soon can these corrections start showing impact? And when do we see capital again returning both to the capital markets and to real businesses as in durable FDI?
So before I take your question, a response to Antonio in terms of the protection, there are different kinds of protection, right? If you look at the last 10 years, and this is global trade alert data, which looks at protectionist policies that countries put up. The US has brought in close to 9,700 protectionist policies. China has brought in around 7,700. You know how many protectionist policies India has brought in? 1,900. That's number one. Number two, simultaneously, while you put protectionist policy, you're also doing trade liberalizing policies. And there India has, perhaps because we had a lot more to do, has outdone all other major, let's say, 10 economies in trade liberalizing policy. Now, why is it that we still believe that Indian policies are largely protectionist? It's because the nature of the protection is very different in the US and China. They do it in the form of export subsidies. They do it in the form of early fixed costs, where they're bearing the government is giving a lot of support. In our case, a disproportionately large number of those 1,900 policies, almost 27% of that, is tariff, which is visible and which is easy for people to catch and think and build a narrative.
Or non-tariff barriers.
Yes.
You are also good at non-tariff
non-tariff barriers.
Quality control
I mean,
orders.
what do you think today when President Trump says forced labor? These are all not,
I know,
right?
but those are the QCOs
Yes.
which we are now burning up.
Yes, but we have reverse. I mean, recognize it.
I'm saying that.
So
I'm
if you
acknowledging
see
that.
the view that a country is protectionist while the other countries are paragons of free trade, Shekhar, to your 80 years of rule of law, sorry, it was 80 years of rule by law, where when the law suited you, you used it, and otherwise you looked away. I mean, we see what happened with WTO. We see 25 years. Now, of course, the chickens are coming home to roost, so we are talking a different language. But please, let's not forget history. And we're all, old enough to remember last 30 years and what has happened in trade, particularly in the guise of free trade. Now, to your questions of regarding what are we doing to get capital back? Now, it's very important to understand that the current shrill public debate around net FDI. Remember, it's net FDI, so there are multiple components to it. The inflow, Shekhar, if you look, is steadily rising. In fact, today, the inflow into India is at an all-time high. But so is the outflow, which is why your net is low. Acha, now, do you want to restrict outflow? No, you do not. It has taken us 25 years of reforms to get to a stage where we are saying you make money, and if you want to repatriate, that's okay. At the same time, if Indian industry wants to acquire technology outside, that's okay too. So to think that Indian industry buying outside, which shows in your outflow, is a loss of capital, I think it's a very myopic way to look at it. When an economy matures, this is exactly what happens. The net FDI is going to peter down because you're also going to see Indian industry go out, which, by the way, is great in current situation where acquiring technology outside is perhaps one of the best ways to do technology transfers, because our R&D is still pretty low, and so these are like leapfrog, and we support that. Now, but we also have to recognize, Shekhar, and you know this better than me, that there are structural issues that we are still, which is like the gorilla in the room, and we have to acknowledge it for what it is. In ease of doing business, because manufacturing and a lot of these capital flows, particularly FDIs, are impacted by ease of doing business. In ease of doing business, in the last 10 years, we have gone from 162 to 47. In ease of contract enforcement, we remain at 163. So now we are also, by the way, internalizing the fact that it's impossible to get a contract enforced, and if it does, can we figure out a way out? See, these are the kind of inefficiencies. So I'm getting to, mostly what I'm trying to get to is judicial reforms, the kind of delays. A recent study we did, we estimated that the delay and the cost to real estate project, because there was also talk on real estate before, is close to 40% on account of litigation. You see, these are the structural realities which are the real constraints to our 6.5, 7.5. Why are we not getting beyond that? I think those are the bigger problems we ought to handle.
Yeah, I think contract enforcement is an important one. I will break the rule a little bit, and I will, if anybody has questions, I will take about 2 questions from the audience. If you do have one, please raise your hand and say who this is addressed to. But that's optional. I will not come to somebody and say ask a question. So if you have any question, please raise your hand. I will come to you. Do you have any advice for India, Antonio? I know ambassadors don't go to other countries to advise them. Exactly. But India and Italy, as you know, have a deep and diverse and a complex connection.
I was trying to hint at that we are all admirative of the capacity to grow and to reduce poverty and to make a lot of headways, even in the technological domain. I understand the arguments of Shakira. I don't think we can depict India as a champion of free trade, frankly speaking, and that's why we welcome with great satisfaction, for example, a long-standing negotiation that has been concluded with Europe and with other countries towards liberalization, and that was exactly what I was trying to say. Of course, for a country, I mean, if you have Google, if you have Amazon, of course they will. If you have Apple, they will come anyway because they know that they are going to sell their iPhones or deliver their goods. But if you have a structure of small and medium enterprises, these small and medium enterprises want to sell before investing, because only if they sell good and they find the market interesting, they will be induced to establish, through a joint venture, a productive facility. We have almost 1,000 companies operating in India. Half of them have productive facilities. But there could be many more if the market could be more open. And I think this would be and will be one of the very positive effects of the free trade agreement, because it will also entail new investments, the kind of investments that, in my opinion, India needs to make this growth, of course, inclusive, because it's good to say we are the 5th, we are the 6th, we are the 4th, but then if you divide by 1.4, the per capita income is still there. Yes. So to make it more inclusive, I think you need not only the big guys, you need small and medium enterprises. And that's when Italy fits in, because I think we have the industrial capacity, we have the structure of small and medium enterprises, and the technological know-how to partner with defense, for example, is a great example. We signed, we adopted, that was announced by the Prime Minister, a roadmap to design and build together. For you is an advantage. For us, it's a big advantage, because we can do it bigger, faster, and cheaper. So more capacity, economies of scale, and also the rapidity we cannot find in Europe.
You know, you talk about Italy. Let me also bring in Europe, because the FTA is there. And European bureaucracy, we keep cursing our bureaucracy, but our bureaucracy is a walk in the park compared to your bureaucracy. You destroyed one free trade agreement just the other day over some carbon something, I forget what. How sure are we that somebody will not stand up and set this one on fire. And also, every time somebody from Europe goes and signs something with Pakistan, with one line that equates in some ways, because Pakistanis twist it, and Europeans are smart, so why should they buy on the why should they sign on that twisted line? In the same para, they put Ukraine and they put Kashmir, right? You realize what it means in India, right? I think India has left Pakistan way behind and we should be done with it. But why should Europe, if it has such a stake with India, only Europe does it? Americans don't do it. Only Europe does it and China does it. No other country does it. It's true.
I would like to remind
UAE doesn't do it. Saudi Arabia
the peace with Iran has just been announced by the Pakistani Prime Minister. So
Saudi Arabia
you cannot underestimate the relationship between the US and Pakistan. And I don't want to delve into the Pakistan issue, and I understand all the sensitivities. One point is clear, that if we say that we believe in a multilateral order and in the strength of the law rather than in the law of the strong people, if we define that in each occasion there is an aggressor and a victim. For example, in the Russia case, there was an evident aggressor, and India didn't take stance.
In case of Kashmir, who's the evident aggressor?
No, that's the point. You cannot pretend that others take stance while you don't do on other things.
I think the issue is only the reference in this issue, is the mention in the same reference. Ukraine should be settled. Kashmir should find a resolution. That's what I'm saying. It's not a good ring in India. Shamika, in this crisis-ridden world, are there opportunities? We are only talking of crisis. Are there opportunities?
Big one, Shekhar. And I think the biggest that we have is our population, young population. Europe, does the right thing, having exhausted all the bad options, and I think eventually aging, and I think aging is one of those real problems that most OECD nations are facing. But, I think that is one opportunity for us, because we do envisage India becoming the human resource capital of the world. It's not just in terms of engineers and doctors, but increasingly in terms of the entire value chain in the labor market. And for us, it is great because many of our state economies, for instance, if you look at Kerala, Kerala's very large part of Kerala's GNP is on account of remittances. Similarly, it is also for Bihar, by the way. It is the youngest state, and its GNP is significantly larger than the GDP because a lot of Biharis migrate and work outside. And all of that gets reflected in consumption back home. And eventually, growth is about having a better quality of life. So I think our young people, we just have to prepare, continue with this skilling mission, which is one other structural impediment we have to overcome, that we do have an enormous shortage of skilled manpower. And the demand there far exceeds the supply in the market, because almost all our industry surveys tell us that industries are repeatedly reporting that the constraint to their expansion growth is not capital. They're able to raise the capital. Most of them are flushed with cash. It's skilled manpower that is keeping them back. And I think, human resource is that, that big opportunity for us. The second, I think, how India has already used technology, but the chances are how we are likely to. There is some degree of frustration I see, sometimes even within the government, but definitely outside, that, we are nowhere in AI, and, what you alluded to in the beginning as well. But AI also has so many different layers, Shekhar. Almost all big applications and at scale. All of that is going to happen here. China is not going to change anytime soon. Another thing to recognize that, when you have a repressed domestic demand, which is what the Chinese have, right? They are growing, but almost 70% of that GDP sits with the government or the corporations. Here, it's the reverse. Almost 70% sits with private consumption. Now, that itself signifies, which is again the population and the way our economy is structured, wonderful things for the future, because you can't always preempt how this economy, it's almost self-sustaining in many ways. Of course, if we get the competitive nature of things back, industry has to be competitive. We have to raise labor productivity, those things, ease of doing business, courts playing ball. But on the whole, I think India's weight in the global growth is only going to increase, as it has in the last 30 years. And it's largely on the back of young people.
Let me make quick points. First, as an example of how articulated is this strategic partnership, both with Europe and with bilateral level. We have agreements now on critical minerals, on nurses, mobility and nurses. I do agree that this is a strategic move. On defense, on ports collaboration. We are about to create a fast-track corridor between Italy and India, and so on and so on. Science and technology, we will open an innovation center in India. We have dialogue on spanning from science to counterterrorism, maritime security, mobility. So it's really a 360-degree partnership. On AI, we need to partner also because we are democracies. For democracies, is a little bit more difficult to develop AI in a proper way, because for a dictatorship they have no privacy issues. They have, they can experience that on large scale without any hurdles. And that's why it's important that we partner on this.
Sunil, you have an intervention or a question?
I do, but I don't know how much time you have left for this session.
No, we have time. We have 5 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Ambassador, if I may ask you a question about Europe itself, not just India, Italy, but within Europe, do you ever see a time when the European countries can actually look at things in a similar fashion? At this moment, they are so uniquely different, culturally, economically, technically, that very often their views are at odds with each other rather than having a common view. And many of these things end up in Brussels, therefore, to find a common view. Is there any work being done to bring a little more commonality there? And I'm going to fire one at you as well, Shamika, if you're okay. Sorry, I'll just get them both out, Shekhar, if you're okay. In rural India, we have close to 54% of the population depending directly on agriculture as a primary source of income. And that's contributing less and less to the GDP. How do we get people off agriculture? And if we do, where do we actually deploy them? Can we create a non-agri rural economy and not have massive migration to the urban centers? Because urban centers themselves have their own challenges. While it's a fantastic opportunity to build them out, but that takes time. Can we create the point I mentioned about crafts and artisanal skill was actually for this very reason? Is there a practical possibility of doing that?
Two very tough questions. On Europe, I think that we need some fresh rules to make our decision-making process more effective. For example, majority voting on some issues, including foreign policy. We need a real common defense policy, which doesn't mean to buy American weapons with European money. It means to produce together tanks or missiles or whatever it takes. And I think that, talking in general terms, we should also simplify the structure, because people don't understand very well, even inside the president of the commission, the president of the council. So having one figure elected directly, as well as a parliament that has a legislative initiative, which is not the case for Europe. So there is a problem of rules and reforms. I'm quite confident, because Europe has always been like that, and we had made a tremendous headway, and this stimuli will push us towards reform. And I'm not so pessimistic. Of course, there are divergences, but our motto is exactly the one of India: is united in diversity. And I do believe that there is a European conscience and awareness in the European populations.
Shamika?
So, Sunil, if you look at the data, majority of migration happens within the district from the rural to the urban centers. In fact, if you look at satellite data, unlike the census data, which is now 15 years old, India is anywhere between 67 and 70% urban already. Which is why the next big phase of growth for India has to come from urban planning. It has to. And our urban centers are no longer big cities or even tier 2 or tier 3. They're really the tier 4s and the peri-urban, or now what we call urban, and so on and so forth. So the quality of life improvement and the new opportunities in terms of work and so on will happen when we begin to first bring about all of these reforms which are linked with urbanization. In some ways, it started with the announcement of the Urban Fund, which is a lakh crore. Of course, that is just finance part of it, and even that is not enough. Eventually, one structural constraint right now that we have to overcome is the fact that many areas want to remain panchayats. Because National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, National Rural Livelihood Mission, National Rural, there are just so many schemes focused on rural areas that loss of the rural tag is seen as a loss of power and wealth and so on. In fact, to most of you, since we are sitting in NCR, the millennial city of Gurgaon was being governed by panchayats until 2008. And you know what had happened till 2008, Gurgaon was already a city. But the administration was still panchayats. That's the kind of dissonance we live with. And I think instead of making rural areas better, we really have to put all our energy into making our cities and everything that we call urban today just better, with solid waste management, water supply, gas, allowing cleaner energy, better housing. India has one of the flattest cities living. Like, it's barely, our average is less than 10 meters. Right? If you compare with any of the other emerging markets, they're like 10 times as much. Forget New York and Tokyo. So there is a lot of growth still going to happen. And I think the next phase of CapEx that we are going to see from the government as well will no longer be intercity connectivity, highways and ports and so on. It's going to realign, go towards cities, within the cities.
I know that we are out of time, but just 2 tweets. One is on these. For example, countries like Italy, we are the country of bell towers. We have a lot of cities, can be an interesting partner for urban services, urban planning, and quality of life of new urban developments. And second, you are the flag bearer of Global South. We should collaborate more and more in third countries, mainly in Africa. We have, as Italy, a very ambitious program called Mattei Plan that is peer-to-peer partnerships. And I think we could do much more together. spanning from water management, precision agriculture, biofuel, artificial intelligence, for example. We created the hub in Rome with UNDP on AI for sustainable development. And so what we do is to put our supercomputers at the disposal of the African countries to multiply the use cases and to be beneficiary, not only exploited in the AI equation.
That's fantastic. We are 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 43 seconds above time. So thank you very much. In conclusion, I acknowledge that Europe is now working very hard at reducing, if not fully dismantling, the European bureaucracy, not each country, but European bureaucracy. And I see a lot of coverage in the Western press over the last 3-4 days, particularly with the current top bureaucrat. There is some dissatisfactions, but I shall not go there. So hopefully that will work as much as our project to sort out our bureaucracy works and our systems. And Shamika, since you talked about moving from villages to cities and people still having a stake in the village status, I would comment to everybody. It's all available on internet. You can Google it. The debates between Gandhi and Ambedkar on rural and urban India, and what a battle Ambedkar fought in the end to prevent Indian constitution from becoming a Gram Swaraj constitution. Because Gandhi's idea was every village is sovereign. Ambedkar's idea was every citizen is sovereign. And those are very testy debates. So I think anybody who has a stake should take a look at those. Thank you very much. You've been a great audience. And of course, my panelists were chosen because they are stellar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
A big thank you, His Excellency Antonio Barcoli, Dr. Shamika Ravi, and Mr. Shekhar Gupta for that fantastic conversation on the changing global order and India's place with it. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, I would like to request Mr. Yogesh Munjal to please join us on stage to present a small token of appreciation to our speakers, please. His Excellency, if you could please stay back with us on stage. Dr. Shamika, can we please have you center stage? We would like to present a small token to extend our gratitude towards you. Thank you. And we have Mr. Fali Munjal also joining Mr. Yogesh Munjal for the presentation. A big thank you to our panelists once again. Thank you so much, Mr. Munjal and Mr. Fali Munjal for doing the honors. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a quick 10-minute coffee break. So it's time to connect with each other over coffee. But we request you to please be back on time as we would like to stay ahead of our schedule. And also for all that is part of the agenda of the 16th Mindmine Summit. The notepads that have been shared with you have QR codes on them. You can scan them and stay on the top of the proceedings of the Mindmine Summit. We'll see you in exactly 10 minutes from now.
Happy birthday. It's legless.
Parker, the right gift.
Riya, happy birthday.
थैंक यू गिफ्ट वाउचर इससे कम थॉटफुल और पर्सनलाइज्ड कुछ नहीं मिला
रिया, हैप्पी बर्थडे। इससे ज्यादा थॉटफुल और पर्सनलाइज्ड कुछ नहीं मिला।
Parker, the right gift. Personalize it.
Home. It's more than just a place to stay. It's where your heart finds its own way. Kindness flows without a cause, and quiet talks deserve applause. It's where new life begins to grow, with gentle roots and feathered glow. A hug of comfort at the end of day, with furry love that leads the way. Even clumsy steps become a trend when joy and love refuse to end. Laughter echoes through the air as colors swirl with love and care. It's where love stays, though time may fly. A place where hearts never say goodbye. Hero Homes, building what matters.
Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, and Honorable Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Uttar Pradesh has emerged as the crowned jewel, redefining growth at scale as India advances.
your cooperation. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have all the guests towards the hall and take your seats as we are about to get started with the next session, please. Also, quick reminder to please put your phones on silent mode once again so that we can have a smooth flow for the rest of the day. Can we have all the guests standing close to the doors? Please come inside so that we can start shortly. Also, ladies and gentlemen, the notepads that have been shared with each one of you have the QR code that has the agenda for the full day summit. In case you want to stay ahead of top of the things, then please make sure that you scan the QR code and get the details of the agenda onto your phone. And also, kept on each one of these tables are the standees which have another QR code. You need to scan the QR code. That'll take you to LinkedIn, where we hope that you are sharing generously about your experience at the Mindmine Summit. But while you do that, please don't forget to tag us at Mindmine Summit and hashtag Mindmine Summit 2026. Thank you all for being on time. We've had quite a start to this morning. We've had enriching conversations talking about the changing global landscape and also about India's economic direction. But now we turn our attention to a very important question, and the question is the India we are building. The session that's coming up next looks ahead at the scale, the ambition, and the speed of India's growth journey. We ask the big question, the India we are building, what's probable and what's possible? And we have an exceptional lineup of speakers to take the session ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite the very first panelist for the session onto the stage, someone who's driving HUDCO's role in supporting India's infrastructure ambitions and the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Chairman and MD of HUDCO, Mr. Sanjay Kulshrestha. A big thank you, Mr. Kulshrestha, for joining us. Please keep the applause going as coming up next, joining Mr. Kulshrestha on the stage is a pioneer in international property consultancy in India, leading CBRE's operations across 19 countries. Let's put our hands together for Chairman and CEO, India, Southeast Asia, Middle East and Africa of CBRE, Mr. Anshuman Magazine. Thank you, Mr. Magazine, for being here with us. Our next panelist for this session, ladies and gentlemen, is someone who is making education accessible to all. So we're trying to cover a diverse spectrum of industries here. He's someone who's connecting mentors to the needy through his noble Each One Teach One projects. Not just that, he's someone who's been elected an MP to Lok Sabha at the age of 28. Please put your hands together for Tejasvi Surya. And to steer this conversation and draw the best out of each of these panelists, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome onto the stage the managing editor and primetime anchor, NDTV Network, Ms. Padmaja Joshi. Over to you, Ms. Padmaja.
Thank you very much. Very frequently, we hear about Viksit Bharat. But how does one make Bharat Viksit? When you're talking about development, infrastructure is a very important part of that overall development that you are talking about when you're talking about the year 2047. And I think we're having this conversation about what we have built and what are the possibilities that lie ahead on a very, very good day, because today we've seen the inauguration of one of the marquee projects for this government, and I would say for this country, which is the Jewar Airport. We're just kilometers away from the Jewar Airport, where we're sitting right now. So far, this area, the National Capital Region, had been serviced by one airport. Now we've got two, and this one with 5 runways promises to be a huge leap forward in connectivity, in development. So when we're talking about development and the policy around it, let me start with you, Tejasvi Surya, because coincidentally, the first commercial flight that will take off from Jewar Airport is going to be going to your city, Bengaluru. Now, many people say this is lovely. This is a Bharat and India which is shining, which is flying. But is there a divide that we are not talking about? Are we building two Indias?
Thank you, Padmaja. A very good morning to all of you. It truly is a momentous occasion for India's infrastructure story, especially India's urban infrastructure story, that the NCR is now being serviced by two important international airports. And it's a matter of joy that the first commercial flight is being connected to my city of Bengaluru. But if you just zoom out and take a big picture of what this moment also symbolizes, it is clearly indicating at a very clear, concerted migration from rural areas to urban India. It is also showing that there is a lot of intra-migration that is happening between our own cities. And all of this, of large number of people who are hitherto living in rural areas, now moving into cities, is creating its own set of challenges in urban India. How do we provide affordable housing for such a large number of people? How do we ensure quality of life for the teeming millions who are now coming inside India's cities? Do we build homes first, or do we build infrastructure first, so that there will not be a problem of how our current cities are? And all of this at a time when there is a very visible change in social aspirations of people. They want better quality air, they want better quality of jobs, they want better quality of water. And this is, I think, a big challenge that most of urban India is facing throughout the country. And in my humble opinion, in the coming couple of decades, this is one problem that India needs to address in a very comprehensive manner. To answer your question of two Indias, I think all of these days we were thinking of two Indias from the perspective of rural and urban. Now within urban India, there are two different types of India. Now there are the gleaming GCC centers, the ORR 17-kilometer stretch of Bengaluru, where you have the top IT companies, the semiconductor design companies coming. You also have these 8 crore, 10 crore, 12 crore premium apartments that are coming up. And then these gated communities, you just go a block away, you find large swaths of juggies, you find these large swaths of slums, which need a very serious attempt at redevelopment. So within urban India, you are seeing two different types of India. I was explaining to Sanjay ji earlier. The country is going through a formalization of the economy. While the country's economy is getting formalized, there is a large section of Indian population in urban cities which are still doing informal jobs. Because they are doing informal jobs, they do not have access to formal banking. Somebody who wants to build a house on a 20 to 30 site, or in most cases who wants to just add one room or one chat or one staircase in his house as an interim or incremental development, he has no formal financing product to actually take care of him. And if he does not have proper title papers on the 20, 30, 40 piece of land that he owns, no formal banking system is giving him credit. So these are structural issues. From a finance perspective, it should be addressed. From a transport perspective, it should be addressed. And most importantly, the question of how much load can select few cities of India handle. There's a viral Instagram reel that was going on, Padmaja, the last couple of days about a young lady from Kolkata questioning or rather being surprised at how much absorption capacity a city like Bengaluru has, because almost 50% of everybody she knows in Kolkata say they are in Bangalore today. So how much capacity does a Mumbai, a Pune, a Bangalore or a Hyderabad have? So should we not be thinking of developing what was earlier proposed in the budget as CER zones, of creating more urban clusters across the country to address this large influx of labor that is currently employed in rural and agro industries or agriculture-based work to non-agricultural based work. I think this is the big picture that as India we must be addressing.
So let me quickly ask you, as a policy maker, how do you plan to address this? In urban areas, for example, you've got a boom in these 10 crore, 12 crore apartments that you're talking about. And yet, when it comes to affordable housing, that's actually gone down by about 15%. How do you address this? Why do we not have affordable housing when that is a substantial part of the people who now populate our cities?
Because the private capital, Padmaja, goes where you will have formal profit-making routes. You also have a predictable financial markets at play. So most of the REIT money that comes into our cities, most of the private capital money that comes into our cities goes into either building commercial spaces which yield proper, reliable rents, or it goes into high-end, high-value apartment complexes. The only way that urban housing for the affordable population, the only way we can address this is through state support, cross-subsidization schemes, schemes like PMAY that came, it was a big success. In addition to that, we should also be looking at many global models, because many cities in the world, whether it is Singapore, whether it is Japan, they have tried to solve this problem also. I come from Bengaluru, Padmaja, and we are facing one big problem. The city has developed in so many different parts, which was a small city. Now there's a huge urban sprawl. Now, the challenge is how do you connect that part of the city which has now organically grown over the last 10, 15 years into the core of the city where the jobs are. So can we look at a model like in Japan where either the rail companies are the real estate companies, or can we empower metros to actually look at real estate land capture value? Can we take transport-oriented development even more seriously? So these are very serious questions that we must be addressing, because unless you build infrastructure first, unless you build the roads and the metro connectivity first, unless you put the sewerage lines and everything first, you cannot be building homes first. The problem is the economic pace at which the migration is happening, the influx of people into cities is happening, and the infrastructure catch-up. There's a huge mismatch. So I think that is a challenge that needs to be addressed.
And how do we address this challenge? Anshuman Magazine, you were speaking about the Japan model earlier. Can that be replicated here?
I think we have to find our own models. Of course, you should look at the best practices, Japan, Singapore, there are many, but what needs specifically for affordable housing, one of the reasons why affordable housing is not coming in as much, because there's no incentive for any developer to do affordable housing. It's so difficult to do development already. There's so much brain damage. They would rather do a smaller project at a high end and get the return because the effort is the same than do affordable housing. So first and foremost, how do we, if we have to, there could be government schemes, no doubt. PMA, this Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana has been good, but that is low cost housing. We are talking about affordable housing because people don't differentiate. And the urban middle class needs affordable housing. We have to incentivize the developers, which means it could be tax benefits, it could be, and it's all about financing to begin with. How do we get affordable financing for the developer first, right? And how do we give incentives, be it taxation, whatever, to the developer? How does he get access to land at a competitive cost? But leave alone land, that's another discussion. But the key is affordable financing for the developer, and then affordable financing for the consumer. Because you have to create consumption. One of the reasons, again, it's not coming in is because a lot of our per capita income is low, relatively, and people cannot afford affordable housing also. How will they afford it if they get loans at a low cost? Now, there are government schemes which are there. So what I'm saying is, in short, is that if a developer gets tax benefit, and if we move from a mindset, or anybody else, any institution who wants to do affordable housing, we should say, look, that person should get enough incentive, move from the mindset, oh, the person is making too much profit. They have to make a profit to go into that business, right?
There has to be a political will. I mean, let's just address the elephant in the room. There has to be a political will where you can't just say that PM Awas Yojana is going to be the be-all and end-all. You have to have private participation.
And PM Awas Yojana is great because, again, I said this is for low-cost housing, right? So that it's doing its purpose, but for affordable housing. And then someone who's buying a first house, give them a loan at a subvention rate. So you're creating demand and supply. I think that's the only way. Of course, infrastructure is key. One of the reasons why land is expensive is because you don't get land with infrastructure, right? So and good part is you talked about Jewar Airport, highways. We have done a great job as a country in highways, metro connectivity. Hopefully, with all this infrastructure, more land will come for development, especially if the connectivity improves. People can stay. They don't have to be concentrated in one place, which will throw more land. But the key, again, I feel, is financing. And if we do that, there's enough demand, and there are enough people who would do it, who will develop affordable housing. But right now, I don't see, and also if you look at the last budget, there was nothing on affordable housing as far as incentives are concerned. So we really need to do something urgently if we have to address that.
I'll come back to you, Tejas Surya, on that. But I think Mr. Kulshesh wants to, this is his cue for stepping in. Yes.
Thank you so much. I think I will start from the PMAY. There are various components of the PMAY. One is the housing for EWS, wherein there are several components starting from the beneficiary-led construction that the Government of India is extending. Here also, as Honorable MP has said, that a lot of leverage is there in the PMAY 1.0 and states has taken the benefit and around 10 million houses are already constructed. And as a part of continual enactment of the housing, this PMAY 2.0 is started, and here also the states are coming forward for the EWS housing. Here the central government is extending around 60% and the state has to contribute 40%. Some of the states has also came forward with a beneficiary-led kind of contribution so that the houses can be much bigger and much good in size. Other than that, the second component is the interest subvention scheme, as Mr. Maxine was saying. It is already announced by the Government of India wherein there is a 3 to 5% of the interest subvention for affordable housings to be created across the state, across the country. And during last PMAY also this was there, and a lot of middle class beneficiaries were there, and these beneficiaries are distributed this interest subvention through the banks, and there is a clear-cut definition of the affordable housing as per the RBI and as per the Government of India. So that benefit is also always there. But other than this, if you see across the country, for housing, there are a lot of initiatives that the state and the central government is taking. I can name a few, starting from the TOD policies that the government has came out, then redevelopment of old buildings, old markets and old jhugis and shantis. It is already there. We can have an example in Mumbai also. Other than this, there are rental housing also, which is also the part of PMAY, the affordable housing on rent, which the developed cities like Bangalore, then they can harness these kind of incentive under these kind of schemes. So there is enough of the policy and the capital initiative that the Government of India and the state government has taken. It is for the public as well as the private, both, and the citizens can also take the direct benefit under these schemes. So this is regarding the housing. So I will
But you think that more incentives are needed?
There are a lot of incentives already. If you are taking a loan of say 7% or 8% for housing, like SBI is extending around 8%, and there is a subvention of at least 3% under this PMAY. I think 5% is a very affordable.
So that is good. There are these which creates consumption. But what is the incentive for someone to develop affordable housing? Right, because we are still putting GST in every input, cement, steel. We are still taxing the developer, and that developer has to do a middle. So when, for example, today I would say middle income would be, price range would be 45 lakhs to 90 lakhs, 70 lakhs. Can you in today's time deliver that kind of product which is affordable? And why would a developer do all that? If there's not, if they don't have a, incentive. That's the thing. So, that's what I was talking about. It has to be both ways. You are creating consumption as well as, with the supply.
Well, Padmaja, is the government at the state level, central level, are governments trying enough? They are. Should more need to be done? Of course, more needs to be done. No questions about that. When we are targeting as policy movement of people from agriculture-based employment to non-agriculture-based, city-based employment, it naturally means that consequentially we must also address the challenges and opportunities that will rise with such a large number of people coming. So while there is a interest subvention scheme, while there is a PMAY that caters to MIG, LIG and EWS, there is also a new component that has been introduced in 2022, which is the rental component. These are all welcome measures. But should more be done to answer Mr. Anshuman's questions? 100% more needs to be done. At the same time, there is also accountability that needs to be fixed on a lot of developers who go scot-free. I will give you an example from my own constituency where I had to approach the courts, approach the SBI-led Swami Fund to ensure completion of 3,500 middle-class homes, which was stuck for one full decade. So while there is RERA, while there is these policies that have been made, more needs to be done because the country is urbanizing at a never seen before pace. just to make one last point, while we are addressing urban housing as one specific dimension, Padmaja, I think we should also be addressing the larger picture of urban governance, which is very directly tied to all of these things. Mr. Anshuman may join cause with me. One of the reasons that many developers find affordable housing projects commercially unviable is because of the self-inflicted wound that I call is the FSI limits that we ourselves have imposed. In a city like Bengaluru, when you are spending 20 to 25,000 crores on one 12-kilometer or 15-kilometer metro line, why are we not incentivizing developers around that place to increase the FSI? And who controls the FSI? The local corporation controls the FSI. In a city like Bengaluru, in the last 6 years, we don't have a local corporation. 6 years this may come as news to people sitting here in Delhi. A city of the size of Bengaluru, which has 1.4 crore population, is being led by one bureaucrat. So I am actually moving a private member's bill in the coming parliament session, asking for time. We don't have accountable, powerful, responsible mayors or mayor in councils. There's a Niti Aayog draft legislation that is in the works, which looks very promising, which looks at addressing all of these issues. And last point, I have earlier mentioned this, I'm repeating this again because this is a very serious issue. While we speak of somebody who takes a 7% housing loan from SBI and gets an interest subvention for 2% and he gets a 5%. There is a large section of people coming into the into the cities who have no title paper. He will never be a customer for Mr. Magazine's apartment. So where do you give him, which is the financial product that is giving him the financial muscle to buy a house? These are actually the challenges.
Yeah, just for clarity, I'm not a developer. But I'm just saying,
I just want to broad base this argument because you spoke of urban governance and we've spoken of infrastructure. Housing is just one part of it. Are all the other components even keeping up? Now look at the classic example. We have got this airport in our vicinity which is going to bring in an influx of tourists, we are being told, into Western Uttar Pradesh. Do we have the infrastructure to keep up with this influx? Do we have the infrastructure, the forward-looking plan to keep up with the number of people who will now be settling in, say, in a greater Noida or a Noida or even an Agra and Mathura, because now they're going to be extremely close and serviceable by this airport?
I think the two areas you mentioned which are extremely important, one is FSI, that should be increased, but that's a longer discussion. The other thing is urban governance, and the biggest challenge we are facing as a country, we have to build capacity at every level, from municipal level to the state level, city level. Even if we have the financing, which I think is extremely important, can that money be dispersed at the municipal level or, like I said, a city level or a town level? We just do not at the government level have the capacity right now, right? And the training of them and a lot of times you can get funding. Everybody talks about public-private partnership. Private capital will not go to any place where there isn't proper governance, transparency, and you have clear that you're investing, this is the return, this is the exit, right? So, but that's a long discussion. And yes, that should be done in an urgent basis. I just want to share some positive statistics with all. India has got many problems, but there are many positives that happened. What we've seen in last decade in India, of course, we've not seen before. In last 5 years, if I look at the other parts of the city, in last 5 years, where did that stats go? Yeah, if I look at the office sector, right, in the top 8 cities, 327 million square feet of office space is coming, right? But in top 8 cities, in 2026. We will touch 1 billion square feet of office space in India in the top 8 cities. 1 billion square feet, right? And 30% of this billion square feet office space has come in last 5 years. So you can imagine how much construction has happened in our country. But if you look at the other side, like I was sharing with you, Tokyo has billion square feet of office space. So one end, we have gone through a tremendous built out in India since last 10 years, 5 years, and which is unprecedented. But we are so far behind other countries that we need to speed up. So logistics, I'll just say warehousing, more than 200 million square feet has come in last 5 years. If I look at investments, there's $52 billion have come in real estate in the last 5 years. And can you imagine the amount of built out which is happening in India? I don't think because in other cities you see big cranes going around. You may not see that in India, but besides office, logistics, and what do you call it, residential, there is education sector. There's so many schools and colleges coming up. You look at hotels. Finally, since last few years, there's a big built out in the hotel sector. You look at health sector. There's so many hospitals and tertiary clinics and everything coming up. So there's massive, which is built out happening in India, which is not really as visible. We monitor it as a company every day.
What is the factor behind it? What do you think are the factors behind this sudden boom that you've seen in the last 5-6 years?
So, for example, in office, it is definitely global capability centers. India is the technology hub of the world, and global capability centers are here to stay. India has the demographic dividend. So we have moved from, that cost arbitrage to skill arbitrage right now. So that is happening. Logistics is because of, so everywhere there's more investment coming in. But my point is we are still behind. And again, coming to cities very quickly, this one stats are like, if you look at China, the number of cities in China, which is more than 2 million population, is over 100. In India, it's like maybe 40, right? More than 5 million, there are 45 plus to 50 cities in China. In India, it's 20-25. So till the time that urbanization you talked about, we are not we are urbanizing at a fast pace, but not fast enough. But it's going to gather pace, and that's why we need capacity building. We need so much more, And
just to be clear, we also have a low base that we started with, like we discussed earlier. We have spoken of a lot of factors, the fact that India is a skill hub, but it's also, at the end of the day, boiling down to governance. And you have to build from the bottom up. You need to have that policy. If whoever is in government decides that they need to fix this problem, that is the only way to get started, right? And you've seen that changing over the last decade and a half.
I think I fully agree with this fact that governance is the prime mover for all the development in the country. And things are improving for good, and if you see from the topmost side also, the loans which are being extended to the states, they are all reform driven. So there is a transformation from the subsidy driven kind of approach to the bankable, viable, and you can say even the climate resilient kind of infrastructure creation. All these conditionalities are there while extending these kind of funds to the state government. At the same time, for the governance also, as MP has also made a point that we need to do something regarding the governance, and there is a political commitment which is coming across, and Niti Aayog has came out with a draft paper that how the city administration should work. And if you can compare with the US or UK, there is city administrator to which all the authorities are reporting. In our country, it is not like that. There is a municipal commissioner and some few people are reporting that, but the electricity department, the PWD department, the water department, they are not reporting to that city municipal commissioner. So all these facts are being discussed, and I am very sure that very shortly these kind of regulations and the reform-based regulations will come from the top side, and they are not only the financially subsidized kind of loans kind of extension, but it will come from within also, that this kind of framework will be there for tier 1 kind of cities. This kind of framework is required for tier 2 or Nagar Panchayat or some Nagar Nigam kind of structures, because until unless we have these kind of structures, no investors will come. We will not be able to raise the municipal bonds, and we want that lot of municipal bond, lot of public money should come to the public administration. So all these things are required, and I think this should be led by the reforms and the governance practices.
I think we have a double thing. We are a democracy, we should be proud of, but we also have a federal structure. So imagine when we are competing with China, when there's one-man rule. So democracy makes it very difficult to implement things. And then we have a federal structure. Even real estate is a state subject. And how to put that together, I'm sure, makes it more difficult.
Well, you have a more diffuse power structure, but that's the beauty of democracy and federalism. It needs to be more cohesive. It can be diffuse, but it needs to be more cohesive. And the other thing is that you need to develop more such cities where people can find work. For example, right now, you've got cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, which are taking on a lion's share of the load. People from smaller cities, tier 2, tier 3 cities are going there. How do you ensure that this inordinate amount of load that you are putting on all of your tier 1 cities eventually over time gets diffused? Yes.
Padmaja, the answer to this is not a straitjacket formula, but creation of very many urban clusters across the country which will employ people primarily in manufacturing. I think if you introduce manufacturing in a place and the kind of infrastructure that follows it, there's a large retention capacity that it will have, absorption capacity of labor it will have. I mentioned earlier that only a few cities, 5 or 6 of them, cannot handle the large influx of the whole country's rural to urban migration. On a political side, I also feel that while municipal reforms are the must to make sure that our urban local bodies become more accountable, more financially powerful and deliverable, we must also look at delimitation of our parliament and assembly constituencies to reflect the changed urban reality on the ground. From 1971 to 2026, India's polity on the ground has had a massive transformation. But it is not reflecting in the parliament, in the committees, in the legislative assembly. So whenever delimitation happens, it will have a reflection of the changed reality and give more voice to urban issues in legislative forums, which will then translate into more political capital, financial capital flowing into all of these issues. So the future of India's political discussions will be, rightfully so, around quality of life issues in urban areas, our air pollution, our water pollution. How do we make our cities more, easy to commute? How do we have affordable housing in our cities? How do we manage solid waste management in our cities? As of today, most of these issues are practically absent in our legislative assembly debates and in our parliamentary debates because the ground reality is not being reflected there. I will give you one statistics from Karnataka. 65% of the state's GDP comes from just one city, Bengaluru. 1.5 to 1.6 crore people live in Bengaluru, but Bengaluru has only 28 assembly seats. There are 156 purely rural seats in Karnataka, where there are voters for namesake, but people are living in urban city like in Bangalore. So when there is a delimitation that reflects the ground reality in assemblies, then you will start having these debates on the floor of the house. Then there will be a demand from the people-led demand. Then all of these things will consequently take place. Urbanization cannot be treated in a ad hoc or in a one puzzle here, another puzzle there kind of a phenomena. It needs to be done in a very comprehensive approach. We need to be catering to how do we bring people out of, if we are speaking of thinking of bringing people out of farm jobs, what are the other kind of jobs that we can make them available? It starts with that. What are the kind of skills we get? Where do we house them? What is the kind of infrastructure nearest to where they are that can be provided so that large scale, thousands of kilometers of migration from Kolkata to Bangalore, from Birbhum to Bangalore is avoided? First question. Second, in our own cities, we have the big cities, then you have the tier 2 cities. In both of these cities, how can we have better governance standards at the municipal level? He mentioned about state capacity. I had asked formally through a letter to the Commissioner of Bangalore how many qualified transport engineers and urban planners the municipality has on its rolls? We don't have any. Can you believe it? So the whole planning of where a road hump should come, where a double-decker flyover should come, or where like a tunnel road should be made, all of these are ad hoc, politician-based or contractor-led projects that are made absolutely whimsically. Our traffic signals are also judged whimsically. So the state capacity should be done. Municipal governance needs to be done. For a city like Bangalore, just around the city, we have Tumkur, Chikballapur, Mysore, all of Kolar. Can we have rapid regional transport systems so that people can come from those cities in 40 minutes, 45 minutes to Bangalore, work and go back, so that the housing pressure on Bengaluru is lessened? So the limited point is, India does not anymore live in its villages. India today lives in its urban centers. This is a policy reality, a political ground reality that we must all accept. And once that is accepted, and this whole, yesteryear idea of romanticizing village economy se hum jab bahar aayenge, then I think all of these governance reforms will be led, and that is going to boost the country's economy and growth for the next 2 years, 2 decades. Thank you so much.
But the thing to be kept in mind also is that we need more of these urban centers, since most of India is living in urban centers, and that they need to be governed and managed well. You can't just develop them as population clusters and then let them fend for themselves, like we're seeing a lot of cities. They've turned into an urban mess. You've got a huge population pressure, but you don't have the infrastructure to keep up with it. You want to weigh in on that? Yes.
No, I think I will again...
Yeah, please, after Sanjay. Please.
I will come back to the topic of this. I think it was the possible and the probable. So what we were discussing there, lot of possibilities are there. And for Viksit Bharat, I think this arbitrage has to emerge. Okay, what is probable? If we work on only the probable, it will be a trend that we will be achieving. I think India can do much more because of its geographic locations, because of its population, because demand-driven markets, because lot of things. And I think we are all discussing what is possible, what we can get through governance, through financial modelings, through reforms, and whatever we can. So I think this is the question that we were discussing, and what kind of challenges, be it the climatic challenges, be it the urbanization challenges, all these things needs to be answered in a very defined and a very time-defined manner, so that whatever we are doing, it will be well-planned, well-governed, well-sustained, and climatically resilient kind of infrastructure.
Okay. I know we run out of time. The question of what is probable and what is possible, I'll just sum it up in 1-2 words. It is probable that we will quadruple our per capita income in next 10 years, but it is possible to increase it 10 times in 10 years if we do the right things,
Okay, and I think we let the policymakers have the last word. What is probable and what is possible?
Both are. We are all here because we believe in this country. There is so much hope in this country. There is literally millions of people looking at us to give them hope. And wherever I go, I see teeming young people looking at institutional structures with hope for a better future. So what is probable? India's GDP increasing, per capita GDP doubling, quadrupling, all of this is probable. What is possible? A Viksit Bharat is 100% possible. No way, two ways about it. Just one point to go back to where we were saying, because this is such a passionate issue for me, because I come from a city like Bangalore. We should also actively consider institutionalizing a national municipal cadre to address the whole state capacity issue. The officers who are currently put in our municipality, they really do not have the ability, capacity to be delivering modern urban problems because they are not trained for it. They were generalists who were trained for some other work a generation ago, who have now been either sent here on deputation or some other work. They really are not capable of handling modern India's urban crisis. So maybe at a national level, at a state level, time has now come for us to like IAS, like IPS, whatever national cadre for municipal officers needs to be done, because the reality is changing. The reality today is India is one of the fastest urbanizing economies in the world. Our systems, institutions, population, and political culture must meet this changing urban India. Thank you.
More minutes. We'll have Mr. Kaura present a small token of appreciation from our side to all the panelists. Thank you to our panelists once again, and thank you, Mr. Satish Kaura, for doing the honors. And I think all the conversations till now have very well laid the foundation for the conversation that's coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as capital seeks new opportunities and investors navigate a complex environment, understanding where money is flowing has never been more important. Our next discussion is titled Public Markets, Private Bets, Where is Smart Money Actually Going? And with a very warm round of applause, let's welcome our formidable lineup of speakers for the next session, ladies and gentlemen. First up, our very first panelist is someone who comes with a deep experience in professional services and advisory. He's someone who's been closely involved in shaping conversations around business transformation, governance, and India's growth landscape. Let's welcome the chairperson of PwC in India, Mr. Sanjeev Krishan. Thank you, Mr. Krishan, for joining us. Please keep the applause going, as joining him onto this panel is a respected voice in India's capital markets. He brings deep insight into investments, market trends, and long-term wealth creation. Managing Director of Kotak Mahindra Asset Management, Mr. Nilesh Shah. A very warm welcome, Mr. Shah. Joining them on the panel is someone who's helped shape India's entrepreneurial and investment ecosystem while building Avendus into a leading financial services firm. Let's welcome co-founder and executive vice chairman of Avendus, Mr. Ranu Vohra. And to masterfully steer this conversation and draw the best out of the panelists, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the moderator for the session, Executive Editor, Political Economy, NDTV Network, Ms. Gauri Dwivedi. A very warm welcome once again. Over to you, Ms. Gauri.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much for having me here. It's a fantastic discussion and some very important set of voices that are really reshaping and shaping the discourse. Going into this discussion yesterday evening, I had prepared a long list of questions and an idea about how we need to structure this. But then came Donald Trump and his set of announcements. And in the morning, through the course of the morning, everything that we knew about the state of the economy, the state of the world economy, markets, how capital is going to flow, all that has completely changed. And I think this is probably the most fantastic set of people to help us decode just that. That after the announcements that I've made, after a certain amount of war overhang that was really sort of having a huge impact on the world economy, on India as well, on our exchange rate, how does that now change? How does that get lifted? And more importantly, how does global capital now view India after the changes that I've made? In fact, also a great day to have Mr. Nilesh Shah here. I mean, I saw the way markets reacted and gave a huge thumbs up in the morning. So let me first start with you and then get in the other two experts as well to really talk about which way is capital headed and how much of that is coming to India. Mr. Shah, let me start with you.
So, couple of points. First, thank you, Mindmine, for having me over here. We have been told that FPIs are leaving India. They have taken out about $150 billion and invested about $100 billion. There are 100 odd companies in which FPI investment is at all-time high level. So they are selling some and they are buying many more. Second, out of the net $50 billion investment which has been taken out, we don't know how many of that belongs to high-frequency traders. On 29th May 2026, there was MSCI India rebalancing. It was the highest ever turnover on NSE at about 3 lakh crore rounded off. 70% was contributed by FPI. Their normal contribution is 15 to 20%. Based on the rebalancing, they should have taken out 8,500 crore. They took out 20,000 crore. Our belief is that substantial portion of that is high-frequency traders. Why do we allow high-frequency traders to operate in India and take so much money out? That's a question we need to ask. Second, let's come to foreign direct investment. We have been told that last year our net FDI was zero. Our net FDI this year was about 7 billion. Again, the gross FDI which India is getting is roughly about 5% of global flows, substantially higher than our share in global GDP. It's the net FDI which has been going out. Now, look at a company like Prudential PLC. They put 50 crore in ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund in 1997. They collect 1,000 crore by way of dividend every year. And their market value of that 50 crore is 70,000 crore. How many in this audience knew about this story? None. We don't market our successes. And final point, we have been told that India is current account deficit country and hence we need global investment. Well, India is actually a current account surplus economy. In last 8 years, the current account deficit combined is $251 billion. Our import of gold, and presuming no one eats gold, is $353 billion. We had $102 billion of surplus which we have exported to the world because we are current account surplus. Now, in this context of letting people walk out with money, and in China, HFTs can't have co-location. In many countries, they have trade to order ratio. In India, Atithi Devo Bhava. We don't market our success stories which will excite other people to bring more money. And finally, we don't allocate our savings appropriately. Put together, we are where we are today.
I'm going to ask you as to how we do this better in just a bit, but let me close the loop on why today is probably one of the most significant days to be having this conversation about capital markets and also, of course, about how do we get now the lion's share of global capital. Your first thoughts, then I get in Mr. Bora as well as Mr. Krishnan, on the bit about where do we now go from here with the major inflection point or the uncertainty with regard to global economy coming to an end, or if not to an end, at least reducing significantly its impact in terms of our more capital coming in, its impact in terms of our rupee, and also the fact that we have greater visibility with regard to our energy security, which is such a huge and important aspect of the Indian economy and the state of our play?
Learn from Elon Musk. He marketed SpaceX IPO by connecting to investors. We need to figure out how to tell our story better. Long back, India came out with Incredible India campaign to attract tourists. Time has come to launch a campaign, Inevitable India. If you haven't invested in India, you are missing something.
That's a great slogan, Inevitable India. You got to be here. If you're not here, you're really losing out.
Credit doesn't come to me. Credit goes to Navneet Minot, CEO of HDFC Mutual Fund. He had made this statement. I'm just echoing him.
Perfect. All right. Mr. Krishnan, then let me bring you in on, there's been a fair bit of important set of policy interventions that have also happened with regard to LTCG, also with regard to how India is looking at retaining global capital, making efforts to ensure that we plug the gaps, as we've been pointing out. How do we stop that? And also the regulatory interventions that have happened. Is there more that needs to be done in that direction?
Oh, certainly. I think there's more that we can do. I think, first of all, I agree with everything that Nilesh Bhai said. But, I mean, we can even become better. I mean, we unfortunately at times there are, you can call them regulatory interventions or whatever, but we shoot ourselves in the foot. Like, I mean, the whole Tiger judgment, which came along some time back. I mean, we all know that investors are looking at certainty. And we are talking about that being the cause for capital to stay. Now, if you were to tell investors that the tax rate is not going to change over a 7 to 10 year period, as opposed to subjecting them to a Tiger kind of a judgment, I think there we are talking about two very different paradigms. I mean, today we're talking about interventions today. I mean, there has been this huge issue about whether the long-term capital gains tax rate that we are actually having for foreign investors is that the appropriate one, considering that it is higher than most other jurisdictions. Now, the other piece is that one has to acknowledge that there is a significant depreciation of the Indian rupee. The question then is that should we be actually computing that capital gains tax in dollar terms and then maybe converting to rupees so that, there is not a double whammy, so to speak. So I think from a regulatory standpoint, there are multiple factors.
Has that been clarified, or are those still, aspects that sort of need to be looped in by the government?
Need to be, I mean, those are areas which we hope will be looked at some point in time. I will also say, I mean, to the point that I started by saying, I mean, we do advance pricing arrangements, right? For, because transfer pricing, because all these tech companies are there. Why don't we do something similar for, let's say, financial investors as well? Do APAs for financial investors. It just gives them certainty that nothing is going to change and I can come in and like now, for instance, at least on the bond side, on the GSEC side, there has been some I think and very progressive. I think very progressive, very looking forward kind of announcements that have been made. I do think that there is on the equity side also, because there is significant pressure on the dollar and everything is linked. Like, for instance, just to give a point of view, I mean, if more and more money comes into Indian GSECs, the yields go down. The yields go down, that effectively means that the rate of interest in India can go down. So we don't possibly, the cost of lending in India will also be a bit lower. So, there are multiple effects. There are all of this is interlinked in some way. So I do believe that there is more that can be done. And I think we are doing okay, as Nilesh Bhai said. More can be done, in my view, to make India even a more desirable foreign investment destination.
Mr. Vora, your thoughts on the recent developments that have happened, and also on some of the other aspects pointed out by both Mr. Krishnan and Mr. Shah with regard to the exchange rate, our rupee, what can be done there, and how much of that weighs in when foreign capital looks at India, and also the regulatory landscape.
First of all, thank you to Mindmine, and as always, have had some really engaging conversations here. I broadly agree with what Nilesh Bhai and Sanjeev mentioned on how India is. I have kind of let me put the picture, because I spent some time in the US over the last few weeks talking to investors. So first of all, we have to believe that we are not the center of the universe, right? We are also, pardon me for saying that, not an inevitable country. We are a part of a bouquet. For me, 15 years back, India was part of a bouquet. Today also it is part of a bouquet. That bouquet changes. It used to be bricks at one point of time. It was emerging markets at one point of time. We are getting mainstream, don't get me wrong, but I think what I noticed this time is people are indifferent towards investing in India.
Why is
And
that so? Why are people indifferent to investing in India?
people are indifferent from investing in India because it has taken way too long for them to realize the returns. Right? Very often, for instance, the Prudential investment which you spoke about has happened over multiple generations of CEOs, probably at Prudential end. So I don't know who's, the story needs to be told in a better way. I mean, you're absolutely right. It is a 1,000+ kind of times multiplication of value, but it has seen several cycles. So the fact that India needs longer term kind of investment, it needs to be told to people. The thing which attracts people towards India today, I was surprised, is IPL franchises. And I asked one investor, I said, of all the things you talked about, why IPL franchises are so... He said, it's an AI-proof business. Whatever happens in AI, people will continue to watch cricket, play cricket, kind of. So I said, okay. And of course, if you look at how much return IPL franchises have made for the original owners, the answer will become clear. Some of these franchises were available for a couple of 100 crores, if at all, and now are going into billions of dollars over a 10-12 year period. So we have to make an example of some of the better performing stories in this country, whether it is Prudential, as Nilesh Bhai said, or it is the IPL franchises. India is never, in my mind, can never be looked at as a generic market. It can never be looked at by foreign investors as it is a combination of a few things. It's a combination of states, languages, cultures. It has to be looked at like that. And a lot of countries are unable to kind of get their handle around that. Second thing is, you asked about rupee and dollar. I think it's a handicap. But it's a very, very predictable, known handicap. No one is coming into it saying, oh my God, your currency is depreciated by like 30%. We've had cases, for instance, a classic case in point is countries like either Turkey or you take South Africa. Investors are genuinely worried. However much they've invested, their best hope is to get the same amount of money back in dollars after 10 or 20 years.
But let me come in there. Isn't that the whole mindset that when people come to invest in India, they're not comparing themselves to their returns in South Africa. They are comparing their returns to probably the best in the world. Isn't that the whole mindset about a global capital? Isn't that what smart money or smart investors are all about?
It is fungible.
And we should be chasing them.
It is fungible. They have the option of investing in any other country. But to them today, Indonesia or South Africa or Turkey or any of these countries, there is a point when they start looking attractive, not for size reasons. See, the thing we've always sold about the country is the denominator. Oh, we are a country of 140 crore people. We have so many middle-class families. We have always talked about the denominator. But what the Korea and Taiwan example have told you now is that you need the numerator. You need spiky companies. You need companies which can make you excited. You have to have companies which are the center of the universe. That attracts capital. And to me, capital today has options. Whether it is South Africa, whether it is India, they care about the returns. Rupee dollar is in my mind, a very, very minor kind of a
that's a very important point you made, that one needn't just fret over our currency so much, because investors are smart, global capital is smart, they know how to invest, and they keep that margin and that exchange rate in as a factor when they make those investments. Let me then ask about, you mentioned how businesses are now looking at AI proof areas. What about India? Which are those sectors that I wouldn't say AI proof, because India is also embracing AI. India can also play a very major role as far as AI is concerned. But which are those sectors, those industries, those companies that you think are really going to be the darlings of global capital, and where you would, of course, be also looking at?
So one, apart from what Ranu mentioned and what you asked, investors want return. But that return carries a large portion of risk premium. And today, whether we like it or not, because of what Sanjeev mentioned in terms of Tiger Global kind of thing, the risk premium is increased. if we start respecting global capital through consistent policies, whether it is related to taxation or business, the risk premium will come down and we'll be able to get more flows. Now, which sector? Well, India is a rising tide. There's no other country who has 1.45 billion consumers where you are allowed to enter. In China, you can enter, but how will you exit? And everyone knows that. So we are a rising tide. If we provide respect to global capital through consistent policies, I think money will flow in whichever sector we want. There is excess capital globally, but we need to respect it.
Any specific reforms? You mentioned that those uncertainties, the regulatory loopholes, you mentioned about that. Anything specific that would be there for you to look at from here on, the next phase for India as we attract capital? And then I get in Sanjeev on the other aspects.
So undoubtedly, policies make a big difference to the way we invest. For example, at today's crossroad, where the Middle Eastern crisis did create uncertainty and volatility for us, we think government should focus on energy independence, and that can be achieved through solar rooftop, thermal and nuclear. And after producing that energy, we need to ensure that it is deployed correctly. We move from petrol, diesel to electric and hybrid. We move from LPG to PNG and induction. And more importantly, we don't end up creating another supply chain challenge by depending upon China for rare earth, or we end up creating a health issue where induction still needs to be managed for health hazard. So it's a comprehensive thing which is required from energy independence point of view. The biggest benefit of this crisis will be if we pursue energy independence. And then depending upon how government rolls out policies and how it gets executed on ground, investors will start committing capital.
I think that's a very important point with regard to energy security for a country that imports about 85-88% of its energy needs. I think energy security is the single biggest aspect that can have us have a long arc, draw a long arc in terms of our growth potential. I want to come in and ask about the FII bit about it, foreign institutional investors. When you start having prime time debates about why FIIs are pulling out money, that is something, that's a conversation we started having. That just tells you that how much of that is getting attention. I want to first understand from you, are we getting the overall trend right? If that isn't the case, then why so? And if we are getting the trend right about, foreign institutional investors actually pulling out money, what can be done? We've done the first bit that we've spoken about, the LTCG bit. Is that enough? If not, how should then we be looking at?
I think there are two parts. I think one is something which is going to create the right sentiment and the right environment and the certainty for them, and which will build the confidence that they can continue to invest in India, and they can, what they've experienced in India over the last 5 years, 7 years, that will continue. I think the fact that somehow today they believe that because of currency exposure or otherwise, we are possibly, and we are not part of any of the big value chains. We are not part of the AI value chain. We're not part of the semiconductor value chain in a big way, which is where currently the money seems to be going. I mean, the money which has gone to South Korea or Vietnam or even for that matter Taiwan, which is FII money, is really gone because they believe that they are a bigger part of the AI value chain, etc. So value creation is going to be there. And as Nilesh Bhai said, some of these possibly are near-term investors. So I think that's the one part of it, which is the confidence building, which has to be there. I think the second part, and coming back to Ranu's point, and I completely agree, somewhere at the end of the day, it is all about how do we economically start doing much more better and in a more resilient way. So I'll pick up two examples. For instance, we have been celebrating FTAs in a very big way. But let me give you a statistics. Our FTA utilization is only 20 to 25%. Only 20 to 25%. In the developed countries, it is about 75 to 80%. Even in what we will call semi-developed countries, or maybe countries which we possibly would want to see otherwise below us, the utilization on FTA is 45 to 50%. So, I think I think it's great that we have done all these FTAs, etc., and possibly more is in the offing, etc. The EU one is in the offing, the US one, something will happen hopefully soon. But can we monetize FTAs, and can we do all the legwork to make sure that Indian industry in a very inclusive way, whether it is on the semiconductor side, whether it is on the energy side, whether it is on the pharma side, because all of these sectors are very significantly import dependent, can leverage FTAs. I think that's one of the things. The other piece, just to supplement it, is because we talk about demand generation, and there has been a big concern that with Sasoclips, will the Indian IT industry reinvent itself? And I think that's where the big focus ought to be in a very significant way on making sure that our business models are reject, for which upskilling of a demographic profile is extremely important. I have to say it won't happen by the apprentice scheme that we have come up with. I think it requires both the private sector, by the way. I'm not saying that it is the government's responsibility alone. It is the private sector also which needs to get involved to upskill its talent so that we are able to withstand the AI challenge.
I want to talk about the FTA bit, because look at the number of FTAs that we've signed. I was looking at some data. India has actually signed the maximum number of FTAs in the last 1 year, 5. You take New Zealand, UK, EU, a couple of others. We're actually at 5 FTAs. No other country in the world has done it. But that's only a job half done or quarter done, if we are looking at those statistics. How do we then ensure that the gateways that are being opened up for Indian industry actually lead to that kind of, tapping of that potential? Any thoughts there? And then I get in, Pranu, on that.
I'll be very brief. I think to my mind, it's got to do with the fact that if you look at FTAs, we are saying that labor-intensive sectors are the ones which are going to benefit from the FTAs. The question is, do the labor-intensive sectors, which are most of it is in the MSME segment, or the medium-term segment, do they even know how to leverage the FTAs? What kind of facilitation has been done, and what kind of facilitation can be done by the government and state governments and by trade facilitating units to make them leverage the FTAs in the first place? How do I export more? How do I enhance the volumes? I think that's one big thing.
I think the FTA part is as Sajeev said, is the first part. I think what needs to be done, in my mind, is that we need to have a very close and coordinated movement between the government and the private sector. We need to have a list of 5 key problems which we want to solve over the next 10 years. And that should not be just be available with some minister in the government. It should be available to every citizen. If you wake up that citizen in the middle of the night and say, what are the top priorities for you as a country in the next 5 years? They should say that's the priority, whether it is energy interdependence, whether it is independence, or it is sovereign manufacturing, right? We've had a case where we actually were lower in industrialization than a lot of our Southeast Asian counterparts, whether it is Vietnam. Now there is time for us to industrialize our country, because people have realized that whether it is defense, whether it is your people who have to be skilled, manufacturing is at the core of it. So in my mind, what has to be done is the government has to lead the way. For instance, now they've taken the way in space, they've taken some efforts on the deep tech side. It needs to be supported in a wholehearted way and in an ecosystem way. Just putting some venture capital at work to a problem will not solve it. Putting 10 entrepreneurs to work on a problem will not solve it. The government needs to have a longer term. There are things which the government only can do, which the private sector cannot do. But the government has to literally, like happens in the US, they have to literally get the entrepreneurs and sit them down and say, this is what we are going to do in the next 10 years. We want you to put capital behind it. And I think that's how our country will be able to progress and do well. I think FTA to me is something which I think, one, it was pending for a long time. These FTAs were being discussed over decades, and so it's not unusual that the tariff issue faced us all to come and have a realistic view on what our arrangement should be with the other countries and sort it out. But I think the way out is to actually look at those problem areas, whether it is supply chain. Today the whole supply chain risk issues are very big issues. So all of those have to be pointed as problems and solved for.
Okay, that's an important point. So we have about final 5 odd minutes left in the session, and I'm going to then have a rapid fire round. What's a television journalist if he doesn't talk about rapid fire questions? And so quick questions, quick answers. So let me start with you first. Nifty at the end of the year, higher or lower?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's not an option. Okay.
If anyone knows, I'll be happy to take consultancy from him or her.
Fair enough. Yes. Sanjeev, to you.
I think it'll be higher. I would think so. There are a lot of positive developments ahead of us, and considering the sentiment today is a bit muted, I would hope it is higher.
Okay.
Higher. We can't go lower than this.
Fair enough. Okay. One sector you would buy and hold for a decade.
Precision engineering.
Okay, that's an important point. Everybody, please take notes. Yes.
Advanced manufacturing, which includes precision manufacturing, absolutely. I think that's what I would do as well.
Advanced manufacturing, contract research and development in pharma, great sector for the next 10 years.
One sector you wouldn't touch.
Where governance is poor.
I think it has to be governance is poor is certainly I would say something which is purely based on Indian consumerism. I think and which is where governance issues also come in. Not too sanguine on those.
Okay.
I'm going to provoke the group a little bit and say IT services. It's a very tricky, very challenging sector. A lot of headwinds, and they have to come up with a plan.
Yes, wherever Donald Trump is involved, there's always enough and more headwinds. That's just one of those reasons. Yes. FIIs over the next 12 months, net buyers or net sellers?
Net buyers.
I expect the same.
Net
There'll be
buyers.
net buyers.
Net buyers.
Okay. Yes, there's a consensus coming in the panel. Okay. Private credit in India, opportunity or bubble forming?
Opportunity.
Okay.
It's an opportunity, but I think we have to be very, very cautious. We don't want a situation like the US. I think it's a great opportunity, but we need the right fund managers doing it. Of course, Nilesh Bhai does that very, very admirably, but we need people like him to do it. Otherwise, it could be a problem.
Huge opportunity. We are, as compared to US, we are way too small in private credit. We are just a blip. So we have a long way to go.
The retail SIP investor 5 years out, rewarded or disappointed?
Undoubtedly rewarded.
It's hard for me to say, but I'll go with what Nilesh Bhai is saying. If he is saying they will be rewarded, amen.
I think rewarded, but I'm not sure of the size of the reward.
Okay, that's a fair point. Okay. One word for India's smart money right now: fearful, disciplined, or greedy?
Always discipline.
I think disciplined.
I think I would say fearful at the moment.
So this is a fill in the blank. The biggest mistake investors are making in India today is?
I'll say it in Gujarati and then convert it to English. ऊपर में लेते हैं, नीचे में बेचते, यही गलती करते हैं.
Yeah, it's effectively the same. Stopping your investments and stuff like that. Shows lack of conviction about the country, etc.
It's a game where you are at it all the time. So I would say investors should be just at it.
Final question. With the war now out, there is now expectation of oil falling as well. Do you see India's market having some sort of a re-rating, or are we maxed out?
Valuation wise, I think re-rating in the near term looks difficult. Earnings growth will drive the return.
Yeah, I think I would agree with Nilesh Bhai, except that I do believe that it will really depend on countries like China, because the biggest consumers of energy and oil will be the ones which will determine the future trajectory, to my mind.
I think energy part people will forget after 6 months. Oil prices people will forget. So as Nilesh Bhai is saying, you have to look at other things.
I saved the best for last. Rupee at the end of the year.
It will exist.
That's your cue. That's your cue, everyone. What about?
Well, I think it's depreciated quite a bit. I think, considering that I was optimistic earlier, I would think it should not be falling significantly from here onwards.
It'll miss the century, and I'm happy it'll miss the century.
Okay, it will exist. It will exist below 100. So I think that pretty much sums it up. It was a fantastic discussion. Thank you so much, all of you. We've covered every ground, and you know where smart money is headed. and you heard it from the smart investors where it's going to go. Thank you so much for being part of this session.
Since we have 17 seconds left, can I make one comment on FTA?
Yes.
India seriously needs a ministry for ease of doing business with James Bond kind of license to kill every single regulation which restricts our entrepreneurs.
We need that minister to do that. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you.
What an interesting session on public markets and private bets. A big thank you, Mr. Nilesh Shah, Mr. Sanjeev Krishan, Mr. Ranu Bohran, of course, Ms. Gauri Dwivedi, for bringing the best out of each one of them. Can we have you together for a group photograph, please? And while we do that, I would like to request Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal to please join us on stage and present a small token of appreciation to all our speakers. Thank you so much, Mr. Munjal, for doing the honors. Thank you once again to all the speakers. And before we go any further, we would like to extend our gratitude towards Soreen Investments, our partner for the session, Public Markets, Private Bets. We truly value your contribution in making this session possible. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to refuel. We have soaked in quite a few learnings since morning. It's time to bond over a lunch break, but we request you to please assemble back at 2:20 p.m. as we would like to kickstart the next leg of the Mindmine Summit with a very important session which focuses on insurance and how it's cracking the real economics. We'll see you back at 2:20 p.m. Thank you.
Parker.
We stand for openness and inclusivity in practice, and we inspire transformation through groundbreaking art of meaningful impact.
It's more than just a place to stay. It's where your heart finds its home. Kindness flows without
We
cost.
are building a creative
And quiet
ecosystem
thoughts
made of local and
desire
regional
for
artists, performers,
It's where new
students,
life begins
families,
to grow.
the global
With
arts
gentle
community,
winds
and the
and
public
soft
at large.
A hug of
With a
comfort
contemporary
at the
global
end.
vision, the bridge marks the
funny
beginning
laugh
of a new
that
legacy,
leads
creating space for imagination, new
Even
art,
clumsy
new
steps
ideas,
become a
a
trend.
new home for collaborators,
When joy and
partners,
love
and patrons.
refuse to
To make this a node for arts and
Laughter
culture,
echoes through the air.
we welcome you
As
all
colors
to be a
swirl
part of the
with
bridge.
love and care. It's where love stays, though time may fly. A place where hearts never say goodbye. Hero Homes, building what matters.
Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and Honorable Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Uttar Pradesh has emerged as the crown jewel, redefining growth and scale. As India advances towards its aspirational goal, Viksit Bharat at 2047, Uttar Pradesh stands ready to lead, to build, and to deliver. Viksit Uttar Pradesh at 2047 is a long-term investment movement. The ambition is clear: a $1 trillion economy by 2030 and a $6 trillion economy by 2047. Driven by determined purpose and strong Viksit Bharat 2030 is backed by a dedicated which are investing in the state across the entire sector, namely global capability centers for EVs, AR, IT, ITES, semiconductor, electronics manufacturing, green hydrogen, food processing, tourism, by the state's industrial investment and employment promotion policy. Uttar Pradesh offers one of India's strongest multi-modal economies. The state now boasts of the largest expressway network,
With 9 operational and 13 outbound expressways, along with 16 domestic and 5 international airports.
an extensive rail network spanning nearly 1,000 kilometers across 5 railway stations, access to the National Inland Waterway connecting the state to major ports, and located at the crossroads of national freight corridors, Uttar Pradesh offers seamless national and global access. Supported by 9,000 regional corridors, enabling seamless export connectivity for industries across the state. The state's leadership deeply respects the investors' work ethics and punctuality. It is this very commitment to efficiency and reliability that has enabled Uttar Pradesh to be ranked as the #1 state in the ease of doing business, driven by decisive reforms and digital-first governance. The confidence of the investor is further strengthened by 115 dedicated Udyami Mitras, providing end-to-end hand-holding, 5 sector-focused desks, and 8+ country desks, supporting international investors. Uttar Pradesh also has a clear demographic advantage in the country and is powered by India's largest and youngest talent pools, and supported by a strong ecosystem of premium technical institutions, universities, and skill development centers. Strengthened further by the Entrepreneurship Development Cell
We
and
believe in the
Kaushal
power of
Connect
art to
Cell,
shape transformative
creating a
cultural
future-ready
encounters.
workforce and enabling large-scale job creation. This
We bring
isn't
about
potential.
serendipity, the art
It's
of inspired
performance,
collisions.
scaling with speed.
We believe in
Invest
creation,
in Uttar
nurturing
Pradesh.
experiences
Come,
through space,
partner
time,
with
and
India's
resources.
growth engine.
Happy birthday! Thank you! I love cosmetics. Is this PETA certified cruelty free? Happy birthday! No animals were harmed in the making of this product.
Parker, the right gift.
Made of local and regional art.
Happy birthday.
Thank you! Chocolates? Sugar is the new cocaine.
Happy birthday.
With a contemporary global vision.
It's sugar free.
Parker, the right gift.
Can I come in?
Happy birthday.
Wow, it's so cute. You baked it?
Yeah.
A node for arts and culture.
इसमें egg है?
Happy birthday. It's eggless.
Parker, the right gift.
Riya, happy birthday.
Thank you. Gift voucher. इससे कम thoughtful और personalized कुछ नहीं मिला.
Riya, happy birthday. इससे ज्यादा thoughtful और personalized कुछ नहीं मिला.
Parker, the right gift. Personalize it.
It's not just a It's when your heart finds its own tiny and
Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, and Honorable Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Uttar Pradesh has emerged as the crowned jewel,
From our origin
redefining
as an arts
growth
foundation
at scale.
to a growing
As
cultural
India
festival,
advances towards
we
its
believe equitable
aspirational
societies
goal,
evolve from the
Viksit Bharat
success
at
of creative
2047,
communities.
Uttar Pradesh stands ready
We
to
believe
lead,
that arts and
to
culture
build,
can
and
bring
to
about
deliver.
positive societal change.
Viksit Uttar Pradesh at 2047.
We are the bridge between the past, the present, and the future. We present to you the bridge. We believe in the power of art to shape transformative cultural encounters. We bring about serendipity, the art of inspired collisions. We believe in creation, nurturing experiences through space, time, and resources. We stand for openness and inclusivity in practice, and we inspire transformation through groundbreaking art for meaningful impact. We are building a creative ecosystem made of local and regional artists, performers, students, families, the global arts community, and the public at large. With a contemporary global vision, the bridge marks the beginning of a new legacy, creating space for imagination, new art, new ideas, a new home for collaborators, partners, and patrons, to make this a node for arts and culture. We welcome you all to be a part of the bridge. From our origin as an arts foundation to a growing cultural festival, we believe equitable societies evolve from the success of creative communities. We believe that arts and culture can bring about positive societal change. We are the bridge between the past, the present, and the future. We present to you the bridge. We believe in the power of art to shape transformative cultural encounters. We bring about serendipity, the art of inspired collisions. We believe in creation, nurturing experiences through space, time, and resources. We stand for openness and inclusivity in practice, and we inspire transformation through groundbreaking art for meaningful impact. We are building a creative ecosystem made of local and regional artists, performers, students, families, the global arts community, and the public at large. With a contemporary global vision, the bridge marks the beginning of a new legacy, creating space for imagination, new art, new ideas, a new home for collaborators, partners, and patrons, to make this a node for arts and culture. We welcome you all to be a part of the bridge.
Happy birthday! Thank you! I love cosmetics. Is this PETA certified cruelty free? Happy birthday. No animals were harmed in the making of this product.
Parker, the right gift.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Chocolates. Sugar is the new cocaine.
Happy birthday. It's sugar free.
Parker, the right gift.
Can I come in?
Sure.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. Wow, it's so cute.
You baked it?
Yeah.
इसमें egg है?
Happy birthday. It's eggless.
Parker, the right gift.
Riya, happy birthday. Thank you. Gift voucher. इससे कम thoughtful और personalized कुछ नहीं मिला.
रिया, हैप्पी बर्थडे। इससे ज्यादा thoughtful और personalized कुछ नहीं मिला।
Parker, the right gift. Personalize it.
Home. It's more than just a place to stay. It's where your heart finds its own way. Kindness flows without a cause, and quiet talks deserve applause. It's where new life begins to grow, with gentle roots and feathered glow. A hug of comfort at the end of day, with furry love that leads the way. Even clumsy steps become a trend when joy and love refuse to end. Laughter echoes through the air as colors swirl with love and care. It's where love stays, though time may fly. A place where hearts never say goodbye. Hero Homes, building what matters.
Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, and Honorable Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Uttar Pradesh has emerged under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, and Honorable Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Uttar Pradesh has emerged as the crown.
From our origin as an arts foundation to a growing cultural festival, we believe equitable societies evolve from the success of creative communities. We believe that arts and culture can bring about positive societal change. We are the bridge between the past, the present, and the future. We present to you the bridge. We believe in the power of art to shape transformative cultural encounters. We bring about serendipity, the art of inspired collisions. We believe in creation, nurturing experiences through space, time, and resources. We stand for openness and inclusivity in practice, and we inspire transformation through groundbreaking art for meaningful impact. We are building a creative ecosystem made of local and regional artists, performers, students, families, the global arts community, and the public at large. With a contemporary global vision, the bridge marks the beginning of a new legacy, creating space for imagination, new art, new ideas, a new home for collaborators, partners, and patrons, to make this a node for arts and culture. We welcome you all to be a part of the bridge.
We request all our guests to kindly settle down as we are about to get started with the next leg of the Mindmine Summit 2026. All the guests who are still outside the hall and can hear us, we request you to kindly make your way towards the hall and quickly get seated so that we can start the next segment on time. While you do that, please also make sure that you put your cell phones back on silent mode. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have everyone quickly settle down so that we can start with the next leg? For those in the room, thank you for being on time. But before we get started with the next session, just two very important announcements. In case you want to keep yourself on the top of the agenda for the rest of the day, we have QR codes on the notepads that have been shared with you. Make sure you scan those QR codes and you have the entire lineup of the day on your phones. And we have another QR kept on all the center tables that you can scan, and all the learnings that you've soaked in since morning. You can generously share them on LinkedIn. But while you do that, please make sure that you remember our hashtag, that is Mindmine Summit 2026. Can you please request all the guests who are close to the door to kindly come in and settle down? And now post-lunch, it's time to take a deep dive into a very important sector for the Indian economy, and that is insurance. Insurance, ladies and gentlemen, is more than a financial product. It is a pillar of economic security and social resilience. Our next session for the summit is titled 1 Billion Insured, Cracking the Real Economics. And to take this very important session ahead, let's invite our esteemed panelists onto the stage, starting with a seasoned insurance leader, someone who brings with him deep expertise in risk, financial protection, and building resilient insurance solutions for the rapidly evolving India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome MD and CEO of ICICI Lombard General Insurance, Mr. Sanjeev Mantri. Thank you, Mr. Mantri, for joining us. Joining Mr. Mantri on the panel is Managing Director and CEO Go Digit General Insurance, Ms. Jasleen Kohli, a dynamic leader in the insurance space who brings a strong focus on innovation, accessibility, and customer-centric financial protection. Thank you, Ms. Kohli, for being with us today. And to moderate this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome onto the stage the editor of Outlook Money, Ms. Nidhi Sinha.
Hello, everyone. And this session is about insurance, and we were just talking that, why insurance is often not included in conversations. But here it is, and I think it's very, very important, and all of us agree on that. One of the things that I want to highlight at the outset is that insurance right now, its contribution to the GDP is very, very low. So it's, the latest IRDA report shows that, insurance penetration in India is just 3.7% of the GDP, which is almost half of the global average, which is 7.3%. A more concerning factor as an Outlook Money editor, where I, usually deal with retail investors, is also insurance density, which basically deals with investor awareness and household coverage. The data there is also abysmal, because it is about $97 compared to $943 of the global average, which is almost a 10 times gap. So keeping these numbers in context and the government's vision of insurance for all by 2047, my question is whether it is achievable and what will it take to crack universal coverage, and all the stakeholders, are they moving fast enough for that? So today I'll be brainstorming with my esteemed panelists. But before I dive into the discussion, I would request them, if they want to talk about the topic for a minute, to just introduce us and give a context.
Sure. So thank you so much, first of all, for making insurance a topic. It's supposed to be complicated and boring. But we are glad that you've included this in the summit. So my opening views here will be that when we speak about 1 billion insured, it's a very powerful statement here. I think it's more important to fix the real economics rather than looking at the headline ambition here. India needs products which the consumers can afford, they can understand, they can compare, and also claim without any friction. So if you ask me, there are three things that matter the most, but it's very important that all three move together rather than one at a time, because you spoke about inclusion, you spoke about insurance by 2047 for everyone. And the three things are very simple, and it's easy to crack the code, but to be honest, easier said than done. So one, we need affordability. India needs products for the households who can stretch to say 3,000, 5,000 rupees. It doesn't really need products for the urban population who is already insured. India needs products which are simple, where our consumers can understand the product at the time of sale and not really discover it at the time of claim, which really leads to frictions and conflicts. And third, and the most important, I think, pillar is the cost of delivery. We need to make the acquisition cost, service cost, compliance cost, claims cost so low that a small ticket size product can become viable for the industry. Because if we try to fix for affordability without really trying to solve for the cost of delivery, the products become unviable for the industry. At the same time, if you try to fix for the simplicity without really fixing or solving for the affordability, then it becomes, a product which the bottom of the pyramid cannot really buy. So I think all three have to move together if we really have a vision of inclusion and having insurance for everyone by 2047. Mr. Mantri?
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for having us part of this discussion. And quite rightly, Didi, as you said, insurance does not get spoken that much. Frankly speaking, the job that I'm in, I keep hearing insurance and insurance. So this is a sort of dichotomy that we live with, but the outside world, the gap exists. To be very candid, from an India perspective, anything that you put on per capita, and each one of you will agree, it comes out very attractive in terms of potential. But the journey is very arduous, and it can take significant effort. We also know for a fact that millions of people transit from low income to middle income to high income, and so on and so forth. So prosperity in general is going upwards. To give you some perspective on data, 2001 is when private sector insurance was born. Till that time, till 2000, it was only PSU that were part of it. Now, what was the size of the market in 2001? We are talking of 10,500 crore. That was the whole size of the market. But more importantly, the data which is very interesting, what was the per capita of India at that point of time? Per capita was $450. And I'll come back to in a bit. Now you go fast forward as we close the last financial year, insurance sector was 3,37,000 crores. That is the size. 10,500 crores had only 500 crore of health insurance. Now health insurance is the largest segment as things stand. So there's been a significant movement of what the industry has led to. The 4,500 crore per capita income has moved down to 2,800 crore as we speak. There's a strong linkage between per capita and the penetration of insurance. They call it the S curve. As income levels rise, the ability of individuals to indulge in this, while this is not a discretionary product, and as we aspire for more, it becomes very important that we also aspire to protect what is earned. These people who move, one accident, one hospitalization, one fire can take away everything that is there. The challenge is purely driven by frequency. How does it pan out? A risk which is visible, the tendency is that let's seek cover. But the irony is, at a point of time when the risk is devolving, it is not possible to get that cover. Are we prepared enough? I'll give you one very quick example to make my point. COVID led to one significant event. I follow sports closely. In 2021, 22 Wimbledon got cancelled. The tennis tournament got cancelled. And they had taken what they call event cancellation cover. And they got paid everything. Of what almost a payout of $150 million got paid out at that point of time. For 17 years, as the discussion goes, there was always, why are we paying event cancellation when there is no chance of this event ever getting cancelled? There was never, every cost discussion that used to happen internally, the point that was always being made was the fact that there is no purpose. Because the remote possibility, however small, still existed. Thanks to their planning, they continued to pay their premium. And when the show cost, and actually the show time came, this is the payout that happened. The larger point that I'm trying to make is, it's very difficult to predict. And as we see things changing for 1 billion Indians, the topic that we have today in terms of our coverage by 2047, if you ask me, The interventions that are happening at this point of time for an aspiring Indian in terms of where it stands, as the purchasing हम जब ग्रो कर रहे थे भाई रोटी कपड़ा और मकान के आगे सोच भी नहीं सकते थे. Insurance was not even a point of discussion. The maximum our parents would teach a person like me is, बेटा savings करना आना चाहिए. From saving to moving to from a consumption-based existence that we have now, these are all transition phases of it. And I honestly, truly believe in a forum like this, when the discussion takes place, the reality is not for all of us who are sitting in the room. It exists far bigger way outside the room, and that is where the penny drop moment has to come. And some of the things which we need to do as an industry and collectively we need to do at a nation level will become very, very pertinent. Thank you.
Right. So that was very thoughtful, and that really set the context of this discussion. So, Ms. Kohli, I'll start with you. When we talk about insurance for all, and especially when it comes to life insurance, and especially Mr. Mantri was also talking about post-COVID, there is a little bit of awareness that has gone up. People have started thinking about protection, and we in the industry and media, we do understand that term insurance, is the best of all. So what does the industry really need to do to rebalance its product mix and make this conversation mainstream?
Sure. So maybe I'll speak about term and Sanjeev can speak about health. So if you look at life insurance industry largely, industry has more often always focused on growing average ticket size rather than growing the number of lives that need protection. Term, if you ask me, it's not a hard sell. The product doesn't have an issue. It's an amazing product. In fact, every Indian household needs protection through term. If you ask me honestly, it's a distribution issue. Today in life insurance industry, often products like savings linked or endowment or ULIPs, these have much higher price points, and for distribution it makes more economic sense. And unfortunately, term cover takes a back seat. It gets automatically deprioritized at the point of sale. So if you ask me if term has to become mainstream, it has to become the compulsory first life insurance product that should be sold to a household. This is number one. Number two, if it has to become mainstream, which our country needs, it has to move towards simplicity, affordability, as well as trust. Simplicity will come if we make the term buying journey simple. During lunch outside, we were talking about, we are trying to do a project with the hero team that, they have so many two-wheeler customers and most of them will not have a term product. To be honest, nobody will sell them a term product because unfortunately industry is not interested to sell a small ticket size product because it becomes unviable for them to reach. They have a beautiful distribution, so many customers, and we've been speaking about it, I think, from the last 1 month, that how do we ensure that through our dealerships, these consumers, these customers are given a low ticket size product. You know what the biggest challenge is? That today the regulation says that this product needs KYC. Now the question is that for somebody who wants to buy a 2,000, 3,000 rupees insurance, you want to unnecessarily add friction disproportionately at the time of sale. So I think simplicity is really needed. At times, regulations also have to change on the basis of the ticket size we are trying to sell. Second, as I mentioned, is affordability. I think I mentioned that cost of delivery is a concern, and until unless we bring that down, it will not become viable for a consumer to buy it. And third, I think, is trust. If you look at life insurance industry, though the focus is a lot about speed of settling claims, but somehow, unfortunately, many households in India still feel that the claim will not be paid. So I think the industry needs to do much more to build that trust and have much more awareness towards the nominees that yes, the claim is paid. The industry has very high settlement claim ratios.
Right, Kohli. Ms. Kohli. I wanted to ask you, you go digital in group insurance. Do you think putting life insurance as part of the group insurance, sensitizing more corporate, so to say, could that increase the uptake of term insurance?
So most corporates, especially large and mid-size, do take term cover. Typically, they buy term cover along with health, say 2 times, 3 times. I think the issue, as I mentioned, is at the bottom of the pyramid. This is the area. So again, taking an example of a two-wheeler customer, he is at the highest risk when he is driving a two-wheeler on the road, and protection from term is something which his family needs. So I think, yes, people who are employed by default get a term insurance from their corporates. The middle segment does buy it, from their agents and broker. It is typically the bottom of the pyramid that needs attention and focus.
But the irony is, on the simple maths, people do get a group cover on the insurance side. There is no confusion. But what has to be understood is group cover is not same as what you pick up yourself.
Absolutely.
Group stays with the job. There is no individual underwriting. But we had a case where a very senior banker who was retiring from ICICI Bank, and at that point of time asked me that mere paas medical cover nahi, I don't have an indemnity cover. Sanjeev, just get me one organized. But by the time he was retiring, he was not worth underwriting, right? There were obvious challenges in terms of the health that the person had procured, and it was a big struggle to say no. And this confusion can happen to the best of the best, because we also believe on a going concern basis, we also believe hamara corporate job bhi chalta rahega, but everything has a terminal end. Similarly, on term, there are two paths that I've seen. One is that is grossly inadequate to the life and the lifestyle you have, which in the event of you not existing, family can get significantly impacted with. And secondly, the intent of the individual involved. So there is, see, we all felt very vulnerable in COVID times, and you could see a major spike. But at that point of time, when that vulnerability came, it also came with a mathematical model where the price increased significantly. So your ability to pick individual cover, whether on term, which Jaslin is speaking about, or on health, is on a steady state basis. This is the investment that you incur. And eventually there are term policies available that by 60, if nothing happens to you, your income status is fine, you can buy a term with a very definitive period and let that expire. On indemnity part, as far as health is concerned, I will presume that you don't need an expiry also. Because if there's an hospitalization, it can have significant challenges. And if every year, almost 100 million people move below poverty line, only on account of health, out-of-pocket expenses that goes out. These figures are staggering for all the good work we do, and then one event pulls it back. So something on a systemic basis should happen. There's Ayushman Bharat, the cover that is provided. It's a landmark cover where the minimum coverage is moved to 5 lakhs. Now that's a big movement if you ask me. However, still that is inadequate and not serving the purpose. So look at the inflation that we are talking about. So on health, I can keep talking about. The larger point I'm making is nothing should be taken away in terms of personal underwriting for you and your family vis-a-vis what you get from the corporate side, because that will go away with the job, and there comes a point of time when you don't have that job.
Right, absolutely. Since you were talking about PMJ, Mr. Mantri, which comes under Ayushman Bharat, it covers millions on paper, but private insurers have a really limited presence in that area. So is there a viable commercial model for private capital to meaningfully serve that segment and make a difference?
Yeah, absolutely, Didi. I think each one of us can have a role to play. On the PMJY part, as things stand, it's a tendering part, and in any tendering processes where there's a price to be quoted, we may have a particular risk and a price attributed to it, and we may not end up getting it. So it's not by choice, it's by sheer design. We all participate, and we don't win it up. But private sector has a significant role. As I was saying, even that 5 lakh cover which is there is very inadequate. So the top-up part of it that comes with it, we can also step in and do what is required. And there are almost 450 million availing it. Thousands of crores get paid. There are hospitals, there are 36,000 enrolled hospitals. Quite a few of them are private sector. There's so much action that is happening in terms of spreading that awareness. However, on a private, it's not by design. It's also by the sheer fact that it moves in a very different direction.
Ms. Kohli, you want to add?
I just wanted to add, because in PMJJY, there is one issue. The issue is of continuity. So if you look at the states keep moving from a trust model to an insurance model, and this frequently changes. So for any insurance company to invest in capital, to build up, say, the hospital network, put technology or manpower in place, there has to be certainty about continuity. I think this is one of the key reasons here. And second, as Sanjeev also mentioned, price is an issue. There needs much more transparency towards premium. Premiums should ideally increase or get refunded or adjusted on the basis of claims and not just on a basis of a one-year tender. So I think there are two things which can actually solve for the problem. One, these annual tenders have to move towards long-term tenders so that industry is able to invest in it on the basis of certain certainty that it's a 3-year or a 5-year sort of a tender. This is one. And second, another way of making it manageable also is that if we move towards a pool structure, where all companies pool together and anyone who's interested and willing can participate in the pool. This makes it more certain, more manageable, and more long-term.
That pool thing is really, really interesting, I think. But another related question that I have, and I'll pose it to both of you, whoever wants to take it. There's also a crisis of the, what do I call it? I'll call it the missing middle. There are people who are not eligible for PMJ because they are above a certain pay grade. But they are not at the level where they can afford adequate insurance. And you guys were talking about how important it is to have adequate insurance and not just insurance in the name of it. So what are the solutions for that?
See, insurance in a way gets driven by economics of large numbers. Anywhere where the selection is on a selective basis where few come in. So just talk about the size of the markets as it stands. I spoke about almost 450 million people are there under the government scheme. Under the group health, which is the employer-employee scheme, we are talking about more than 500 million, 50 crore and thereabouts. But the moment the number comes to individual stroke family insurance, it goes to nothing more than 60 million. How small is that as a sample? It's very, very important with its penetration of just 5 to 6%, the risk gets distributed among very few. In that itself, there's nothing wrong in admitting the fact that it's a triangulated process between payers, which is insurance companies, there is customers and there are hospitals. On the triangulated basis, the challenge continues of distrust. In a very tricky situation, and by the way, this will happen in any market where you are moving from a developing to a developed scenario. It's not very difficult to envisage it, but the trust factor is missing, consequent to which we end up facing multiple challenges. As an industry, last year itself, we must have paid almost 1 lakh crore. However, the narrative that goes on is कि कहीं ना कहीं insurance वाले move away when the need comes in. And it's a significant challenge. A lot of initiatives which are being taken over last 2 to 3 years, and all initiatives, each one of you will agree, if they're just from the point of start, there is this feeling, इसमें तो कुछ होने वाला नहीं है, right? But we are trying to see if we can pick up empanelment at the industry level. We are also trying to work with the hospital at multiple levels. They have their own set of challenges in terms of managing their own profitability. But in this whole equation, the customer gets shortchanged. I mean, I was reading a recent study which came in, which said that almost 44% of the industry's elective surgeries that happen are excessive and not warranted. Now, that is a chaotic number to live with, right? Where you trust yourself, and that's what I've been seeing in every single forum, that you trust yourself. And as a payer, I'm just doing a role. In the end, all we do is rush to the hospital to seek aid. And going more pointedly to the missing middle that you're referring to, I think it will be a combination of affordability, accessibility, and at some point of time, purchasing power again will come into play. So on the priority list, this has to get pushed. And when the government took this step in September, where they said that there will be no GST on insurance per se, I feel it was the biggest landmark event to put across the fact how important it is to get yourself insured. I have not seen an intervention of this magnitude ever. And since then, we have seen very significant tailwinds which are coming into play, where more and more families are buying insurance. So there is a fair amount of positivity that has come in. we all of us, including us as an insurance industry, will have to do what is required to get this transition of missing middle which is there fulfilled over time, and the 2047 piece that is there where insurance for all is being spoken about can actually become a reality.
Right. So definitely there's a gap that needs to be captured. Coming to motor insurance, Ms. Kohli, third-party motor insurance is facing certain challenges. There is, structural challenges on profitability. EVs are coming in, so repair cost, rising fraud, which is happening everywhere and here too. So how do you think the industry can rethink its pricing and underwriting architecture to really remain sustainable, because it's a key part?
So I would say motor insurance now can no longer be treated as one homogeneous pool. The risk is changing, and it's changing very, very fast. You look at vehicle types, geographical mix, usage, driving behaviors. With EV coming in, this component of batteries, repair cost, fraud to some extent, all of this matters. So industry can no longer now price on those traditional assumptions. One has to become even more granular and sharper when it comes to pricing and underwriting. EV is a great example which you gave. So if you look at EVs here, the repair dynamics are very different. The battery, electronic components, if they change, the severity of the claim will automatically change. So insurance companies will now have to keep up pace with this change of technology. Otherwise, the whole segment becomes unsustainable. Third party is an issue. It's been 4 years that the premium rates have not gone up. It's a tariffed product, and insurance companies do not have freedom to, freely reprice this. Now, what is in our hands is that we can underwrite it more selectively. We can manage our portfolio better, and continue to keep pushing the regulator for price advocacy. I think industry is making continuous representations around it, because there are segments in third party which have actually now become unviable. The wage rates have gone up, quotes have become even more liberal, and the premium, to be honest, is not really sufficient. Fraud is a reality in our industry, and I think fraud is something which has to be looked at multiple points, at not only just at the time of claim. So there are now, with help of technology, a lot of tools which industry focuses on. So AI today helps us to do some risk assessment at the time of onboarding, or through analytics one can build fraud patterns to ensure that the fraud is mitigated. But fraud is a reality, and unless we fix it, it becomes very challenging for us to continue forward. There is just one point on motor, though not relevant to the question, but I would still want to speak about it in this forum, is that if you look at motor third party, it's a mandatory product. But unfortunately, in our country, still so many vehicles ply on the road without a valid third party insurance. Now, when this vehicle meets with an accident, it's the society actually which pays. Now, insurance companies have a pool from where this money goes. So I think stricter enforcement around it, it's a mandatory product, will actually support the industry as well as society at a large.
Right. When we're talking about frauds, in medical insurance, there is a twin trouble of frauds and medical inflation. So how does the industry plan to tackle that?
Medical inflation, ability to tackle. I think some part of this I covered. I'll just give a bit on the motor part of it, because that is another significant, contributor to the insurance industry. And regulatorily, life insurance is all push because there's no necessity for you to buy. But motor insurance, regulatory is supposed to buy. Still, as Jasleen said, 50% of the vehicles which ply, primarily most of them two-wheeler, end up being not insured. And that is the reason why almost 8 years back, through Supreme Court, it came out that you need to have 5-year third-party insurance for two-wheelers and 3 years for private car. But look at the billion part that we're speaking about, the per capita that we're talking about. India is selling around 4.2 million vehicles every year. That is what roughly the number is. Two-wheeler, we are among the largest, and it's almost 21.5 is what we are talking about. 2 crore se zyada hum two-wheeler बेचते हैं, and CV 1 million plus and thereabouts. Look at China. China is selling almost 40 million private car which is 10x of what we are selling. And the penetration of EV is almost 50%. And I'm sure each one of you sitting here believes that the aspiring Indian will see more and more private mobility as a way of functioning. We see multiple speed, highway, all of that, multiple controls, digital controls, all of them are coming in play at the same time. But the significant challenge is the Indian roads, Indian drivers are still not ready to operate in a disciplined manner. And that keeps putting us in a circle, which is a virtuous circle in terms of pricing it. You'll be surprised how we from our lens, what Jasleen also spoke about, end up viewing it and seeing how difficult it is to manage third party from our angle to end up covering it. And the movement that keeps happening keeps making us finite and finite in terms of picking up where it is viable. And then there can be court cases which can change the whole economics of existence. Simple rules like unlimited liability. I mean, today also we'll have a fresh intimation of an accident which has taken place in 2005, 2001, and we have to admit it and honor it as a company. In a way, from a customer angle, it's still fair, but naturally our ability to cross-examine and inspect gets marginalized. On the health fraud that you're referring to, health is a triangulated confusion that exists between us policyholder and providers. The reality is, all of us are not in the clear when it comes to managing health insurance. It's a very, very candid submission. As a payer, which is the insurer, we believe there has to be standardized procedures. There has to be a protocol which should be followed. However, scant respect is put to that, and that enforcement does not get taken place. From a provider, which is hospitals, they feel that everything should be paid seamless without any question asked. There's enough data available that people who have insurance cover have longer stays and are multiple times expected to go through procedures which otherwise not required. Now, classically, if all of us are there as customers or policy holders, we'll have a serious issue and questions getting asked that insurance policy should help you, not make things much more difficult for you when you go for treatment. So each one of them is very strongly placed. But मेरा ये मानना है कि अगर health insurance करना है, and that is the way we talk about it within ICICI Lombard, I don't want to be a seller, I want to be a customer. The processes, the way, and that's the way I've been also talking to all the hospitals. The only way I will see it is a customer. Because when we go to a hospital for a solution, we surrender lock, stock and barrel. We are so vulnerable at that point of time, it doesn't matter who the payer is, which is the insurance company, or for that matter, who the provider is. हमको सिर्फ solution चाहिए होता है, and the purity of purpose at that point of time should exist. Our company, they keep saying, right, we settle almost 98% of the claims within the parameterized period that is given. To me, that's not a solution, because even 2% justifiably is taken away. It is someone at the hospital who had a problem and who's not been able to solve it.
Right. So, with so many challenges, I wish I had more time because there is so much more to discuss. But I'll just pose the last question, which relates to the topic, and which is, what will it take to crack the economics of universal coverage, since we're talking about insurance for all? And both of you, please.
Sure. I spoke about it, I think, at the beginning of the topic in itself, that 1 billion insurance can become a reality only if we solve for all three problems together. Affordability, I think we spoke about that companies who have corporate insurance, there is PMJJY, the missing middle is missing. So I think affordability is a topic which we need to crack for. We need to design products for the missing who can stretch and pay 3,000, 5,000 rupees and take their insurance. Second, I think, is simplicity. Our industry is extremely complex. I think designing simple products will solve for it, because today, unfortunately, most of the customers realize what they have bought only at the time of claim. And that's the reason there is so much noise and there is so much friction. Third, I think cost of delivery has to go down, whether it is cost of servicing a claim, cost of compliance, cost of acquisition, everything has to go down. Only then the price point can go down and everyone can afford for it. So all three components have to work together and not just one at a time.
All right. So, Mr. Mantri, slightly, is the industry moving towards it?
See, anything which remains exclusive will struggle. The models have to become inclusive. The point that I just got put across will only happen when inclusivity comes in. We know what happened when mobile came in, right? 16 rupees a minute, incoming, outgoing, getting charged. Today there is no existence, and the model suddenly converted into from exclusive to inclusive, and it's exploded. Look at the UPI payment that gets done. Billions of payments are happening at speed. The digital literacy of the country has changed. And trust me, when it came in the early, late 90s, when we were talking about mobile, I never thought that it will change India in a multiple, in that kind of a landscape. The AI, ML part, which we have not spoken, but there's a clear intervention that is available. The amazing part is the juncture that we are sitting in this country and the tech interventions which are happening through the digital stack. And even things like Bima Sugam, the site that is coming up, which is there to democratize the whole insurance bit in a very, very significant way. And these are all getting judged at a point of start. But the moment this revolution starts, it will fructify. We've all seen eventually, whatever be the forces, what is right in the consumer mind does happen. It can take summation of time period, but eventually it will happen. I believe the movement that exists on the insurance part also, it's moving in the right direction. As the practitioner, it does subject us, and as a receiver of those services, each one of us are receiving those services. We do go through points of frustration, but directionally every reason to be optimistic and see that these building blocks which are being put in place will transform insurance sector. We have not spoken about the IIV. Why has banking changed? Banking changed because bureaus came into play. Trust me, when I got into banking early years of my life, retail lending was the most tricky thing. But now bureaus have transformed and retail lending has become the way forward because of certainty, the power of N. Knowing each customer and his conduct has changed. But that's not the way insurance is done today. No one knows that Sanjeev Mantri is a good customer or a bad customer. And I want people to know those indexes will come, those measurement tools will come. And then your ability to price risk as per the underlying subject, which is Sanjeev Mantri as an individual, will come into play. And that is where you will see this transformation. And the current interventions are allowing us to treat masses with individual classes, the power of N. So I'm very optimistic that things will flow in the right direction.
So definitely on that note of optimism and hope for transformation, we end the session. But I would like to take some questions if anybody has for the panelists.
Although there are laws and guidelines and orders from Supreme Court to give insurance to persons with disabilities, but insurance companies don't give insurance to people with disabilities, and there is no any evidence like people with disabilities get more accident or like that. If you have any proof, so please let me know. But companies don't want to give. Even in my best of knowledge, Ayushman Bharat Yojana also don't give. The people with disabilities are not included in that. What is your opinion in it?
No, I think it is very clear. We all have products for that. Specific in terms of what you're referring to, we can obviously get into the detail, but there is nothing which says that we don't give it to them. In fact, mental illness also is covered. The products are pretty comprehensively available, and regulatory and otherwise these products are available. But if you have a personal episode in terms of what you have to discuss, we can discuss that definitely.
That's true what Sanjeev said. In fact, our regulator now mandates all insurance companies to provide insurance to people who have any kind of disability. You may want to go and check on the insurance websites. I think it's available with everybody now.
Okay, thank you so much. Time is running out, so one more.
All right, a quick last question.
Quick last question.
So I request you to please.
Hi, good evening, Jasleen ma'am. I'm Joydeep Hazarika from Shriram Life Insurance.
So my question to you is, Digit Life being one of the digital first life insurance company, what is your take on the digital channel, where you just mentioned about the cost of delivery, the cost of customer acquisition, these certain things which needs to be controlled for better profitability and obviously for the expansion of the insurance sector. So do you think, means, because I've worked in different companies like Lombard and Kotak and others, so there we have seen that the time taken for a digital channel to grow, it's really, it's taking a lot of time, and it's not going, the rate of growth is not happening as per the expectations. So what is your take on this, and how we can actually bring about measures to bring about development for the digital channel?
So my understanding, when you say digital, you're talking about digital direct, which is...
Yes, web sales and digital partnerships.
Okay. So I think our country is still very far away where digital channel becomes the largest. I have two takes on it. Number one, I think most insurance companies are now moving towards digital first. When we say this, even if today when we work with our distributors, digital is the infrastructure. So this is one. I think Indian consumers are still not ready to go directly and purchase because insurance is complicated. When it comes to motor, yes, one still sees some traction on the digital direct, that consumers come and, at least check the price. But for complicated products like, say, health or, say, a savings product, our consumers still need a distributor and an insurance, which is good. And it will take time for digital to become the channel. Like, even in Digit being the digital first, I think less than 1% of revenue comes from there.
All right, thank you so much. We close this session. Thanks a lot, Mr. Mantri and Ms. Kohli.
Big thank you. Big thank you, Mr. Mantri, Ms. Kohli and Ms. Sinha, for helping us unpack the opportunities and challenges of the sector. I request you to please get together for a group photograph. And I would like to request Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal and Ms. Shefali Munjal to please join us on stage to present a small token of appreciation to all our speakers. What a session, unpacking opportunities and challenges on our road ahead to 1 billion insured in India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you all. Thank you once again. Thank you, Mr. Munjal and Mr. Fali, for doing the honors. And before we go any further, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend a word of gratitude towards all our sponsors and partners for their support, their encouragement, and for their contributions towards making the 16th edition of the Mindmine Summit possible. Can we have a big round of applause for all our partners and sponsors, please? Thank you. And with that, it's time for us to turn our attention to another question that has profound implications on India's growth story. Now, a strong economy needs institutions. Few are as important as the justice system of the economy itself. So in our next session, ladies and gentlemen, we ask the question, justice in slow motion, how can India's courts catch up? And what a lineup we have to take this session ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it up for one of India's most respected legal professionals who brings extensive expertise across corporate law, dispute resolution and regulatory matters. Let's put our hands together for Managing Partner Shardul Amarjan Mangaldas, Ms. Pallavi Shroff. A big thank you, Ms. Shroff, for joining us this afternoon. Joining her on the panel is the co-founder and managing partner of AZB and Partners, Mr. Ajay Bahal, a leading legal expert who brings deep experience in corporate law, governance, complex business advisory, Mr. Ajay Bahal. Honored to have amongst us for this panel Member of Parliament, Ms. Basuri Swaraj, a strong voice in public life and law, bringing a valuable perspective on governance, policy and justice system to this panel. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And to masterfully steer this conversation ahead, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our moderator for the session, Editorial Director of Business Standard, Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya. A very warm welcome, everyone. Over to you, Mr. Bhattacharya.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good afternoon. It's a privilege and honor to be moderating a discussion with three eminent persons. Each of them has distinguished himself in our field. And the subject is equally exciting. And the subject, I don't want to introduce my fellow panelists here because they're all known. You have Basuri Swaraj, who is a member of parliament. You have got Ajay Bahal, who is managing partner of AZB Partners. And you have got Pallavi Shroff, who is also managing partner of Amarjan Mangaldas. Now, the subject that we're going to discuss, and we're going to discuss this, this is not a session where people listen to speeches. People come here to interact and discuss, and then maybe in the last 10-15 minutes, we would like to have some session questions, responses from you, so that we come to a kind of a broad understanding of the issues that we are raising. And the issue that we are raising is very simple. It is staring us in the eye, which is the pending cases in India's courts. What is their number? We all know. 5.5 crore cases are pending in India's courts. What is the cost? The cost is huge. By one estimate, that cost is 1.5 or to 2.5% of India's GDP. What does it mean in real terms? It essentially means that it's almost 5 lakh crore or 9 lakh crore of money going down the drain because of stuck court cases. What do we lose? We lose productivity. We trap our capital in these cases, and as the cost of capital goes up, the legal enforceability and that reputation, the perception, that takes a hit. Then there is also a social cost. Social cost is because if you look at these stuck cases, the people, according to one study, people who are earning an income of less than 1 lakh, their additional cost because of the stuck cases in the courts is 10% of the income. Whereas those who are earning more than 1 lakh, it is 3 to 5%. So clearly, it is actually driving a bigger and wider wedge into income inequality. So people who are low down the stratum, they are suffering more, and people higher up in the spectrum,
They are suffering, but they're suffering a little less compared to their overall income. How do we solve this problem? So our central point here is that how can India's courts can move from this awareness? I think we have seen the courts have this awareness of this stark number of cases to action fast, and what will it take for us to get to that desired state of goal? What we'll do is that we will like to discuss 4 broad issues to understand this. There is obviously, we need to understand what will it require to reduce the backlog of cases. We need to discuss the resultant consequences, which is that the large number of prison inmates because of these court cases, which is another element of why these court cases are there. Then there is, of course, as I mentioned, that the people lower down the stratum, they also suffer. And finally is that how can we improve the certainty in businesses? Because if a foreign investor or an Indian investor realizes that justice will be delayed and therefore justice will be denied, so why should I invest in the money? Rather, I go abroad. Or a foreign investor will worry that why is the enforceability of a contract is subject to delays in court, then why should I invest here? So there's a host of issues there. So what we'll do is this, we'll start our discussion with our speakers here. And let me begin with the youngest of them all, Masuri. What I will like to ask you is this: what does it really take, in your view, to reduce this long wait list? In what way can we actually declog our courts? Give us 1 or 2 solutions.
So first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Bhattacharya, for having me here. And it's such an honor and a privilege to be amongst you, especially to be part of such an august panel. There are certain people here, I think both of you have literally grown up watching the two of you. I've had a very interesting relationship with adjournments. When I was a junior at the bar, I used to dread them because if you failed to get one, it meant that you would be reprimanded by your senior. When I got designated as a senior counsel, I loved them because it meant per peshi ki fees aa rahi hai, to ek aur peshi lagti thi. But now that I'm a parliamentarian, I'll tell you, I really realize the social cost, the cost to the country as well. And this is a very, very, I would say, it's a plague that is infested our judicial system. And surprisingly, even though I'm a member of parliament, my solution is not legislation driven. My solution is actually implementation driven. And it's very easy if you actually leverage technology. I'll just give you 2 examples. First, I think that VC hearings should be the norm and not the exception. COVID was a blessing in disguise for the litigation profession in India. It actually ensured that the dropout rate of female lawyers dropped because they could actually access courts and they could sort of conduct hearings from the comfort of their homes while taking care of their families or whatever other requirements they had. So VC hearings will definitely expedite the number of cases that you can dispose of. The second aspect that I would want is to leverage technology like artificial intelligence, because what's happening is a lot of the judicial time and the taxpayers' money is going not in adjudicating the matter. What happens is that the judges end up wasting a lot of their time in the procedural aspects, in case management hearings, and all of that can actually be delegated to artificial intelligence. I'll give you, you were talking about under trial prisoners. I would just like to actually give you a very easy solution. So we all know that section 479 of the BNSS actually entitles bail to an under trial prisoner after 1/3 for first time offenders and if 1/2 of the maximum sentence has already undergone. As of August 2024, the Honorable Supreme Court of India made sure that this provision started having retrospective effect. You will be shocked that hardly any of the states have implemented it. It's really easy if you end up having a dedicated virtual hearing court only for bail matters in such cases. And second, if let's say we actually had a system where we could leverage AI for generation of simple bail applications in such cases, because here you just have to see what is the undergone period, whether there were some certain criminal antecedents or not. If you have a performer, then you are making sure that the drudgery of drafting and sort of doing the research associate work is given to AI, and this is done without compromising the judicial discretion.
Excellent. I think I have understood your point, and point very well made, but just wanted to sort of draw your attention to the fact that Supreme Court already has introduced AI in a certain way. You have got SUPACE, you have got SUVAD.
Yeah, but I'm talking about trial courts.
You're talking about trial courts.
I'm talking about trial courts because I'll tell you, see, that is the first frontier for an under trial prisoner. Supreme Court is the last bastion.
So you want that to be done in the trial court?
I want VC hearings to become the norm for trial courts. I want technology to be leveraged at the trial court level. Because a lot of trial court time in litigation is unfortunately wasted on procedural drudgery.
That's wonderful. So I think I'll come to Ajay. What's your medicine for this problem that is confronting us?
So one is the first thing which I saw, which was the distinction. You're still seeing the eyes of justice only from the eyes of the Supreme Court and how the Supreme Court performs. That's not where justice is. Justice is starting from the ground level.
Fair enough.
That's really, I think, one of the things that is very important to note, which we lose sight of. So when we talk about 5 crore cases, of them 4 crores are at the district courts.
Yeah.
3.7 crores of criminal cases and about 20 lakh civil cases. Personally, I think over the years, we have spent too much time. Maybe I'll first talk about a little bit of economic equivalent. There is demand and supply. So I'm treating supply as being our infrastructure, our courts, our judges, technology, all the good things that you want to do. And demand is the pipeline for cases. We have actually, if you look back over the years, in fact, there'll be no emphasis at all on trying to deal with limiting the demand for cases. That is your biggest problem today. Your criminal cases are growing by about 20 lakhs a year. Almost every court, the institutions annually are greater than the disposal. So the question of dealing with old cases is becoming extremely difficult. So the supply side will continue. We have to do what we have to do. The demand has to be addressed. How do we address the demand? That means you reduce the pipeline. NCLT, MCA has taken the initiative, and the NCLT data and NCLT data will still be hosted on the judicial grid. So you get to know what the pendency is across all of these tribunals. So once you know all of that, then you focus on your attention on the reduction in the pipeline. So decriminalization, applying that to pending cases. We have had 2 JV1s, Jai Vishwas, but unfortunately we denied access of that to pending cases. The whole purpose of declogging goes away. And then we can discuss it a little in detail, but you have to give more and more settlement mechanisms, like you have for SEBI. SEBI has very effectively done a settlement mechanism where you can settle without admission of guilt. So bring in settlements. The other area that needs to be addressed is the limitation. Today, for every offense where the punishment is more than 3 years, there is no limitation on filing. This limitation was introduced, believe it or not, in 1971, where for the first time a limitation of up to 3 years was introduced, and it was said that we will look at limitation for beyond 3 years later. Now, 45 years have gone by. We have not looked at a limitation for those cases where the punishment is more than 3 years. And many of them are constantly misused with a view to file cases which are belated, which are come into the system and then clog the system as well. So I think I would focus more on the demand issue while we continue to do all the stuff that we have to do on supply, like judges, infrastructure, AI, etc.
So decriminalization, settlement, and limitation. The broad issues. Yeah. Excellent.
Focus on reducing the pipeline of cases
Pipeline
as
of
well,
this
yeah.
thing. Pallavi, your take on how to address this menace.
Reasons for this humongous backlog are many. So therefore, just one or two solutions will not solve the problem. We need a multi-pronged approach. We need a very serious approach, a dedicated approach, and a long-drawn, a committed approach to resolving this. We do it today, we don't do it next year, we do it the third year, that's not going to work. And I think what Masuri said about it being an implementation problem is really the real crux of it. For example, when you talk of the reducing the pipeline of cases, government had the national litigation policy. The largest litigant in the country is the government. Can anybody in the government today take a call not to move if they've lost a matter, that they will not file an appeal? They will not go all the way up to the Supreme Court? No, because if some officer decides not to appeal, 10 years later, there will be a CVC inquiry against him. There will be a CBI inquiry against him.
Absolutely.
So they keep filing till every, remedy is exhausted. That clogs up all the courts. 60 to 70% of the litigation is just Can we ensure and can we do something to ensure that government is stopped from filing these litigation? Can the departments, for example, have a committee that reviews every matter where an appeal needs to be filed? No individual will take, but if a committee were to take, or a group of people headed by a lawyer or a retired judge or something, and there are plenty of retired judges in India,
Okay.
somebody who can sit there, review the case and give an opinion saying, don't file, it's meaningless filing this. But nobody does this. Are there other settlement mechanisms and parameters within which the department can settle a dispute? Why must you go into an arbitration and litigation? There are no such mechanisms which we can do it. There was something years ago where two departments, if they were fighting, or two ministries, you could go into the cabinet secretariat and they would help to resolve. But even that has been abandoned now. So if you start developing some such mechanisms, I think that would go a long way in trying to reduce the pipeline on the demand side. If you come to the supply side, number of shortages of judges. We have 22 judges per million. Ideal situation is 50 plus judges per million. We are grossly short of the number of people who can adjudicate a dispute. So how can we increase the number of judges? Even if you can't increase the number of judges, what about just filling up vacancies that exist today? Vacancies are just not filled for years. The PMLA Appellate Tribunal, the FEMA Appellate Tribunal, wasn't even constituted for about 3-4 years. We all ran to the High Court over every matter. So these sort of delays actually clog the courts instead of going there. I think that is the other thing. Now we talk of filling up vacancies and everything, but where is the infrastructure for all these people to even act efficiently? I think Basuri has so correctly said we need technology. Where is Wi-Fi? Where are the computers? Where are the trained people, court people who can manage the court as such? We don't have that. Come to the lower courts. You come to Tis Hazari Court, in the same courtroom, the judge is taking evidence, the reader is taking one evidence, and somebody else is doing an evidence in the other side. 3 people doing 3 different matters. There's no infrastructure. The judge has no chamber to sit in. So if we don't want to spend money on the judicial system, what do we expect? We treat this as also some amount we've spent. Government can't think this is too generous.
Well, Pallavi, I think there's a. Sorry, you wanted to say something more?
No, I was also thinking one of the most successful mechanisms of reducing the cases has been the Lok Adalats. How can we use that more, perhaps, is what I would think.
Okay. I think the common theme in what you said is the government. I mean, government must reduce litigation. The government must make sure that it facilitates the appointment of more judges, and the government should set up more lok adalats. So you are pushing the ball in the government's court. Unfortunately, we don't have anybody here from the government, but maybe I will turn to you, Basuri. I'll turn to you, but before that, let me ask you, Pallavi, a counter question to your point on judges. Do you think one of the reasons why you are having so many vacancies, apart from many other reasons, is that our compensation mechanism is not good enough to get enough number of people from, advocates like Basuri to consider be a judge? Is that an issue?
Partly. I would think partly, not entirely, because there are many people who would happily want to be judges. Well, the judge doesn't get a fat salary if you look at it, what you would get as a successful lawyer. But there are other benefits and privileges that a judge gets that I think compensates. I've seen that for myself. I come from a family of judges, so I've seen that. But I don't think that is the real issue. There are many other reasons, because you get you can't, if you're in a high court, you can't come back to the same high court and practice. You can only practice in the Supreme Court. There are other restrictions that people don't want to go into the judiciary. The second, I think, bigger issue is it's not only about the government. Government could be one issue. I think as litigants and as lawyers and people who advise corporates, I think today, if you ask me, litigation has become part of corporate strategy. How can I litigate and get an advantage or prevent my competitor for the next 6 months, 8 months? So that's become part of a strategy. That is very difficult to do away with as, business grows, economy grows. And the judges who have to come in also need to be trained in business and commerce.
Absolutely. Masuri, the ball is in the government's court. Ajay has talked about decriminalization, also settlement, government becoming a litigant, civil services reform a little bit because, so how do you address those issues in the government system?
I think it's a fair point which has been made here to very realistically, but so the government is actually moving in that direction. The Jan Vishwas bill, which has recently been passed by Parliament, is basically working across, I think, over 183 provisions across various statutes is being decriminalized. So the government is working towards that. As far as judicial appointments are concerned, I take your point on that, but having said that, you also know that appointment of a judge is not an easy task. There has to be a 360 IB inquiry. There have to, it's a tough life to be a judge. It requires a lot of isolation. It requires a lot of building of Chinese walls around you, and it's a different ask. It's a different kind of ask. What I would concentrate, because we need an immediate solution, and I think the immediate solution should be about augmenting the existing capacity that we have, and that is very easy. So you were asking for solutions. I actually came with one more. For example, we can extend the Commercial Courts Act 2015's case management model to all civil suits above a certain value, and we can have a value threshold for it. Basically, a mandatory case management hearing within, I would say, about 30 days and with fixed timelines for pleadings. What's happened is that the criminal statute has already been amended, but the CPC is still very, very procedurally heavy. I think that also needs to be sort of diluted a bit and simplified. But one more thing, which is not, I think, government-oriented, but citizen-oriented approach is something that we need. We need to have cases happening in the local language. half of the litigants don't understand what's going on. I mean, I remember being in college 21 years ago in Britain, and the Wolf reforms there did away with Latin. And here we are still quoting Latin maxims. There are people who don't understand English and really depend on their, or a junior in the chamber, sort of giving them a sketchy briefing of what happened in court. We need to make it, and we can again, when, as Pallavi ji said, we need to leverage technology. With the help of artificial intelligence, you should be able to generate a brief summary of the court judgment or the order in the local language, so that, especially you were talking about Supreme Court, we have litigants coming from all across India. If you speak Tamil, if you speak Bengali, it should be a matter of minutes where you should have a summary of what exactly happened in court that day. And VC hearings in Supreme Court has really helped democratize the entire procedure, because now you know that the litigant is sitting somewhere in Tinsukia and is able to see whether the lawyer actually reached for the hearing or not.
That's right.
And I think, again, the answer is to augment the existing capacity.
Absolutely. You want to say something?
If I say
Sure.
Existing augmenting capacity is very, very important, and I agree with you. As you said, this is more on implementation rather than new stuff. Existing judges can be done. There can be so much of training of the existing judges. For example, CPC is amended to say no more than 3 adjournments for putting a written statement. Nobody implements it. Every time there is an extension, some nominal costs are imposed, and we get extensions after extension. If we ever to impose that, it would be fantastic.
I think that's the
Ajay,
point.
would you like to?
See, when you speak to the government on the same issue, I had a conversation with the government. They said, you want us to stop litigating, and you want us to agree that at a certain level we will not file appeals. Are you willing to agree that your private clients will do the same?
Who in the government were you speaking to?
No, so that apart. No, I mean, there are people who are looking at this option, but they ask this question: will your clients agree to do the same? So that's also an issue, that we are seasoned litigants. We fight about everything. I think that the issue is that, it's having judges appointed. I'm not, obviously, as I said, that the supply side has to be augmented, but it's not easy. Judges are perishable. People will pass away. You'll have to keep fighting judges. I think it has to be a pincer attack from all of it. At the end of the day, unless you reduce this pressure on them, and which is not difficult to do, and that's purely in the hands of the government. I'm saying this because then you don't need the judiciary, you don't need the lawyers. We are as responsible. We all have our limitations, but at least bring in an external element into the equation. Let me give you an example on impact analysis, why I brought up the judicial grid.
Sure.
See, one of the biggest challenges today is how do you judge the impact? Even if we talk about the Jan Vishwas bill, how do you judge the impact of a decriminalization of a particular provision? If you look at our judicial grid, it's very good. It gives you the kind of cases there are, but it does not granular detail of what case, under which section, how it has been filed. When I raised this issue with Ministry of Law, it's very interesting. They said the fields are in the data. The fields are not filled up at the court level. So when you look at impact analysis, that is the most starting point. That if I have granular data in India, we have manpower, we have the technology. If we were to first upgrade our judicial grid, then you know that if I was to change this particular provision, this is the number of cases that would go away. Even with Jan Vishwas, as I said,
that's right.
There's a specific bar to retrospective application, which we had suggested should not be the case. When we amended the Companies Act, we gave the benefit to old cases. The law is very clear. But I think if the more we work on both fronts, I'm not suggesting that, this is the only solution at the supply side, but unless we arrest that, because you ask yourself the question, we took cases out of the High Court to the tribunals.
Yeah.
That should have freed up, logically, that should have freed up the High Courts, but it hasn't. They are blocked, the side roads are blocked. So, wo jam वैसे का वैसा ही है, tribunal में भी.
That's right.
So, everywhere the impact analysis, was there ever an impact analysis done कि NCLT के आने से did things really improve? Never.
Well, NCLT case was the problem because NCLT was already set up and you dumped on it IBC cases. So NCLT, which is already overburdened, became even more overburdened.
Right, exactly.
Competition
But there was no
law,
impact analysis.
Competition law,
That's why I said there was no impact analysis
no impact
because you threw all of those.
Absolutely.
And insolvency cases, all our winding up cases became insolvency cases. So we would have mergers pending, and our hearing would be after somebody who's filed a case for some 50,000 rupee debt, 5 hours that's going on, and our merger client is sitting back and saying, when is my merger hearing going to happen?
Okay. We know there's a clock that is in front of me which says only 6 minutes left. I would like to take 2 questions from the floor. If you have any questions to this wonderful panel here, which is there a mic there? Is any questions? Yeah, please go ahead. Please identify yourself, and if your question is to a particular person, please name that person. Be brief, and it should be a question or a quick observation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Prakhar Deep. I'm a lawyer based in Delhi. My question is to Ms. Basuri Suraj. As a lawyer and as a lawmaker, we all talk about delays in judicial adjudication, but enforcement of decrees is a very big problem in India. Do you think, and I want to run this to you as a parliamentarian to have a think of it, that enforcement should be taken away from courts and you should maybe have an agency or a department that can look into it, because courts are already burdened, but forcing a litigant to wait for fruits of the decree is something which can be taken care by someone else. So your thoughts on it?
Masuri.
I completely agree with you. And whenever I have had a chance to sort of, discuss this or escalate these kinds of concerns, that is the first thing that we have said, that you need to actually sort of ensure that you separate these two, because otherwise, this is an aspect which is misused as well. The delay gets weaponized. Somebody will win the case, and in order to, the decree is there in their hands, but then, like I said, the opposite party can be very unscrupulous and they can weaponize the delay. And this is a concern that we have been sort of discussing where we need to.
Would you like to add to this?
I think I would add one thing, Prakhar. Just what they've done in the Arbitration Act, and they've amended that if you get an award, if it's a money award, normally under Section 34, when it got challenged, you got an automatic stay. That provision was removed. And provisions of Order 41 came into something like that. We need to think a little more creatively, so that it doesn't come as an automatic stay. The courts react faster, even if it has to be a court, or it's a separate execution court, a earmark for execution. Something needs to come more creatively and as a reform within the existing court system. Can you earmark 2 judges who want to only enforce the execution of decrees or awards or, something like that?
Ajay, would you like to respond, add to this?
I mean, that's a part and parcel of the whole delay. I mean, at the end of the day, you can't say. Once there is a delay in the whole system is going to get clogged.
Absolutely.
So the problem is when you say better cases should get off, better higher value cases, decrease, it's all going to suffer.
Yeah.
But our procedure under CPC for executing a decree is just so long.
That's right.
It's just so long. Order 21 just goes on and on.
Yeah. So there's a question from there. Let's take this question from there. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Chahat Agarwal from A-Secure Capital. My question is open to the panel. Anyone can answer that. We talked a lot about AI implementation in justice system. While that's a solution, but that there has to be a difference between a change for the sake of change and a solution that adds value and solves problem that is the basic core, right? Not just capacity building or the surface level. So when we talk about technology implementation, the most common problem is the data leaks, cybersecurity, and also, as we know very popularly, which is how AI reads documents and interpret data, so on and so forth. So how is your plan to move forward when we talk about AI implementation needs to be actually executed in justice system?
Okay, Basuri, you start and then we'll move this way.
So with AI, it's easier to train an artificial intelligence model than it is to train a large number of judges. And I think the first thing that you can do is ensure, because AI is governed, or sort of the reference point will be the kind of data sets that it is going to be trained on. So I would first of all advocate for indigenously developed AI. So basically AI which has been developed by India, which is stored on Indian data servers. And of course, we had that AI summit in New Delhi. I know that the foundation has already been laid for this. The second thing I would do is I would definitely train it on India data sets. And the third thing is that when you're training it, I would make sure that it is trained on all Indian languages, all recognized Indian languages.
That's right.
So
Ajay?
just to add to what
Sure.
Masuri has said, the Supreme Court has already used domestically developed AI in several programs. I think it's still little early stages. Yeah, it's not gone really used and gone too deep into it, but it's got Supace, Suvas. Then there is an AI Justice mobile app. They've got a case management and a filing system, AI Saransh, which gives you the summaries. There are a number of software AI developed and developed locally in India for the court. And they also have an automatic translation. The Supreme Court judgments have some 40,000 judgments have been translated in almost all the official languages. Yeah, this has to start it here, but it has to just...
What about the guardrails? Are there enough guardrails on this technology? I mean, you don't want a situation where somebody's life or death depends on that judgment, and that judgment is created by...
In the US,
you need robust systems at the end of the day.
So I'm saying, I think we also need guardrails for execution of an AI thing.
No accountability. That's the problem with AI. There's no accountability.
No, I would differ with there. I would say that I'm talking about implementation of technology without taking away the judicial discretion.
Absolutely.
The decision-making power always remains with human beings, because equity is part of law. And an AI model would never have that.
Okay.
That kind of empathy,
Wonderful.
humanity is necessary.
That can never be substituted.
Ajay, you have the last word.
It has to be an aid. If they take over human brains and human mind, then we are in deep trouble.
Okay.
What? AI will ever substitute, at least not for the time being, substitute the human brain or the ability of a judge to take that decision. It should not.
Okay. On that optimistic note, let's close this discussion. I think we had a wonderful charged discussion on the question of court cases, clogging the courts and delivery of justice. We had many solutions that were offered by the panelists here. Mostly it seems to me that government has a lot to do, and I hope somebody from the government will listen to this discussion and take necessary steps in good time before it becomes a bigger challenge. Thank you very much to my panelists for being here, taking part in it, and thank you, the audience, for listening to us and asking very good questions. Thank you.
A big thank you to all the panelists for such an insightful discussion. I request all of you to please get together for a group photograph. Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya, Ms. Swaraj, Mr. Behel, and Ms. Shroff for sharing your perspectives on one of the most critical pillars in Indian democracy and development, that is the justice system. I request Ms. Shefali Munjal and Ms. Geeta Anand to please join us on stage to felicitate our presenters with a small token of appreciation from our side. Thank you, Ms. Munjal and Ms. Anand, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see them off with a big round of applause, please. Thank you once again. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to refuel. But we have a strict 15 minutes coffee break lined up ahead. So please feel free to connect, but be back because we get into a very important session exploring how the energy landscape in India is evolving going ahead. Thank you, and we'll see you in 15 minutes. And as we move forward, we would like to extend a word of gratitude towards our session partner, AZB and Partners, for the support, their encouragement and their contributions for making this very important session on the justice system in India possible at the Mindmine Summit.
Chocolates? Sugar is the new cocaine.
Happy birthday. It's sugar-free.
Parker, the right gift.
Can I come in?
Sure.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Wow, it's so cute. You baked it?
Yeah.
इसमें egg है?
Happy birthday. It's eggless.
Parker, the right gift.
Riya, happy birthday.
Thank you. Gift voucher. इससे कम thoughtful और personalized कुछ नहीं मिला.
Riya, happy birthday. इससे ज्यादा thoughtful और personalized कुछ नहीं मिला.
Parker, the right gift. Personalize it.
It's more than just a place to stay. It's where your heart finds its own way. Kindness flows without a cause, and quiet talks deserve applause. It's where new life begins to grow, with gentle roots and feathered glow. A hug of comfort at the end of day, with furry love that leads the way. Even clumsy steps become a trend when joy and love refuse to end. Laughter echoes through the air as colors swirl with love and care. It's where love stays, though time may fly. A place where hearts never say goodbye. Hero Homes, building what matters.
Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, and Honorable Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Uttar Pradesh has emerged as the crowned jewel, redefining growth at scale. As India advances towards its aspirational goal, Viksit Bharat at 2047, Uttar Pradesh stands ready to lead, to build, and to deliver. Viksit Uttar Pradesh at 2047 is a long-term investment blueprint. The ambition is clear. A $1 trillion economy by 2030 and a $6 trillion economy by 2047, driven by reform-led governance and strong execution, anchored by India's largest industrial land bank, which is distributed in strategic clusters, and with sector-ready parks, which are equipped with plug-and-play infrastructure. Viksit Bharat 2047 is backed by a dedicated FDI, FCI, Fortune Global and Fortune India 500 companies investment promotion policy to incentivize foreign investments, which are investing in the state across an array of sectors, namely global capability centers, automobile, EVs, AI, IT, ITES, semiconductor, electronics manufacturing, green hydrogen, food processing, tourism, and data centers. These strategic initiatives are further strengthened by the state's industrial investment and employment promotion policy. Uttar Pradesh offers one of India's strongest multimodal advantages. The state now boasts of the largest expressway network in the country,
with 9 operational and 13 upcoming expressways, along with 16 domestic and 5 international airports.
An extensive rail network spanning nearly 9,000 kilometers across 5 railway zones, access to the National Inland Waterway connecting the state to major ports, and located at the crossroads of national freight corridors, Uttar Pradesh offers seamless national and global access. Supported by 9+ operational dry ports, enabling seamless export connectivity for industries across the state. The state's leadership deeply respects the investors' work ethics and punctuality. It is this very commitment to efficiency and reliability that has enabled Uttar Pradesh to be ranked as the #1 state in the ease of doing business, driven by decisive reforms and digital-first governance. The confidence of the investor is further strengthened by 115 dedicated Udyami Mitras, providing end-to-end hand-holding, 5 sector-focused desks, and 8+ country desks supporting international investors. Uttar Pradesh also has a clear demographic advantage in the country and is powered by India's largest and youngest talent pools, and supported by a strong ecosystem of premium technical institutions, universities, and skill development centers, strengthened further by the Entrepreneurship Development Cell and Kaushal Connect Cell, creating a future-ready workforce and enabling large-scale job creation. This isn't potential, it's performance, scaling with speed. Invest in Uttar Pradesh. Come, partner with India's growth engine.
Happy birthday! Thank you! I love cosmetics. Is this PETA certified cruelty free? Happy birthday. No animals were harmed in the making of this product.
Parker, the right gift.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Chocolates. Sugar is the new cocaine.
Happy birthday. It's sugar free.
Parker, the right gift.
Can I come in?
Sure.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Wow, it's so cute. You baked it?
Yeah.
इसमें egg है?
Happy birthday. It's eggless.
Parker, the right gift.
Riya, happy birthday.
Thank you. Gift voucher. इससे कम thoughtful और personalized कुछ नहीं मिला.
रिया, हैप्पी बर्थडे. इससे ज्यादा thoughtful और personalized कुछ नहीं मिला.
Parker, the right gift. Personalize it.
it's more than just a place to stay. It's where your heart finds its own way. Kindness flows without a cause, and quiet talks deserve applause. It's where new life begins to grow, with gentle roots and feathered glow. A hug of comfort at the end of day, with furry love that leads the way. Even clumsy steps become a trend, when joy and love refuse to end. Laughter echoes through the air, as colors swirl with love and care. It's where love stays, though time may fly. A place where hearts never say goodbye. Hero Homes, building what matters.
Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, and Honorable Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Uttar Pradesh has emerged as the crowned jewel, redefining growth at scale. As India advances towards its aspirational goal, Viksit Bharat at 2047, Uttar Pradesh stands ready to lead, to build, and to deliver. Viksit Uttar Pradesh at 2047 is a long-term investment blueprint. The ambition is clear: a $1 trillion economy by 2030 and a $6 trillion economy by 2047, driven by reform-led governance and strong execution, anchored by India's largest industrial land bank, which is distributed in strategic clusters, and with sector-ready parks, which are equipped with plug-and-play infrastructure. Viksit Bharat 2047 is backed by a dedicated FDI, FCI, Fortune Global and Fortune India 500 companies investment promotion policy to incentivize foreign investments, which are investing in the state across an array of sectors, namely global capability centers, automobile, EVs, AI, IT, ITES, semiconductor, electronics manufacturing, green hydrogen, food processing, tourism, and data centers. These strategic initiatives are further strengthened by the state's industrial investment and employment promotion policy. Uttar Pradesh offers one of India's strongest multimodal advantages. The state now boasts of the largest expressway network in the country,
with 9 operational and 13 upcoming expressways, along with 16 domestic and 5 international airports.
An extensive rail network spanning nearly 9,000 kilometers across 5 railway zones, access to the National Inland Waterway connecting the state to major ports, and located at the crossroads of national freight corridors, Uttar Pradesh offers seamless national and global access. Supported by 9+ operational dry ports, enabling seamless export connectivity for industries across the state. The state's leadership deeply respects the investors' work ethics and punctuality. It is this very commitment to efficiency and reliability that has enabled Uttar Pradesh to be ranked as the #1 state in the ease of doing business, driven by decisive reforms and digital-first governance. The confidence of the investor is further strengthened by 115 dedicated Udyami Mitras, providing end-to-end hand-holding, 5 sector-focused desks, and 8+ country desks, supporting international investors. Uttar Pradesh also has a clear demographic advantage in the country and is powered by India's largest and youngest talent pools, and supported by a strong ecosystem of premium technical institutions, universities, and skill development centers, strengthened further by the Entrepreneurship Development Cell and Kaushal Connect Cell, creating a future-ready workforce and enabling large-scale job creation. This isn't potential. It's performance, scaling with speed. Invest in Uttar Pradesh. Come, partner with India's growth engine.
Happy birthday!
Thank you. I love cosmetics. Is this PETA certified cruelty free? Happy birthday. No animals were harmed in the making of this product.
Parker, the right gift.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Chocolates. Sugar is the new cocaine.
Happy birthday. It's sugar free.
Parker, the right gift.
Can I come in?
Sure.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Wow, it's so cute. You baked it?
Yeah.
इसमें egg है?
Happy birthday. It's eggless.
Parker, the right gift.
Riya, happy birthday.
Thank you. Gift voucher. इससे कम thoughtful और personalized कुछ नहीं मिला.
रिया, हैप्पी बर्थडे. इससे ज्यादा thoughtful और personalized कुछ नहीं मिला.
Parker, the right gift. Personalize it.
Home. It's more than just a place to stay. It's where your heart finds its own way. Kindness flows without a cause, and quiet talks deserve applause. It's where new life begins to grow, with gentle roots and feathered glow. A hug of comfort at the end of day, with furry love that leads the way. Even clumsy steps become a trend when joy and love refuse to end. Laughter echoes through the air as colors swirl with love and care. It's where love stays, though time may fly. A place where hearts never say goodbye. Hero Homes, building what matters.
Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, and Honorable Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Uttar Pradesh has emerged as the crowned jewel, redefining growth at scale. As India advances towards its aspirational goal, Viksit Bharat at 2047, Uttar Pradesh stands ready to lead, to build, and to deliver. Viksit Uttar Pradesh at 2047 is a long-term investment blueprint. The ambition is clear. A $1 trillion economy by 2030 and a $6 trillion economy by 2047, driven by reform-led governance and strong execution, anchored by India's largest industrial land bank, which is distributed in strategic clusters, and with sector-ready parks, which are equipped with plug-and-play infrastructure. Viksit Bharat 2047 is backed by a dedicated FDI, FCI, Fortune Global and Fortune India 500 companies investment promotion policy to incentivize foreign investments, which are investing in the state across an array of sectors, namely global capability centers, automobile, EVs, AI, IT, ITES, semiconductor, electronics manufacturing, green hydrogen, food processing, tourism, and data centers. These strategic initiatives are further strengthened by the state's industrial investment and employment promotion policy. Uttar Pradesh offers one of India's strongest multimodal advantages. The state now boasts of the largest expressway network in the country,
with 9 operational and 13 upcoming expressways, along with 16 domestic and 5 international airports.
An extensive rail network spanning nearly 9,000 kilometers across 5 railway zones, access to the national inland waterway connecting the state to major ports, and located at the crossroads of national freight corridors, Uttar Pradesh offers seamless national and global access. Supported by 9+ operational dry ports, enabling seamless export connectivity for industries across the state. The state's leadership deeply respects the investors' work ethics and punctuality. It is this very commitment to efficiency and reliability that has enabled Uttar Pradesh to be ranked as the #1 state in the ease of doing business.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We request all of you to quickly take your seats as we're about to get started with the next session. All our guests were still outside the hall. We request you to kindly make your way in. We request all our guests to quickly settle in as we're about to get started with the next session. And we're grateful to all of you who've been very generous with the social media posts tagging the Mindmine Summit on LinkedIn. But we haven't done it yet. We request you to kindly scan the QR code, which is kept on the paper standees placed on our center tables. All you need to do is scan it, go on LinkedIn, and share your learnings from the 16th edition of Mindmine Summit 2026 on LinkedIn. But please make sure to use our hashtag, which is hashtag Mindmine Summit 2026. We request all our guests to quickly get inside the hall and settle in so that we can get started with the next session and stay ahead of the time. All the guests were standing close to the door. Can we please have you come inside and take your seats? And also, if you haven't still shared your learning across social media, please take 2 minutes out of your time and do that. We have these standees placed at the tables with the QR codes. We request you to please scan the QR code and share your learnings and the insights on today's Mindmine Summit on LinkedIn. But while you do that, please make sure that you tag us and also use a hashtag that is Mindmine Summit 2026. We'll get started in the next 1 minute. It's been quite a day packed with a lot of learnings. We've learned about the insurance sector, learned about the justice system in the country, the way the money is flowing, and what is the money prediction for the coming future. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to turn towards a critical sector, a sector so very important that really holds the key to the future for any economy, and that is energy. We're going to look at the future of energy because few issues today are as important as this one. As countries balance energy security, sustainability, affordability, and innovation, the choices that are being made today will shape the decades ahead. So our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is very aptly titled The Energy Map: Oil, Atom, or Sun? Let's take a look. And what an honor it is to be inviting our esteemed panelists for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we have the honor of inviting onto the stage one of India's leading voices on economic transformation and innovation. Please welcome former G20 Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant. Thank you, Mr. Kant. Thank you for joining us this evening. Please keep the applause going, as coming up next for the session on the stage is a leading voice in India's power sector, someone who brings deep expertise in energy transition, sustainability, and the future of electricity, CEO and MD of the Tata Power Company, Dr. Praveer Sinha. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Sinha. Joining them on the panel is someone who comes with an extensive experience in the energy sector. She brings a valuable perspective on energy security, mobility, and sustainable growth as the chairperson of Shell Group of Companies in India and Senior VP of Shell Lubricants Asia Pacific, Ms. Mansi Madan Tripathi. And to steer this conversation ahead and draw the best out of each one of these panelists, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome a moderator for the session, Editor, Sustainability and Regulatory Affairs of Outlook Business, Mr. Sudipto De. A very warm welcome to all the distinguished panelists, and over to you, Mr. De.
Thank you very much. And thank you the panelists for being, I think it's a conversation which energy has been sort of in the earlier parts of the day, energy security was discussed, touched upon, and it's something that I think all of us are looking forward to in terms of the roadmap for the India's energy mix. Without much ado, let me just start off with Mr. Kant. Mr. Kant, a couple of months back, you wrote an article, a column, and you write very often, is that how India's energy independence, is become a new sovereignty issue. And it was widely reported, widely covered also. Tell me, how has the last 100 days of the war, the Iran war, how has it changed the whole India's energy map? Has it really changed it forever?
Very much, because India imports about 180 billion worth of fossil fuel. When prices go up very sharply and you have a war in your neighborhood in West Asia and the Strait of Hormuz gets closed, the prices shoot up from about $60 a barrel to about $110 a barrel. It has very severe implications on your macroeconomic security. It has implication on the strength of your currency, and it has huge long-term implications on your growth prospects. And therefore, energy independence is the key to India's long-term growth and prosperity. And my view has been very clear that, India has already done about 286 gigawatt of clean energy. India needs to accelerate the pace of that. We had set a target of 500 gigawatt by 2030. To my mind, that was set in the context of climate goals to be met. But we need to enhance this target in a very big way. My view is that in the context of the fact that this has severe implication in India's macroeconomic stability, but more than that the world in future will be driven by a new general purpose technology like AI, artificial intelligence, that India has already got about $70 billion worth of commitments for data centers. Another 90 billion worth of new data centers have been announced, so about $160 billion worth of data centers coming in, which need energy. If you're not able to have energy and you're not energy independent, you will not be able to drive artificial intelligence, you will not be able to drive artificial intelligence across different sectors of your economy. But more than that, you will forever be dependent on fossil fuel. Exactly. Now, important thing is that India is climatically blessed. You have clean energy. You've done 286 gigawatt. If you enhance this target in a very big way and accelerate the pace, India has the capacity to produce large-scale renewable energy, crack water, and produce green hydrogen, and be the cheapest producer of green hydrogen, be the largest exporter of green hydrogen, and be the biggest manufacturer of electrolyzer. So I've been a long-term believer that India should push for a post-industrial society. India push for clean energy. We take great pride in the fact that last year we did 56 gigawatt of clean energy. China did 400 gigawatt of clean energy last year. So India should actually be aiming to do 500 gigawatt of clean energy, because India's climatic conditions are 5x better than China's climatic conditions. The only other country which can match India's climatic conditions is Saudi Arabia, which is full of fossil fuel. But India should actually be targeting 1,000 gigawatt per year of renewable clean energy, and that is my belief. But this would require a huge amount of focus on your ability to build evacuation structure, your ability to then build the base load of nuclear small modular reactors, nuclear energy. The Shanti bill has been passed already, but the rules have not come out as yet. So a range of things in terms of evacuation infrastructure, creating the bill for creating the rules for small modular reactor, and pushing private sectors like Tata Power, Shell, many other to create small modular reactors in India is necessary. We need to think big, we need to think large, and we need to make India totally energy independent for the future.
Absolutely. And in fact, if you look at it, Thomas Piketty, the French economist, in a very recent interaction with us, talked about how he's totally in favor of fast-tracking the whole energy transition. And the only qualification he made was that, it's not sufficient to go have renewables alone. It's very important to have caps on global north. There were reduced work hours, lifestyle changes. You see something of just going. There's a sort of if I can be the devil's advocate here, some of the critics mentioned that, are we sort of moving from one, say, choke point, which is oil, to another choke point where you have, say, one country dominating the whole ecosystem for critical minerals and other parts. So do you see that sort of where we move from one, we should not fall into a trap? How do you sort of react to that scenario?
No, I'm very clear that for a country like India, there is no trap, because if you have clean energy, don't fall in the trap of what the rest of the world is talking about, fossil fuel. Mm-hmm. You have climatic conditions, push for that. You have the ability, once you do renewable, you need battery storage. India today, clean energy, renewable energy is selling at 1 rupee in the daytime. It's selling at 10 rupees in the night time. Look at this. People who have built up pump storage are generating wealth because they're selling at 10 rupee at the peak hour. So you need to build up battery storage. That is important. You need every single tender has to be with 24/7 storage power in India. And our ambition to build more and more renewable has to be much higher than just 500 gigawatt. In the context of the present geopolitics, India must become a champion of clean energy. I'm absolutely clear. India's growth, if your ambition is to grow at 9 to 10% per annum over a 3-decade period, and only 3 countries have been able to do it, Japan, Korea, China, only 3 countries have been able to do it. All 108 countries are caught in the middle income trap. This growth can only come from being energy independent. No other way. You can't be energy dependent on other parts of the world. You can't be energy dependent on the Strait of Hormuz and on West Asia any further. This is priority number 1 for India. And without this, India can never be a developed nation. You cannot be a Viksit Bharat, you cannot be a $30+ trillion economy without being energy independent.
Absolutely. Mr. Sinha, how has the last, this whole crisis, oil crisis, if I may put it, from a power sector perspective, how has it played out for you?
First of all, thank you for having me in the panel discussion. I think India has done quite well during the crisis that we had. As also in last 5 years, we had COVID, we had the conflict in Russia and Ukraine. And in each one of them, India has been able to meet its energy requirement. While globally, many countries have suffered, they had crisis of not enough gas or oil being there. We fortunately had enough in our own country. And we have, of course, our main generation is from coal and there's enough coal in the country. But also we have now huge amount of renewable power. So as was mentioned by Mr. Amitabh Kant, that during daytime we have huge excess capacity and the price of power, not only it goes down to 1 rupee, many times it goes down to nearly 0. So that's the benefit that we have. And what we need to do is that how do we make it more sustainable in terms of 24/7. It is infirm power and how do we make it firm? while battery storage is one of the solutions, pump storage is there, and we can have large number of pump storage because you already have nearly 50 gigawatt of hydropower plants. And if you create a pumping system in that, you can actually have nearly 5 times that capacity. And that's the benefit that we have as a country. And while we have come through this crisis, it is also important that we look at what will happen in next 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years. And there is very good examples that we see in China. There are also good examples in other parts of the world. And if we plan ourselves little better, Mr. Amitabh Kant mentioned large and big. I think one of the other important thing is speed. Most of the time, we do many things, but it is too little, too slow. And that's where I think if we can increase our speed, there is one India that works. I always say that we have India in Delhi, and then we have the Bharat, which is in the states. And that is what is the problem, that every state has to think like India, and every state has to take ownership that they will be part of the big transformation or the energy transition that we are talking about. And while I strongly believe that whatever we have done is very little, it's just tip of the iceberg, and our capability is huge. And just to give some reference, in 2010, in the last decade, we would add typically about 10 to 12 gigawatt. Last year, we added 53 gigawatt. And I remember everyone used to be very doubtful. And most of it, mind you, has come from the private sector, that it would not be able to rise to the occasion, will not be able to do that. But we have been able to deliver, we have been able to add that capacity. And I don't think that it is too far that we will be able to add 100 gigawatt a year. So I think we have the capability, we have the knowledge, we need to put ourselves together. We need many more Niti Ayogs. We need many more technology centers which can come and do a better planning. Mr. Khan mentioned that while we have set up huge capacity, there's huge capacity which has been set up, but we are not able to evacuate power. How do we do that?
Exactly.
How do we bring the distribution reforms? Out of the 28 states, only one state is in private sector, 27. And their condition is not very good. In fact, I always tell people that when I go to many states and I see the distribution system, my belief in God increases because wo Bhagwan hi chala rahe hain. It is in such bad condition. So I think there is so much that is there, and next 10, 15 years is a great time for India to really transition to clean energy, and transition to cheap and affordable energy, and make this country really energy security wise independent of anyone else, because I don't think sun or wind comes through any other strait or any other place. So we have straight access to that.
Absolutely. Mr. Bhatti, if I can turn to you, in a recent LinkedIn post, you spoke about the lessons in performance from a crisis, where you spoke about the lessons from a company perspective, from a leadership perspective, of these 100 days of this Iran war has sort of changed your perspective. Could you share some of those learnings, lessons?
No, I guess, again, a very good afternoon, everyone, and absolutely a pleasure to be on this panel. In fact, as I was reflecting on the name, it said, sun, oil, or atoms. It is like, it should be an and it should probably call molecules, electrons, atoms, and probably I'll add metal because, till the time the infrastructure below is not there. I honestly believe that, any crisis is a huge opportunity, and we saw it in various degrees. If you look at India, I think even in the last 100 days, I think the deliberation on how much of strategic reserve do we need to have in the country and the pace at which that conversation has been, and I've been part of a lot of those conversations, that has moved, would have not moved if not for the crisis, right? India diversifying from kind of like 21 countries where we were importing to now close to 42 plus, again, wouldn't have happened at the pace
Absolutely.
At which it has happened in the last 100 days, right? Which is extremely important. Like, I think if you think from a longer term perspective, some of the reforms, which we had been working with the government on, specifically renewable gas part of it, ethanol mix, pricing, all of them are moving at a very, very fast pace, and also on the upstream, the investment and what needs to be done there. So I think the pace part of has been really, really accelerated. Going, to one of my businesses, which is lubricants, typically a new formulation takes 6 to 9 months from the whole process, to get it tested, reformulated. We have been now doing it in matter of like 2 weeks, something which we could have never dreamt. Part of it is AI, because now we are doing some of those simulations at an AI level rather than physical, and hence the pace is accelerated. And part of it is also willingness of the entire ecosystem, our customers included, to experiment and move on, right? Like instead of saying everything needs to be 100% perfect, it's like, okay, what molecules do I get to run my business today? And, anything and everything is co-mingling of base oils, having different mix was something which was completely unheard. Couple of, I would say months, it was like a holy cows you could not touch. But the crisis has then forced us to say, okay, if this is what we need as our demand and this is the supply, what are the 100 things which we can do to bridge the two? And I think that flexibility, resilience, agility wouldn't have come if not for crisis. So I think crisis is good in that way because it has accelerated and given us new ways of doing our business model, both at a country level and at a micro level as well.
Just to add to it, you see this crisis, sort of the lessons that you learned, picked up from this crisis, are they going to stay with you? How do you ensure that they stay with you going forward? It plays out. We get the maximum advantage of those.
Absolutely. I think that's something which is super critical because if I recall, there have been many of these crises earlier, but we deal with it and then we go back to our normal, right? But I guess, the key for us is like, and we have a couple of teams right now which are saying longer term, what should be our supplier ecosystem so that we are diversified. Earlier we were relying on single supply sources because that gives us more scale and hence economy. And it's then a balance between, economy, but continuity of your business, which also becomes important. How we write our contracts is also a big learning for us because currently contractually, if we had to do X, Y, Z without declaring a force majeure, you would be under a big financial penalty. But then, these crises help you to think through with your customers that what will be the right way so that it's a win-win and writing our contracts very differently as we go forward. And then, obviously it goes down to how do we ensure that from an R&D slate and from our innovation pipeline, we are having that mindset, which is very different than before. So I guess hard coding it into our processes, hard coding it into our culture, hard coding it into our leadership expectation becomes really, really critical as we go forward. And I think that's a very important onus on all of us as individuals, as leaders, that we don't leave this crisis. Hopefully it ends soon. We're just saying business is normal and then move on. Yeah,
absolutely. Coming back to this whole debate about oil versus atom versus sun, in fact, there could be a plus instead of a versus. Mr. Kant, you referred to the nuclear part, and the fact that, do you think that atom now deserves a larger place in the whole energy mix as you look at the energy map going forward? And we have not invested enough in the nuclear.
So, India's ambition to do renewable energy at this size and scale will not be feasible without base load.
Mm-hmm.
And you need base load energy, and that can only come from nuclear. And the big nuclear projects, the record of India's performance on them has had very long gestation period.
Absolutely.
There has been time and cost overrun on these large projects.
Exactly.
So small modular reactors are the new technology. I've always been a believer that if India wants to grow rapidly, you have to get into cutting edge areas of technology. Without that, it's not possible. And small modular reactors, much like renewable energy, government has consciously taken a call to open it up to the private sector and not leave it as a monopoly of NPCIL and Department of Atomic Energy.
Yeah.
The Shanti Bill has been passed by the Parliament. It's a very, very progressive act. But the rules need to be notified immediately. There are several other constraints on fuel, etc., waste material, etc., which need to be sorted out and allow the private sector to move forward rapidly. And India needs to put a crack team to see that this is put forward and accelerated. The pace of that acceleration is very, very critical to my mind. There are two other points I want to make.
Sure.
And one is that given the huge amount of pollution in our urban cities, India needs to accelerate the pace of electric mobility. And I've been a long-term believer in this. And India should use the CAFE norms, which are pending for over 3.5 years, clearly come out unequivocally in favor of pushing for electric mobility and say that in the next 3 years, at least the top 15 cities of India will go 100% electric on 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, and we'll go 100% electric by 2030 on all trucks and on buses, and define the period by which India will go electric on even 4-wheelers. We should clearly state that. Because a roadmap will then push private sector investment in that area. If you do not have a roadmap, it will be very difficult for the private sector to accelerate the pace of implementation. Why I'm saying that even for renewable energy, we should define a target as 1500, not 500 gigawatt, because one of India's biggest achievement on this 286 gigawatt has been that it's been done by the private sector of India. Exactly. It's not government built the policy, but the private sector has actually executed on ground, and they've been able to attract private equity, they've been able to attract venture funds from across the world. If you open it up and spell out a right roadmap, you'll be able to attract a lot of private equity and venture funds from across the world. And the third point I want to make is that it's very important to understand that we should not replace one kind of dependency, exactly, fossil fuel dependency and because you need battery storage, and move it to dependency on critical minerals. Mm-hmm. And it's important to understand this because the critical mineral processing technology has been monopolized by one country.
Exactly.
And that country, one country, what it does is that it increases the price of, it's not that critical minerals are not available. Critical minerals are all available in surplus. But the critical mineral processing technology has been monopolized. And what they do is they increase the price of of processed material, but they reduce the price of the end product. So you become then they reduce the price of the end product so sharply that you then become import dependent. Even if you develop the technology, it will be very difficult to match it in terms of pricing because they've reduced the price of the end product to rock bottom prices. So you need to then come out with clear policy measures that you are moving away to make in India, and we are going to support this policy for the next 5 or 6 years, that whoever produces batteries in India will be procured by India for the next 5 to 6 years to make India a champion in this. So these are 3 or 4 clear policy challenges which India faces, but it's as I said, it's very important that strategic independence. Yeah. Strategic independence is dependent on energy independence. This is the key, and that is why this session of this conference is the most important session to my mind. You can't have strategic independence of India without energy independence. And that is, to my mind, the key to India's future growth.
Absolutely, absolutely. Dr. Sinha, like in terms of Tata Power, you've already 47% of your energy that you produce is green energy. What is the roadmap that you have for the energy transition for the company, for the group per se?
So, couple of points. One is that when we talk of energy transition, we need to find an alternative which is as good as what we have today, both in terms of quality as well as in terms of price and reliability. Today, in the energy transition, we have infirm power. And whether we bring battery storage or large pump storage, it is possible. And people always ask me that, can we ever have 100%? And I tell them, maybe not 100%, but maybe 90%. We can have 90% of our availability of power 24/7 through solar, wind, demand response, battery storage, pump storage. We can have pump storage which are operating 8 hours, 10 hours. And it's not that we have the same demand of power through the day. There are certain hours when you have less. And you can plan that in such a way through some of the smart grid technology intervention. So it is definitely possible. We are working on it. We are working with large number of industries. And we are also working with large number of state discoms, that how we will transition. And this transition will happen between 2030 and 2035 and 2040. So it is not that we are talking something in 100 years later or something. This is real, this is here, and this is happening. And we can do this right across for everyone in the country. The second issue is, when we talk of power supply, it's not only reliability, it's also resilience. And Mr. Amitabh Kant mentioned about nuclear. Yeah. And again, on nuclear, there is a whole lot of work that is happening. I've personally been involved in it for last 2 years. And the government has to come up with the rules under which you can get the license and you can go ahead and implement these projects. Those are something which is work in progress. Again, speed is very important. If we have the right speed, we will be able to do. The third is, of course, the technology and the fuel and all that. Those have to be also handled. So I think, looking at our track record of nuclear power, where in last 70 years, we have only been able to add about 8 gigawatt, and they say another 12 is under implementation. So if we have to look at 100 gigawatt or even more, then we need to do large number of private sector, and it has to be technology agnostic. It cannot be one technology that is met for all the requirements. And I think there's huge amount of work that is happening. There's also one aspect that Mr. Kant mentioned was about the how do we get the raw material for batteries. There's also a lot of work that is happening on alternate chemistries. So lithium is not the be-all and end-all. There are technologies which are flow batteries, there are technologies which are sodium batteries, manganese batteries, and these are in quite advanced stage. I would say that in next 3 years, at least 3 to 5 years, we'll have huge number of alternates, and they would be for different applications. For mobility, it will have a different type of battery. For stationary application, and especially for power and renewable, it will be. So I think there is a whole lot of work that is happening. I don't know whether this is the most important session, but I can tell you that globally, the amount of work that is happening on clean energy space, that sort of thing I have not seen in last 100 years, that sort of thing happening. Globally, you go to any university, any science place, there's huge amount of research work that is happening. Thousands and thousands of PhDs are working on it to find new solutions. And I'm sure we will crack this. The reality will be, maybe in 2040 or 2050, you will have, each hotel will have a small nuclear plant in their basement, and we would not know about it. Or each factory will have, or each commercial complex. So this will become a reality. A lot of work is happening. I think we need to do much faster many of the things in our country, and we will have energy independence.
Absolutely. Mr. Bharti, we were discussing earlier the role of transition fuels like natural gas and LNG. You see a role for them as India, as the energy transition mix, the whole energy mix plays out?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think when we look at, India's energy mix and juxtapose it with the other part of the world, the developed world, right? The two things become very, very important. One, the role of natural gas in the mix, right? So typically, we are still talking 6% for last many years. In its maturity, we are still talking 15%. But if you look at, say, let me pick up UK. Currently, 30% of their mix today is by gas, right? And then talking about scale, like so nuclear, even if it's maturity in 47, we are still talking 100 gigawatts, which from a percentage perspective would still be, 3 to 4% of our energy mix, even in its maturity.
Absolutely.
Right? So that then boils down to what are the credible sources to be really, really going through the energy transition. And, if we have to go down from 42% of coal to say a going state of 18 to 20% in 2060 or so, the most credible is still gas, which has been proven in terms of its application right from heavy industry to, heavy trucks. Electricity is still not that proven, but, the LNG usage in the heavy industry is already proven. So I think one of the other key factors is how do we really ensure that the overall infrastructure, the commercial value chain in India is also totally equipped so that we are able to leverage something which is already proven and move that much faster, because ultimately what will work in India is two things in my mind. One, the final cost to the end consumer has to be in that 5 rupees range. Till the time the energy mix, whatever we produce is not there, it will not take, right? So that's one. And second is scale. How much scale can we get that? So I think for those two conditions to be true, it's really important that as a country, we also focus on something which we feel is a credible pathway for our energy transition as we go forward. Yeah.
Let me come to the interesting, the financing of the whole energy transition play. Mr. Kant, it's estimated around $500 billion of energy transition. That's the investment needed for the whole energy transition play to play out in Indian context. Are we what sort of role do you see for different institutions, different players in this, in terms of how do we get the funds? $500 billion.
There's no shortage of money in the world, let me tell you this. There's almost, if you look at the total amount of liquidity available right now, there's almost about $40 trillion available for the energy sector alone from across the world. Sovereign wealth funds are full of funds. Pension funds are full of funds. Private equity is full of funds. You need a clear roadmap in some of these sectors. You need a clear roadmap for renewable and define that you'll do it year by year in this manner. You can't be doing 8 gigawatt one year, 10 gigawatt another year, and 56 gigawatt in the third year. If you say that I'm going to crack 400 gigawatt or 500 gigawatt every year, the privates lay down the clear policy measures, say that I'll build the evacuation for that. The private sector will attract private equity and venture fund. If you say that, but look at you've put out tenders for green hydrogen. Price of green hydrogen in India came down from $4.50 to close to about $3 per kilogram. Your target is that you should be able to bring down the target of green hydrogen to $1 per kilogram. That means that you need to put out tenders for steel, for cement, for fertilizer, all this for green hydrogen. These tenders have not yet come out. Actually, the steel ministry should take the lead and say, because if you don't do this, tomorrow you will not be able to export your steel to Europe. You don't do this to fertilizer, you will not be able to push clean fertilizer. So each one of these ministries should be tasked to put out tenders for green hydrogen. That's how. Only the oil companies have done it. And my appreciation for Ministry of Petroleum for pushing them into this direction. But all other ministries should take the lead and say that India will take the lead to bring down the green hydrogen to $1 per kilogram. And that means that your renewable targets will go up. That means that your green hydrogen will go up. You define the roadmap and you say that our challenge is we'll bring it down to $1 per kilogram. Think of size, scale, and execution. Exactly. That is the key for India. You push India into that direction. And India, if you do that, private sector from all over the world will come and put money into India.
Absolutely.
Yeah. There's no shortage of money. There's a shortage of vision. There's a shortage of execution.
Dr. Sinha, your take.
So the last calendar year, and I'm talking about 1 year, nearly 2.1 trillion was spent globally in a clean energy space, which of course included mobility. In power sector, it was about 800 billion. Majority of it, of course, was from China. India spent 159 billion. So it's not that we have a challenge of spending money. It's a question of, as Mr. Amitabh Kant mentioned, that you create the right ecosystem of regulatory right ecosystem, policy right ecosystem, land ecosystem, power evacuation. So I think you create the right ecosystem, it will happen. Today, globally, all the sovereign funds are in clean energy. In fact, there's something known as FOMO. So no one wants to miss out the experience of being in India in the clean energy. So I think money will not be a problem. We'll of course have to go globally and get that sort of money. But if we have the right projects, if there is a demand, and if we can create the right ecosystem, we'll be able to implement it.
Yeah, I'll just quickly add on.
Please.
I'm conscious of time. I think I'll break it down into final commercials, which is on IRR, right? Most of the projects need to cross that 15% hurdle. Now, in India, where we see the maximum challenge is one, when you convert it into the FX to the dollar, because that's where the global money will be getting allocated. We lose about 3 to 4% there, right? Net of import and export on that one. So equalizing that would be very critical. Second, I think the last mile connectivity, which loses on, where the money, there are some value leakages in the value chain. Just small plugs there will help the overall economics overall. Yeah? And third, but not the least, is then the demand and the policy part of it, so that the demand is very clear for people to say, okay, how much of capex can I invest today? Because doing it in drips is not good for the overall project economics.
Absolutely.
So I think just breaking down into few of those fundamentals of any good project economics, will get India trillions of dollars, because as, Mr. Amitabh Kant said, there is no dearth of money. There's just dearth of good projects which can give you good IRR. And India can absolutely get there by small changes and tweaks, which I just talked about. Yeah.
Final round, and Mr. Kant, you referred to it earlier. Do you see at some point of time India becoming an exporter of clean energy solutions?
Well, my vision is that India should really push for a post-industrial society where don't get caught into this world of fossil fuel. India should really become a champion. No other country in the world has the climatic condition which India has. No other country has been able to crack this scale of renewable energy. And no other country has the potential to bring down the cost of green hydrogen to $1 per kilogram and become the biggest exporter. So India should be absolutely clear and steadfast in its vision that by 2030, it will bring down the cost of green hydrogen to $1 per kilogram, and it will become the largest exporter of clean energy to the rest of the world.
Absolutely. Dr. Sinha, your take?
Yeah, I think India is blessed to that extent because we have naturally both sun and wind. And it's in large parts of India. It's not just restricted to few areas. So at least, if not to very many places in Europe, but at least in neighboring countries, we can do. Today, you have subsea transmission cables which are there. So it's definitely, it is feasible. The art of possible is something that we have to make it happen.
Absolutely.
I don't think there's a question of will it. It's just a question of when.
Okay.
And I think that when is totally dependent on the will. So I think we are saying the same thing, but I guess we'll just have to come together and push it through.
Absolutely. I'd like to open because as you mentioned, this is one of the most important. Can we have one question from the audience? Is it, do we have the time for
So if you promise us just one, there's positive time. Yeah.
So maybe one question from the audience. As Mr. Khan said, it's one of the most important sessions of the event. So if you can have one question for the audience. Anybody?
We have somewhere right in the middle, here in the center of the room. Can you make the mic reach her?
Hi guys, big fan of the points you've put across. I just had one very interesting question actually about electrolyzers and hydrogen, as you guys mentioned, which is, and I may be wrong, but a very big part of electrolyzers is going to be catalysts and electrode supports. So a lot of that comes from nickel. And like you correctly said, China controls a lot of the nickel supply. And if we have to bring it down to $1 per kg, what are maybe some solutions we can do to reduce reliance on nickel, or find a way to collect and gain a greater supply or greater, supply resilience to this control of nickel that China has? Thank you.
Mr. Khan?
Let me tell you that nickel, cobalt, lithium, every single critical mineral is available in the world. There's no shortage of mineral. What is missing is the processing technology. India must master. What has happened in the last 2 decades is China has mastered the processing technology of critical minerals. Rest of the world hasn't done it. Europe hasn't done it. America hasn't done it. Asia hasn't done it. And that is why we've made ourselves dependent on China. What we need to do is to master the processing technology. Not availability is not a challenge.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks for the, I'd like to thank all the panel members. And we could have gone on, but of course, we have a new panel coming up. And thank you, Mr. Kant. Thank you, Dr. Sinha. And thank you, Mr. Patil.
A big thank you to all the panelists and Mr. Dey for bringing the best out of this discussion. Can we please request you to get together for a group photograph? Mr. Amitabh Khan, Dr. Praveer Sinha and Ms. Mansi Madan Tripathi along with Mr. Dey sharing some really insightful perspectives. And as Mr. Kant rightly said, that it's energy dependence that will decide the strategic independence and therefore will be a key to the future of the country. At this point, I would like to request Mr. Atul Raheja to please join us on stage to kindly present our speakers with a small token of appreciation from our side. Thank you all once again, and thank you so much, Mr. Raheja, for doing the honors. And now after energy, we turn our focus to another very important sector, and that is healthcare. As healthcare becomes more technology-driven, the challenge is to balance innovation with access, trust, and of course, human connection. So our final session of the 16th Mindmine Summit, ladies and gentlemen, is titled Tech, Touch, Trust. Can Indian healthcare hold all three? Let's take a look. And to take ahead the final session of the summit, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I invite onto the stage the Chairman, Institute of Internal Medicine, Respiratory and Sleep Medicine, Medanta, Dr. Randeep Guleria. Thank you, Dr. Guleria, for joining us. What an honor to have you with us today. Joining Dr. Guleria on the panel is Country President of Pfizer India, Ms. Meenakshi Nevatia. Sharing his perspectives on the topic for the panel will be founder of DCDC Kidney Care, Mr. Asim Garg. And steering this conversation ahead and drawing the best out of each one of them, let's welcome the moderator, Executive Editor, Political Economy, NDTV Network, Ms. Gauri Dwivedi. Over to you, Ms. Gauri.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final session of the Mindmine Summit, and I hope and promise that it's going to be interesting, lively, and one that actually connects with everybody's lives. There is no sector, there is no area like healthcare which doesn't impact every one of us who's sitting in the audience. In fact, the topic also, whether you talk about technology, touch, in times of AI, and also trust in a system which many feel actually serve those at the top and not those at the bottom. I think those are areas that impact healthcare sector the most. And actually, frankly, all of us have a story with either one of these aspects that is personal to us. It's a star-studded panel. We have Dr. Guleria, but let me start with you, sir. In terms of the specifics, let's first take each of these topics, whether it's tech, whether it's touch, or whether it's trust. All three of them together constitute this panel. Let me first start with the issue that many feel is central to Indian healthcare system, and that is trust. Many say that whether it is your hospital chains or whether it is your big pharma, they sort of serve only those at the top and do not really fundamentally address those at the bottom of the pyramid. Your thoughts there, sir?
So I think we should understand how healthcare has evolved over the last 20, 30 years. What has happened is we started off with what was, I would say, healthcare was predominantly what was clinical medicine. You didn't have a lot of technology, or tech was not there in a big way, and you were basically, a doctor would examine a patient in detail, use his clinical skills and prescribe medication. We moved on more to precision medicine where technology came in a big way. We saw a revolution in technology and also in the pharma industry. New molecules came in, new methods of diagnosis came in. We had things like ultrasound, CT scan, MRI, PET scans. But they all brought with them a cost as far as the treatment was concerned. And when cost became an issue, then the issue whether these tests were required or not and whether they were being done properly or not became an issue, and that's where, like you said, the element of trust came in. And since in India, unfortunately, still a large part of the population has to pay out of their pocket, it's not covered by insurance or it's not covered by any government policy to a large extent, that issue of am I really paying enough, is this really cost effective, if I put it that way, became an issue. And so from an area where I would say a doctor was like a family friend and someone who you could go to and trust, it became an issue of, is this am I being over-investigated? And also that became something which people at the lower socioeconomic status or even middle-class people had problems because it was really causing a huge cost as far as treatment is concerned. So I think that is the issue that we need to find a solution to in terms of trust.
Meenakshi, you essentially represent the other piece as far as Indian healthcare is concerned. You have big hospital chains, you have primary healthcare, for better or for worse, still, some would say bursting at its seams, some would say woefully inadequate given the scale at which India operates. And in the midst of this is the big pharma. On one end, some would say it contributes to the generics part of the chain, but on the other end, many feel that it still sort of comes in, again, questioning that affordability layer to it. How do you see this entire debate from a trust point of view or trust deficit point of view that many people feel is core and central to the Indian healthcare debate?
No, Gauri, thanks for the question. I think I'll just build on what Dr. Guleria said. The point is, in our country, more than half the population is paying out of pocket. and for the other half, what they're getting is they believe they should get much more. And the moment, and healthcare costs only come in at the time of need, and there if you have to pay out of pocket, it hurts, right? So fundamentally, this industry in every country is about trust. And fundamentally, in every country, it's about not wanting to pay out of pocket. So I don't think we can run away from that. If you think of it from a pharma perspective, yes, I'm currently wearing the hat of big pharma, but I would say irrespective of which hat we are each wearing, I think we'll have to acknowledge that a lot of the innovation, the progress, the development in healthcare has come from one of two sources. It's either come from infrastructure or it's come from medications, right? It's coming from that. That's why our longevity has changed the way it has. That's why people are leading a much better life. But I absolutely also agree with you. It's not always available to everybody at an affordable price. So I think coming back to where we are coming from, whether it's the company I'm representing or any other big pharma, I think the three biggest priorities for us is to bring the innovation to our country as quickly as possible, to make it as affordable as we can so that more people can get access, and fundamentally make sure we hold on to quality. And I think in this entire tech, touch, trust conversation, the quality conversation also needs to happen. So I think there is a certain cost to quality, there's a certain value to quality, and that's what sometimes gets lost. So yes, there are many alternatives to, slightly more expensive medication. But I want to challenge the myth that medication from big pharma is expensive. It's not in many cases. We have countless examples where once we go generic, the generics are more expensive than big pharma. But that's never discussed, right? So I think it would be wrong to conclude big pharma equals high price equals low access.
So why that perception? I think that's the whole point, isn't it? That perception battle, which is very important for big pharma. How do you sort of address that?
No, I think what we are always wanting to do is really three things. Like I said, bring the innovation to our country as quickly as we can. For that, increasingly now, a lot more clinical studies are happening in our country so that the approval timelines are less. Second, if you compare the pricing at which we are launching products in the country versus anywhere else, it's at least versus the developed markets, at least 1/6 to 1/7, if not 1/10. So the pricing is as much as possible, we try to make it India specific. And where that cannot always happen completely, we then include access programs and things like that. So the intention is to, over time, bring down the cost as much as we can. And the third thing is the access in terms of distribution. There again, a lot of companies, including the one I'm representing, are making a lot of effort to work with Indian partners to drive distribution. So I think all those are there. But like I said, there will always be, if you are at the time of need, when you need something and there's a price to it, there will always be a sense of, am I being charged for my vulnerability, right? So I think that we can't run away from. We are in that sector. In no other sector, but if I compare the cost of medication to a cost of coffee, you'd be shocked at it, right? But the cost of medicine always comes up, the cost of coffee doesn't. That's just always going to be the case. But I think we need to look beyond that at what else, whether it's big pharma, medical device, hospitals, what they bring to the party.
Indeed, and a cost of distress, as some would say, because you actually are in distressing times when those conversations come up. Aseem, let me ask then the other piece, which is about how much of entrepreneurial ingenuity is needed for a country like India when you talk about Indian healthcare, because it's essentially a case of contradictions, isn't it? You have the biggest, finest, best medical breakthroughs at a fraction of a cost, even though you have primary healthcare, which still remains a gaping hole in India, right? That how much is it that entrepreneurs can plug that gap through their ingenuity?
Thank you, Gauri. I think that's a great question. So India is a vast country, and it has somewhat of a dichotomy here. You've got great infrastructure, great healthcare organizations working out in metros, which are providing world-class healthcare at affordable prices. You have people coming in from outside India to get treatment here in the metros, and which is much cheaper as compared to outside India. At the same time, you have a sizable population which is living in the tier 2, tier 3 towns and in rural areas who do not have access to quality healthcare at all. For lack of a better term here, they are healthcare deprived. So ultimately, if somebody develops some kind of a problem, their immediate reaction is to maybe rush to a bigger hospital or to an institution like an AIIMS in a bigger town. So ultimately, the primary healthcare infrastructure is in need of better improvement. And that is where I think the entrepreneurial ingenuity and technology can play a bigger role. You have people who can set up clinics in tier 2, tier 3 towns in rural areas. And healthcare ultimately is a people problem. You need patients to be able to access to doctors and to healthcare professionals. And if you have people, entrepreneurs who can set up these clinics in primary healthcare areas, and they have through technology access to doctor's prescription or guideline or intervention. Doctor today sitting out of Delhi can provide their diagnosis to a patient in a tier 2, tier 3 town. I think that is where we can sort of, in a way, bridge the gap and provide some kind of healthcare and quality care to the people who are in tier 2, tier 3 towns as well.
Which brings me now to the second aspect of this discussion, which is around touch. I'm going to come to touch, I think, because it's so important in times of AI, where there's so much of conversation around robotic surgery, robotic healthcare, AI, and how much of it medical services can make use of. Dr. Guleria, as someone who spent a lifetime in this profession, someone who understands this from both sides, what AI can answer, and just how important it is for patients to have that touch and feel of their doctor, that comfort, that empathy, that cannot be taken out of this profession.
That's very true. I think it's important for us to understand that, as has been said, medicine is both a science and an art. The science of medicine is what tech brings in. The art of medicine is what the empathy and your connect with the patient is all about. So we have seen major advances in the science of medicine in terms of tech, in terms of pharma, but that doesn't in any way diminish the importance of the art of medicine. And the art of medicine is how do you interact with your patient. There are times when just reassuring a patient can make him feel much better rather than the medicine that you give. And it's been said that sometimes talking to a patient is more effective than the potion that you give to the patient. So I think it's very important that we understand that when we're dealing with human beings, when we're dealing with lives, the art of medicine, the empathy, the touch, the connect with the patient is at times as important or maybe even more important than the technological advances that we have. And that's why there has to be a balance between what we talk of tech, AI, and what we talk of the human touch. Because the human touch becomes very important in being more precise or being able to make a diagnosis. But when it comes to interacting with the patient, there are times when you are able to see a patient and understand that maybe there's more to what he or she is saying by the way the person is trying to talk or the way the person is hesitating. That, I think, is something which is the sixth sense of what is the art of medicine, which AI may not be able to provide to you.
Indeed. And, just to speak about, so every time I go back to my home state of Uttar Pradesh, it's a classic case of you have big hospitals coming up, and at the same point, you have the lowest rung of medical services not available. And the moment you step out of the state capital, you see that. Which is why I'm asking this question about just how much can AI solve the puzzle in those places? And I think that is where the critical gap sort of needs to be plugged.
So when we look at AI, I think the advantage of technology in AI is how can we really overcome the shortage of human resources? How can we overcome the shortage of outreach in terms of being able to reach to remote areas and still be able to provide good quality care? So AI could help you in decision making. Technology could help you to reach out to these patients and be able to work on various strategies depending on the type of problem that you have. So I'm not saying AI is not going to make a big change. AI is here to stay and it will change the way we practice medicine. But it is not going to replace the way that we are currently dealing with patients.
Asim, you want to come in on the fact that specific verticals, you deal with a particular vertical, scaling up a single vertical, providing that one, vacuum, filling that could probably be the answer that India needs more, whether from an AI point of view, whether from a tech point of view, or whether from a simply specialization gap point of view.
Sure. So I'll just add on to what Dr. Guleria had said. So I think AI and technology helps us unlock efficiencies. whether it is efficiency in terms of cost, whether it's efficiency in terms of clinical. But the touch is something which allows us to embrace dignity and empathy for the patients. Ultimately, both need to go hand in hand. AI and technology will enable this thing, and it will help us to train our the paramedical forces better. It will equip them, and it will drive down efficiencies for the doctors so that they can provide more care to the patients. But ultimately, when you do things at scale, so for example, we are running 300 plus clinics across India. Using technology and AI helps us drive down efficiencies in terms of the clinical outcomes, in terms of providing training to the paramedical staff, because ultimately they are the ones who are going to deliver the care to the patients. So both of these need to go hand in hand. And in terms of single specialty, specializing into one thing and going deep down into one thing does help us in driving better outcomes and in managing cost better. Thank you.
Meenakshi, let me now come to the tech part of it. At the end of the day, tech has to provide answers that at some level humans just cannot, simply because of the scale at which we are operating, the many number of hurdles that exist right now. In your assessment, the answers that tech can get us, that we should hope for, and those that exist right now that just need to be scaled up right now.
No, it's a very relevant big question, but right. So I think I'll just give a couple of very specific examples and then we can extrapolate. I think what we started some time back is what we call the Pfizer Innovation Fund, where we decided to fund startups, and we specifically chose startups in medtech. So it's different from pharma. And it's only to India this is. And what we found is an absolutely incredible pot of ideas of how to take technology so that diagnosis can be done at home. So for example, one of our startups is ServiCheck, which they came up with a very low cost option to diagnose cervical cancer at home, because for many patients, for many women, coming to clinics and doing cervical cancer checks is simply not an option. Either they cannot, or there's a lot of stigma attached to it. So that's just one small example. Another startup came up with an idea of a AI-based stethoscope so that the small murmurs in the heart that otherwise go undetected can be detected. And then they can know whether there is, a risk in terms of a much more serious complication, which even in many cases, cardiologists can't pick up because they're basing on the ear, right? So I'm just giving these few examples where normal, people like us are coming up with these ideas, and all of it is about how do we take diagnosis to the home? How do we make sure that this whole dependence on specialists is getting reduced, like the cardiovascular example I gave, so that even a normal GP sitting in any rural part of India through that can potentially diagnose. Now the next step is how do we validate these? What's the regulatory pathway? How do we make sure they're accurate? So what I'm trying to say is that the ideas are all around us. A lot of people are doing a lot to try to develop technology that can take the diagnosis at the doorstep, that can remove the need of specialists. So in another way, democratize technology so much that diagnosis becomes a non-issue. But the key is how do we ensure quality and scale? That's where companies like ours come in to help them. That's why hospitals can come in to help them. So a lot is happening in our country, but it's just so I don't think the ideas or the innovation is the challenge. It's about scaling it up and getting the right quality levels to be there at the right scale.
Do young entrepreneurs, young startups evaluate and look at healthcare as an opportunity? Because there are lots of these ideas that are there, whether it is about taking the whole smart wearables as a medium to a next phase for early detection, or any of these other aspects. But do young entrepreneurs look at healthcare from an innovation, from a startup point of view, or do you think there are just too many
huge
hurdles?
We've launched 7 editions from that date. We are now currently funding 40, but I'm sure the number will be 100 soon. We launched an edition with Niper and we had 600 applications. I'm not throwing numbers, but just the point is there is a lot of innovation, a lot of entrepreneurs looking at health. I don't know if ever an analysis has been done on % of startups that are in health or education, but honestly, the numbers are vast. It's not a lack of ideas. It's just a question of how do we, scale it up.
So you want to come in there on the aspect about
so I think
young entrepreneurs looking at this?
I think there is a lot of interest, and we have AIIMS has what is known as the School of International Biodesign, SIB, which tries to get entrepreneurship. But the important issue is here to look at issues which need technology to come in. So sometimes I've seen entrepreneurs come up with some device or something, but it has very little clinical application. So you have to be able to interact with the clinician or with the doctor as to what are their needs, and then can you develop a device or something which can be a point of care, which then solves that problem. So you need to develop a strategy where the tech, the startups, and let's say the biomedical engineers are also interacting with the users, that is the doctors and the patients, in trying to bridge that gap. There are times when I've seen a lot of people come up with innovations which may not have that much of clinical application. So I think it's important that we bridge this gap between the startups and the people who are actually going to be the users.
Is access to capital a limiting factor? Because every time you think about healthcare, you talk about, these many millions of dollars you need to just start. Is access of capital a restriction?
So two things. One is it's changing in our country. We have, from the government side, we have in BIRAC, which is run by DBT, and other organizations which are funding a lot of startups and supporting industry to take these startups again to a commercialization. Sometimes you have a startup which starts with something, you have an idea, you make a prototype, but when you want to now take it to the next level, they have to cross what is we call the valley of death, because a lot of these products actually don't reach that commercial stage. They don't get commercialized because a lot of people are, they're not. So we need to develop more entrepreneurship in scientists, which we don't see in our country that much. So can a person who's working in a lab, or a scientist, or a physician for that matter, or let's say a postdoc, a PhD student, become an entrepreneur, and whatever idea he has, how can he take it to commercialization, to industry? That connect is still not that strong in our country. And I think that is very important if we want to really have good startups going to commercialization. The other important thing I think is that we need to look at innovations which are frugal innovation in our country, cost-effective innovations. If we have something which comes up, but it's too costly, it's not going to work in our country. So innovations which are useful and which are frugal, I think, are very important.
That's a very important part, that at the end of the day, it has to be cost-effective, scalable, and also easy to be able to use. That's the whole point. Otherwise, it can't work when it comes to India. And only last week, I interviewed the principal scientific advisor, Dr. Sood, and the one thing that he said was the two spaces where there's a lot of innovation that's happening was actually space and healthcare, which is so important, because these are areas that India needs more tech breakthroughs in. I know we have a timer there and we need to cover a lot of ground. Let me then ask you about specific areas where more can be done, whether it is in terms of policy intervention, whether it is in terms of corporate participation, PPP model, to really scale it from where we are right now. Let me ask you this, Meenakshi, and then I go around the table on just this. Yeah.
So I think, a lot has happened, I have to acknowledge. And, when I look at the regulatory movements, a lot has happened. When I look at how pricing is being managed in our country, a lot has happened. So the pricing systems have become more transparent. Ayushman Bharat was a big breakthrough. So a lot has happened, but you asked the question, what else, right? And I think
policy intervention,
exactly, yeah. So I think the first thing is around, when we look at regulations, I think the amount of time it takes to bring new therapies into our country is quite long. And the reason for that is we first have to have approval in a large market, then we do clinical studies in our country, then we get approval. So typically it's taking us 5 to 6 years to bring a new drug, new therapy into our country. And the disadvantages for those that, particularly in areas like cancer, 6 years is a lot of time. It's not like the patients are exactly at the same point. So we're actually losing a lot. So that we've been having a lot of conversation on how do you accelerate launches in the country so that, once it's approved in a few larger markets or, stringent markets, can we bring it to our country quickly and then do the clinical studies in parallel. So I think there's a lot of conversation ongoing, and, there's rules that have been introduced. Rule 101 is a good example, introduced by Dr. Raghuvanshi. But the point is there's still a lot, and they are actively considering it. How do we quickly launch products in our country?
What would you want the ideal time to be? From 6 years, what would you think it can be brought down to?
I think, the dream is simultaneous, right? But that's a little bit impractical because, there is a sequence of filing data. But if we could launch in our country within 12 months to 18 months, I think that would be fantastic. So it's not like if we can do parallel, that's great. There are 2 countries in the world that parallelly launched to United States. One is Singapore, one is UAE. But those are small countries and they rely completely on US data. So I can totally understand in some areas, we need to have India data. So, but a 12-month window would be fantastic.
Dr. Guleria, is that feasible to have it under 2 years?
Oh, yes, I think so. So I think we need to really make regulatory things very simple. And not only from the point of view of getting products from outside, because this is what you were referring to, because often what happens is the regulatory process itself takes, many, many months. So a new molecule which wants to come to India, and it could be life-saving for that matter, sometimes takes a long time, and then you're looking at other ways around to be able to provide it to your patients, which sometimes what's known as a compassionate use for the patient, because then we try and get it from some other sources, because we're not getting approval for that molecule to come to our country, and you need it for your patients who may have a sick patient, who may be very sick. The other issue is regulations which allow you to be doing your research and getting products out in a quick manner, so that you don't have to go through a huge process of bringing products which you are having in your own country to the market. And second thing I feel is that if you really need to innovate or move forward is a better connect between academia and industry. Currently, academic institutes work in silos, industry works in silos. Why can't they interact? Why can't you have pharma or industries situated in academic institutes, and they are supporting each other? The pharma provides the funds, which sometimes academic institutes don't have. Academic institutes provide the resources, the scientists, the brains, which they have, and they can interact and work together as a team to bring products to the market much more, in a much faster manner. Currently, we see a lot of research and academics which gets done. People write papers, they get published in high-impact journals. They do their PhD, they go for postdoc abroad, and that's the end of the story. The product never reaches the market. But if you had a good interaction between academic institutes and industry, and it was embedded in them from the beginning, I think that would make a huge difference in terms of products coming to the Indian market at a very early stage.
So we have 2 very important pieces of reforms. One, of course, is shortening that window in terms of launches. It can never be parallel, but bringing it down to less than 24 months. Second, of course, having that greater linkages with industry as far as research and academia is concerned. Aseem, what would you like to add up to this?
Just to add on to that, I think on the regulatory front, the government has made significant breakthroughs on the regulatory front. I think what is needed is, as Dr. Guleria pointed out, better correlation with the industry. What we need is products that are built for India. There should be a good product market fit or a service market fit, which oftentimes is missing when we see young entrepreneurs also trying to solve for India. So I think a marriage between the two will definitely go a long way.
So essentially more linkages, access to more capital, shortening the window for launches, and of course greater linkages as far as industry and research and academia is concerned. Of course, how soon we really complete that is the larger point. We have about 5 odd minutes. We can take 2 questions and then we can have, all right, yes. Yes, sir, I'll ensure that the mic reaches you. And let's take 2 or 3 questions together. And sir, if you could keep it brief, we'll be able to get more questions. Yeah. Yes, sir, please.
Dr. Gurpreet from Ludhiana. My question is, couple of years back, the buzzword in India was quality. And with that, a lot of health tourism happened. Over a period of time, we've lost it, and somehow we are trying to kind of provide healthcare cheaper, more coverage. But in doing that, I think that quality healthcare that we were looking forward to gets a hit somewhere. So how do we make a compromise in that so that this doesn't get doesn't get lost in the way?
Can we take one more question and then, yeah, please.
Sorry. There is a eye disease named retinitis pigmentosa. In that disease, a person become blind gradually. it is incurable, irreversible, and progressive. I am also a patient of that, and like I was earlier a person without disability. So this is so many types of variants. So one of them have treatment now, but that is 3 to 6 crores, and it is abroad, not came in India. So like this kind of eye disease treatment is very expensive. So how can a patient get treatment whenever it will available, and it how can it come in India?
All right. So let's take these two questions. One is around quality, and the second is around treatment that's very expensive. Yeah.
So I think it's very important that we look at quality when we're talking of quantity. And this is not only true for the health services, but even for the training that we provide for doctors. The focus in the last few years has been in increasing the numbers, because we always talk of the population and the doctor ratio. And that's why the focus has been on starting more medical colleges, starting more institutions. But unless you focus on good quality doctors, India was always known for producing the best doctors in the world. So unless you focus that it's not only the quantity, but you need to have good quality doctors. The training has to be par excellence. And that, I think, is something that we have compromised to some extent. We are not going to be able to achieve a target of having good quality doctors. So at the end of the day, I think it's important that when we start talking of increasing quantity, we do it in a manner that we ensure that quality is maintained. Somehow we have focused more on quantity, and I think that point is very true, that we need to develop a strategy of how do we do this so that quantity is there, but quality is also not compromised.
No, I'll build on that and then maybe come to your point on the price thing. I think what happened was there was this whole incident around cough medication from India that went to certain African countries. And that really put quality at the center of every conversation, because, we are the global pharmacy of the world. And if we have these quality issues, that positioning is going to be hugely challenged. So I think to some extent, we are encouraged that the focus on approval of new products, making sure the quality bar is met, is increasing. Ultimately, it becomes a state issue because a lot of the licenses are issued at the state level. But at least coming from the center, there is an increased focus on quality. Also, the number of audits where they are picking up product from the market and comparing to what's the quality should be, and then posting it on their websites in terms of NSQ, not standard quality. The quality focus is increasing, but I fully agree with you. That's the conversation we're always having, that, how do you ensure, yes, generics are great, but how do we ensure they are coming with the right quality? On the question of I don't know the specific medication that you were referring to, but again, I will share optimism here, because at least, we work in certain therapy areas which end up being a little more expensive sometimes, like oncology, like cancer. And what we are finding is increasingly, whether it's army, railways, ESI, which is employee state insurance, the CGHS, general insurance bodies are much, much more open to reimbursing for these medications. So that's one thing that is beginning to happen. A lot more of these higher end medications are getting approved by these institutions that are providing a kind of insurance. And even in the private insurance, there's a lot more discussion about it. So I know it doesn't really solve the issue that you are dealing with, but at least the dependence on out of pocket to that extent is becoming a little bit less than it used to be. And also companies are becoming more and more everyday conscious about making sure it's an India specific price. So, either directly or through patient access programs. So it's moving in the right direction, but it's never going to be as fast as we want, but it's moving in the right direction.
Okay, I think let's squeeze in one question. We can maybe, if there's one more question, we have time to squeeze that. Yes,
No,
yes.
I was
Dr.
just going to add that there is also, the government of India has a rare disease section which tries to support rare diseases, and they have do it through funding. This is basically a Supreme Court mandate that you have to provide, because there are patients who have treatment which is very costly and they can't afford it. And these are rare diseases. They could be genetic disorders, they could be other rare disorders. And then there is also a sort of caveat in that one group which gets supported through CSR funding. So there are various mechanisms which are being worked out for people who can't afford medication, which are not, they're not going to come into the market easily, because these are not the ones which will make a huge profit. These are for very niche areas or for specific rare diseases.
All right, I think we've pretty much time has run out, and that seems to be the story of Indian healthcare in present state as well. The time has run out, and now more decisions need to be taken, and the status quo needs to make way for exactly what this topic is all about, which is technology providing answers for more trust, even as touch issues will become even more central going forward in times of AI. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to this riveting session. Thank you so much, all three of you, for providing those insights. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for that compelling conversation on the future of healthcare in India. At this point, I would like to request Mr. Vipin Gupta and Dr. Gurpreet Wander to please join us on stage and kindly present our speakers with a small token of appreciation from our side. And while we do that, I would also like to request Sri Sunil Kant Munjal to please join our speakers on stage, please. Big thank you, Mr. Vipin Gupta, Dr. Gurpreet Wander and Mr. Munjal for doing the honors. And once again, a big thank you to the panelists. And also, we would like to express our gratitude towards iMarcus Learning, our session partner, for their support and their contribution towards making this session possible. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to draw curtains on this very special 16th edition of the Mindmine Summit. But before we let you go, you've been an amazing audience today. We have these feedback forms that we have physically kept on all the tables. We would love to hear your feedback on your experience at the Mindmine Summit. We would really value that if you could take 2 minutes of your time out and fill these feedback forms and leave them there on the table for us to process later. The conversations that we've had today around the theme, they clearly highlighted that these times may be uncertain, but the confidence today comes from informed choices, collective action, and also from strong leadership. We would like to extend a big thank you to all the speakers, dignitaries, our partners, and of course to our lovely audience for giving us such a meaningful day. On behalf of Hero Enterprise and the entire team at the Mindmine Summit, a big thank you. Have a very good the rest of the evening. And by the way, the evening is far from over because in an hour from now, we assemble again for the coveted BML Munjal Awards, for which we're having Shri Mohan Bhagwat join us as the chief guest for the evening. So observing the security protocol, we request all of you to kindly vacate the hall after this for the security measures, and we will reassemble back in this hall to get started with the award ceremony at 6:30 p.m. We would request all of you to please come down to the Shah Jahan Hall till we do not have the security screening done in this hall, and we will reassemble back in this hall for the award ceremony at 6:30 p.m.